The world of zombies, beginning with a golden spell at maximum level. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 Obsessed. Lin Kaiyun, who was quietly heading to the theater from behind the scenes, had indeed discovered, as Lin Jiu said, that there was a ghost behind Wenke who wanted to capture Wenke as a substitute. So Lin Kaiyun quickly quickened his pace, and at this time, the female ghost behind Wenke also showed a greedy look, obviously wanting to attack Wenke. Oh no, seeing this, Lin Kaiyun increased his speed even more, but he was still worried, because he couldn't move too much, otherwise it would be troublesome if he disturbed the ghost and the ghost messenger. However, because Lin Kaiyun had many concerns, he was not sure whether he could save Wenke in time. If it was really necessary, Lin Kaiyun would not care whether he would disturb other ghosts and would save Wenke. After all, Wenke was his close junior brother. Just when the female ghost, who was emitting green air, put her finger on Wenke's shoulder. Among the ghosts, there was an extremely beautiful figure. He raised his hand and shot out a faint light, which directly knocked the female ghost emitting black and green energy away. Wenke was completely unaware of this and continued to watch the show on the stage. At this time, the beautiful female ghost who helped Wenke out of the predicament slowly walked to Wenke's side. Wenke realized it later and felt that someone seemed to be coming to him. He turned his head and suddenly found that many audiences had come to him without knowing when. However, these audiences looked lifeless. Of course, Wenke, who was a thick-skinned man, would not notice this. After all, at this moment, Wenke only had eyes for the beautiful woman in white gauze beside him. Wenke blinked his eyes immediately and took the initiative to greet the woman. "Hey, good evening, are you from outside the town? Why haven't I seen you before? And when did you come in?" I didn't even notice. This beautiful woman was actually the female ghost who had just saved Wenke. She didn't expect that Wenke could actually see her. She tilted her head and looked at Wenke curiously, and asked, "Huh? You can actually see me?" Wenke didn't notice anything strange about this sentence. He rubbed his hands, looked at the beautiful woman with a lewd face, and smiled. "Of course I can see you. After all, you are so beautiful, it's hard not to attract attention." At this time, the actor on the stage who had reminded Wenke before found that the silly boy who was watching the show in the audience was actually talking to him. As he believed in ghosts, he immediately guessed that Wenke was talking to a ghost, and his scalp went numb with fear. At this time, Lin Kaiyun also walked to Wenke's side, and spoke before Wenke could speak. "Wenke, stop looking, Master asked you to go back quickly." Wenke noticed him when Lin Kaiyun approached, and now after hearing what Lin Kaiyun said, he showed an embarrassed look on his face. "Brother, I'm sorry, please go back and tell Master that I met an old friend, I'll go back later." When Lin Kaiyun heard what Wenke said, he knew that the old friend Wenke was talking about should be the beautiful female ghost next to him, and then glanced at the female ghost. It has to be said that this female ghost is outstanding among these ghosts in terms of appearance and temperament, and the most comfortable thing is that this female ghost does not have the gloomy aura of the ghost. Although Lin Kaiyun does not remember the entire plot, he still knows a beautiful female ghost in Zombie Supreme, Xiaoli, and now it seems that this beautiful female ghost should be the Xiaoli in Zombie Supreme. However, Lin Kaiyun did not greet Xiaoli, but said to Wenke seriously, "Wenke, go back quickly, otherwise if you make the master angry, you know the consequences." Wenke shrank his neck in fear when he heard Lin Kaiyun's words. After all, Wenke was still very afraid of his master Lin Jiu. He also knew that although Lin Jiu would not beat or scold him, the special training made Lin Jiu unbearable. However, Wenke looked at the beautiful woman beside him and felt that this woman must have fallen in love with him and had a good impression of him, so he made up his mind that even if he was faced with being punished by Lin Jiu when he returned, he could not miss such an opportunity to meet a beautiful woman. So Wenke quietly approached Lin Kaiyun and whispered, "Brother, do you see this beautiful woman next to me? She must be interested in me. Brother, I can't miss this opportunity. You see you have Miss Tingting. Chu Sheng also had a one-night stand with that female ghost Dong Xianwu, but I am the only one who hasn't met a beautiful woman. This time I finally have this opportunity. Brother, please help me. Find a reason for me to deal with it for the master." After hearing what Wenke said, Lin Kaiyun was speechless. But Lin Kaiyun still pretended to know nothing, and deliberately said, "What beautiful women are you talking about? Why can't I see them, and aren't you the only one here? What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Kaiyun tried to use this method to remind Wen Kai and tell him that these were all ghosts. But Lin Kaiyun still overestimated Wen Kai's intelligence. Wen Kai's mind was full of the beautiful female ghost beside him. What someone said should have gone in one ear and out the other. It is no exaggeration to say that Wen Kai did not hear Lin Kaiyun's complete words. "Big brother, what are you talking about? Aren't there people here? Look, there are several men around you. How can there be no one? I think you must be dazzled," Wen Kai said to Lin Kaiyun with a smile, and pointed to the side of Lin Kaiyun. Then he immediately turned his head and said to the female ghost Xiaoli, "This beautiful lady, this is my senior brother Lin Kaiyun. Don't look at him. He is very handsome and capable, but he already has a fiancée. Don't pay attention to what he said. He is probably teasing us." The female ghost Xiaoli glanced at Lin Kaiyun at this time. He knew very well that Lin Kaiyun had observed her before, and he must have discovered her. But while Lin Kaiyun pretended not to see it, the female ghost Xiaoli couldn't figure it out. After hearing what Wen Kai said, the ghost Xiaoli did not choose to hide it, and said seriously, "Your senior brother is right. You are indeed the only one here." Wen Kai looked at the ghost Xiaoli with a lewd face, thinking that she was joking with him, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Wen Kai thought that since she could joke with him, it meant that they were very familiar with each other, so he took 2 steps to the left and said to the ghost Xiaoli, "You must be making fun of me. Do you know my senior brother? You two are together, and you are teasing me on purpose." Chapter 277, One person is stupid, and 100 ghosts flee. Lin Kaiyun was helpless with Wen Kai's stupidity, so he decided not to persuade him anymore. He just reached out and grabbed Wen Kai's wrist, intending to drag him away. Wen Kai was still confused. "Brother, why are you grabbing my wrist?" At this time, the ghost Xiaoli also spoke. She smiled at Lin Kaiyun and said, "Mr. You look quite righteous. Why are you so fierce to your junior brother, Alice?" Lin Kaiyun sighed. He had planned to pretend that he knew nothing and didn't see any ghosts, but now the ghost Xiaoli spoke to him directly, obviously guessing that he could see it. Lin Kaiyun simply stopped pretending, and said to the ghost Xiaoli, "You just saved me, my junior brother. I saw it, but I hope you can take care of yourself." Wen Kai saw that Lin Kaiyun spoke to the beautiful woman next to her in a very cold tone, and there was even a hint of threat, so he asked in confusion, "Brother, aren't you usually very polite when you see beautiful women? Why are you so abnormal today?" Lin Kaiyun wanted to pinch Wen Kai's neck and strangle him to death, and said seriously, "Wen Kai, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Don't you know what day it is today?" Wen Kai didn't care after hearing what Lin Kaiyun said. Now he was thinking about how to please the beautiful woman next to him. "Zhongyun Festival? What's the matter? What's the big deal?" At this moment, the ghost Xiaoli stretched out her finger and patted Lin Kaiyun's shoulder. Lin Kaiyun subconsciously looked back. "Huh?" The ghost Xiaoli exhaled a ball of air with the fragrance of orchids, which hit Lin Kaiyun's face. By the time Lin Kaiyun wanted to react, it was too late. He suddenly felt very tired and fell asleep, but his body was still standing, and he was looking in the direction of the stage, so outsiders would think that Lin Kaiyun was watching the show seriously. Wen Kai saw Lin Kaiyun staring at the show with his head raised, not noticing anything wrong. He bumped Lin Kaiyun's arm with his shoulder and said jokingly, "Brother, look at me. I said that all the actors today are big stars. And looking at you like this, it must be you and this beauty who colluded to tease me. Fortunately, I'm smart and I saw through it." Lin Kaiyun didn't respond at all, but Wen Kai was used to it and didn't take it seriously. Instead, he turned to look at the ghost Xiaoli and said with a smile, "Girl, we've been chatting for so long, but I still don't know your name." The ghost Xiaoli nodded and smiled, and said softly, "Xiaoli." After Wen Kai heard the beautiful woman's name, he quickly agreed, "Xiaoli, what a good name. By the way, did you come to Renjia town specially to watch the show?" After hearing Wen Kai's question, the ghost Xiaoli's eyes turned smartly, and then she turned sideways to reveal a pitiful look. She took out a handkerchief from her bosom and symbolically wiped her eyes, as if she was crying. She pinched her throat and said miserably, "I am unlucky. How can I have free time to watch a play? I ran here to avoid it." When Wen Kai saw Xiaoli's pitiful look, coupled with Xiaoli's very sad tone, he immediately became angry. He clenched his fists and patted his chest, shouting, "Damn it, you dare to bully such a beautiful woman, you are simply not a human being." "It's okay, Xiaoli, you tell me that I, Wenkei, have nothing else, but my kung fu is still fine." Seeing Wenkei's move, Xiaoli glanced at him secretly, and then continued, "I have a miserable life. My father sold me to a family as a slave, but that family forced me to be his concubine. I finally escaped, but that family is powerful and sent many people to catch me everywhere." After she finished speaking, Xiaoli actually started to cry, with tears dripping down from the corners of her eyes. Of course, this was just an illusion deliberately created by the ghost Xiaoli for Wenkei to see. After all, ghosts don't cry. However, Wenkei couldn't even understand Lin Kaiyun's obvious reminder before, so he naturally believed in Xiaoli's trick. He stepped across and stood in front of Xiaoli, saying very righteously, "Okay, there is no law at all. Don't worry, Xiaoli, I am here, and no one can take you away." After she finished speaking, Wenkei secretly glanced at Lin Kaiyun, and after finding that Lin Kaiyun was still watching the show seriously, he nodded, thinking to himself, it seems that the eldest brother is determined to help him. In this case, Wenkei would not miss the opportunity to please the beauty, so he quickly asked, "Xiaoli, tell me who they are, I will help you drive them away now." "Thank you, but no, I don't want to implicate you." Xiaoli pretended to be very considerate, but her eyes were cast towards the other person wearing a black robe and a tall hat. Although Wenkei looked silly in other places, his mind was completely on Xiaoli, so he naturally noticed Xiaoli's eyes, so he looked over and shouted, "Okay, look at what these people are wearing, they are not good people. Don't ask Wenkei, these people are very powerful, you should just leave them alone." Xiaoli raised her hand, grabbed Wenkei's arm, and said in a gentle voice. Wenkei originally planned to be a hero and save the beauty, but now seeing Xiaoli holding him and feeling sorry for him, the heroic spirit of the big man in his heart was immediately activated, and he said very confidently, "Xiaoli, don't worry, I really don't care about these four guys." In Wenkei's mind now, since Lin Kaiyun has tacitly agreed to his every move, it means that he wants to help him chase this beauty. So, since Lin Kaiyun has agreed to help him, Wenkei is naturally not afraid of anything. Wenkei gave Xiaoli a firm look, and then walked towards the four people in black robes. "Make way, thank you," Wenkei spoke directly when passing by the other ghosts. The four ghosts did not react for a while, and really took a step back to the left and right to make room for Wenkei. Later, after Wenkei walked past, the four ghosts suddenly realized that Wenkei was carrying yang energy and was a human being. They wanted to absorb this yang energy, but when they saw the four ghosts guarding them behind them, they gave up this bold idea. The ghost Xiaoli watched Wenkei run straight towards the ghost messenger, and her face lost the pitiful and resentful expression, and instead showed a sly smile. Of course, this ghost Xiaoli was not a bad ghost, and she did not want to harm Wenkei, but because she had been in the underworld for too long, she wanted to go up there to take a look and have a good look. But with a ghost messenger watching her, Xiaoli had no chance, so she set her sights on Wenkei. Because in Xiaoli's impression, Wenkei was just a pervert. Even if she was kind enough to help him, it was for her own selfish desires, and such a person needed to be punished. Wenkei walked up to the four men in black robes. Even though he was alone, he showed no fear. He snorted coldly and cursed. "You four guys should know better and leave quickly. Go back and tell your master that a forced melon is not sweet." The four ghost messengers had ignored Wenkei when he came over, but now Wenkei dared to say a bunch of inexplicable words in front of them, which made the four ghosts who were guarding the ghosts very confused. But after all, they had official business to tend to, so the four ghost messengers pretended not to hear anything and ignored Wenkei. However, Wenkei came prepared. When he saw the four guys in black robes ignoring him, he thought that persuasion was fruitless, so he took out four talismans from his pocket and quickly stuck them on the four ghost messengers. The ghost messenger is essentially a ghost, and the talisman of Maotian has a restraining effect on any evil things, including ghosts. So even if the ghost messenger is not afraid of the talisman, it will be affected after being stuck. At least for a short period of time, the ghost messenger's body will become unstable. Bang! The four ghost messengers were all stuck with talismans by Wenkei, and they fell uncontrollably on the wall behind them. Wenkei didn't expect that he could easily deal with these four guys, so he quickly turned to Xiaoli, opened his hands and began to take credit. "Xiaoli, you can rest assured now, the people who arrested you have been dealt with by me, and seeing how powerful I am, they will definitely not dare to send people to arrest you again. The female ghost Xiaoli originally just wanted Wen Kai to harass the ghosts to attract the attention of the ghost messenger, but she didn't expect that Wen Kai, a pervert, would actually knock the ghost messenger down directly, which was a windfall. After all, if it was just to attract attention, Xiaoli would inevitably be noticed by the ghost when she ran away, but if she was knocked down, then no one would stop her from running away. At this time, the ghosts watching the show, especially those next to the ghost, found something wrong. Some ghosts who were ready to take advantage of the opportunity to make trouble, even shouted deliberately, "The ghost is dead, run, 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 don't miss this opportunity, run quickly if you can't reincarnate, otherwise you can only return to the dark and dark underworld." All kinds of voices rang out in an instant, and the ghosts watching the show in the theater were like frightened birds, running around non-stop, and many of them escaped. Driven by this chaotic situation, the ghosts who had been queuing in the theater before also took advantage of the chaos to escape. The chaotic noise also made Lin Kaiyun regain consciousness. Seeing all kinds of ghosts running away in the theater, Lin Kaiyun was unhappy in his heart and cursed secretly, "Damn it, I didn't expect that this female ghost Xiaoli actually had such a trick. I was caught by her when I wasn't paying attention." Lin Jiu, who had been observing the situation from the side, also had an unusually ugly face at this time. He preconceived that with Lin Kaiyun to deal with it, nothing would go wrong. As a result, he didn't expect that Wen Kai would cause such a big disaster when he didn't pay attention. Qiu Sheng, who was beside Lin Jiu, didn't realize what these ghosts running away would bring. He shouted like watching the fun, "Master, those ghosts seem to have all run away. What should we do?" "What do you mean? Catch the ghosts quickly. If Wen Kai lets all these ghosts who are watching the show run away, there will be no way to report to the underworld." After saying that, Lin Jiu quickly took out 2 folded cloth bags from his arms and ran directly into the theater. At the same time, Lin Kaiyun also used the Tongshan Road, and densely packed talismans flashing with a faint blue light were in the sky, trying to shock the escaping ghosts as much as possible. But the number of ghosts was too many, and they fled from all directions. By the time Lin Kaiyun and Lin Jiu took action, some ghosts had already escaped from the theater. Where will these ghosts go after they escape? There is no need to think about it. It must be the principle of proximity, wandering in this Renjia town. After all, except for a few ghosts with ulterior motives who planned to escape, the rest of the ghosts ran away in the chaos and had no intention of escaping. And because of this, almost all the residents in Renjia town at this time have attracted some unclean things. Especially some people who run restaurants, and restaurants have basically attracted a lot of starving ghosts. The meals prepared for the guests the next day were eaten by these starving ghosts. And some ghosts who like to play don't have any bad intentions, but just rely on their instincts in their lifetime to find some familiar places. For example, there was a hanged ghost who remembered that he was hanging on a pine beam before his death. So when he saw that the beam of a house was made of pine, he curiously ran in. Although ordinary people cannot detect ghosts, the dogs in the house, especially the black dog, can sense the abnormality and keep barking. The dog kept barking and woke up the owner's family who were sleeping. The male owner half sat up and scolded the black dog at the door, "Why are you barking in the middle of the night? If you keep yelling, I will stew you into soup sooner or later, woof woof woof." However, the black dog, who has always been obedient, did not restrain himself after the owner scolded him, and continued to bark. At this time, the hostess pushed the male owner and said with confused eyes, "Hey, head of the family, go out and take a look. He doesn't usually bark like this. Maybe there's a thief or something. Really, our family is so poor, how can there be any blind thief to come to our house?" The male owner didn't care, just put on his clothes and got up, intending to go to the door to take a look. Although he didn't believe that there were real thieves, the man was ready to beat up the big black dog at the door to prevent it from disturbing their sleep. However, when the man walked to the door, he found that the big black dog outside was barking at the house. And there was a sizzling sound from the roof. "It's the middle of the night, the dog barking is fine, but are there mice?" The man yawned, pulled up the clothes he was wearing, and looked up in a daze. As a result, the scene in front of him made the man terrified, and his legs trembled and he fell to the ground, while shouting, "Oh my God, ghost, there's a ghost." I saw that there was a half-broken rope on the pine beam of the man's house, shaking back and forth, and it felt like someone was hanging on the beam of their house. Chapter 278 Catching Ghosts. This scene happened frequently in Renjia town. In the theater, Lin Jiu held a bagua mirror in his left hand and a peach wood sword in his right hand. There were 2 belts tied with yellow ropes at his feet. Lin Jiu glanced around the theater and found that there were no extra ghosts, so he quickly said to Lin Kaiyun, "Kaiyun, the ghosts in this theater have been caught almost all. Let's go outside and catch as many of them as possible." "Okay." Lin Kaiyun stepped on the ground, put away Fenghou Qimen, and followed Lin Jiu to go outside. After seeing Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun running outside, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai suddenly panicked and shouted, "Master, senior brother, what should we do? You two can do it." Lin Kaiyun turned around and responded, and then left quickly, leaving Wen Kai and Chu Sheng confused. As soon as he ran out of the theater, Lin Kaiyun discovered that almost every household in the town had ghosts lingering, but most of these ghosts were playing and having fun, and there was no terrifying situation. Then Lin Kaiyun said to Lin Jiu, "Master, the town is full of ghosts now, but we can't go door to door to avoid unnecessary panic. Let's go to the gathering place where there are more ghosts." "Okay." Lin Jiu nodded, then lowered his head and pinched his fingers. He calculated according to the situation of Yinqi, where there were more ghosts gathered. After a few minutes, Lin Jiu raised his head, looked at Lin Kaiyun and said, "Let's go to the back mountain." Lin Jiu wore a Taoist hat and a gourd on his waist. He ran to the back mountain without stopping. Lin Kaiyun followed behind Lin Jiu step by step. At this time, Lin Kaiyun suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at a dark corner. "Two little ghosts, how dare you laugh at me?" Lin Kaiyun showed a sneer on his face, and then raised the 7-star dragon abyss sword in his hand, and the moonlight refracted directly into the dark corner. Suddenly, 2 little ghosts in the corner were illuminated by the moonlight, and they were emitting black air, which was obviously very painful. However, Lin Kaiyun would not sympathize with the 2 little ghosts. He threw a gray cloth bag with his right hand, and a gust of wind rolled up inside, and directly put the 2 little ghosts into the bag. "Kaiyun, there is a strong soul fluctuation not far away." At this time, Lin Jiu was holding a compass in his hand, and the compass needle was spinning wildly, and finally pointed to the front of the 2 people. Lin Kaiyun nodded and tied the cloth belt containing the ghosts around his waist, but he was not too worried. Although Lin Kaiyun did not remember the plot of the Zombie Supreme very clearly, Lin Kaiyun was sure that these ghosts who ran away did not seem to be too scary. But just as Lin Kaiyun finished thinking about this, he heard a zombie-like roar. How could there be zombies? Lin Kaiyun and Lin Jiu both had the same thought. Lin Kaiyun was very surprised and ran forward 2 steps. He saw a huge figure in front of the corner, but he was wearing a black robe, tightly wrapped from head to toe. The figure in the black robe opened the robe directly, and a strong storm came out from it, which actually absorbed all the ghosts. Lin Jiu also saw this scene, and from the corpse aura emanating from the black robe, Lin Jiu could conclude that it must be a zombie, and then whispered to Lin Kaiyun, "Kaiyun, there's a zombie under this black shadow, it should be the one Wen Kai saw before." Lin Kaiyun immediately understood what Lin Jiu meant, and asked in confusion, "Master, are you saying that this zombie is controlled by a corpse-driving master?" "That's right, this corpse-driving master. We don't know if he is an enemy or a friend, so don't act rashly. And judging from his current behavior, he should be destroying these escaped ghosts." Lin Jiu nodded, patted Lin Kaiyun on the shoulder, signaling Lin Kaiyun not to take action first, and then Lin Jiu walked out directly, arched his hands to the figure in the black robe, and said, "Excuse me, fellow Taoist, are you the successor of the corpse-driving lineage?" Lin Jiu greeted the black-robed figure, but found that the figure didn't seem to respond, but continued to absorb the ghosts, so he hurriedly stopped him and shouted, "I know you can hear me, fellow corpse driver. These ghosts originally came out to receive worship during this Hongyan festival. It was because of my apprentice's negligence that these ghosts wandered here. Moreover, these ghosts are not the most evil. Please show mercy." When Lin Jiu stepped forward to greet the robed zombie, Lin Kaiyun tightly grasped the 7-star dragon abyss sword, ready to take action at any time. After all, this zombie is most likely controlled by a master who drives corpses, but as mentioned before, the corpse driver may not be able to control the zombie 100%, especially the more special and powerful the zombie is, the easier it is to escape the control of the corpse driver. And now this zombie that absorbs ghosts, in Lin Kaiyun's view, is extremely evil, and there is a great probability that it will kill the corpse driver and escape control, so Lin Kaiyun dare not guarantee that this robed zombie will not take action at any time. In fact, Lin Jiu also had the same preparation. With his hands behind his back, he had already prepared a bagua mirror and the peach wood sword. As long as he was sure that the black-robed zombie was not right, the two would immediately take action to destroy the zombie with thunder. At this moment, the zombie in the black robe also stopped destroying the ghost, turned around, looked at Lin Jiu, and nodded. Seeing this scene, Lin Kaiyun and Lin Jiu were both relieved. After all, because of Wen Kei's mistake, these ghosts have escaped. The most important thing is to control these ghosts as much as possible. So at this juncture, neither Lin Kaiyun nor Lin Jiu wanted to cause any trouble. If this black-robed zombie is really a zombie that killed the corpse-driving master, then there will be another battle now, and this is undoubtedly a waste of time in the eyes of Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun. As for Lin Kaiyun and Lin Jiu, why do they believe that the black-robed zombie nodded and must not be out of the control of the corpse-driving master? In fact, the reason is very simple, because zombies will not stay with Lin Jiu peacefully for such a long time, and will not easily understand Lin Jiu's words and nod in response. You must know that the zombie that can understand human words and has independent thoughts, so far, Lin Kaiyun has only encountered the weird zombie Nintendo. Even the 8th level zombie King Zhengying only has some human thinking. Otherwise, with Zhengying's strength, if he has the plan to develop zombies like Nintendo, it would be a disaster. Fortunately, there is only one zombie with human thinking like Nintendo. And Nintendo also changed because of the injection of drugs by those foreign scientists, so some ordinary zombies can't have these changes at all. After seeing this scene, Lin Kaiyun no longer hid in the dark, put away the 7-star dragon abyss sword in his hand, and walked to Lin Jiu's side. And the zombie in the black robe turned his head and looked at Lin Kaiyun after seeing Lin Kaiyun coming. Although Lin Kaiyun did not see the zombie's eyes because of the black robe, this behavior made Lin Kaiyun and Lin Jiu more determined that the zombie was not out of the control of the corpse driver. Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun looked at each other, and then said to the black-robed zombie in a friendly manner, "I wonder if this Taoist friend of the master can come out and have a chat." In fact, the zombie refined by the corpse driver can not only be controlled by the corpse driver, but also share senses with the corpse driver. To put it simply, the corpse driver hiding in the dark can see and hear everything through the zombies he controls. So the corpse driver can hear everything Lin Jiu said to the zombie in the black robe. However, the zombie in the black robe just shook his head and scanned Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun twice, and did not respond to Lin Jiu's question. Lin Jiu mistakenly thought it was the corpse driver, and didn't know that he had done something wrong, so he couldn't come out to meet him. He could explain with his hands folded, "Fellow corpse driver, you can rest assured that our master and apprentice have no ill intentions. It's just that my other naughty apprentice accidentally injured the ghost, which caused these ghosts to escape. There are so many ghosts, and it's really difficult for our master and apprentice to catch all of them, so I want to ask the corpse driver to help." Lin Jiu didn't hide anything, and told the cause of the matter in detail, and told the corpse driver who was hiding in the dark. Although Lin Jiu himself felt a little embarrassed when he said it, as a disciple of the Maoshan lineage, he should have taken it as his responsibility to slay demons and eliminate demons, but he didn't look favorably on his apprentice, which led to the release of the ghosts who came out to be worshipped on this Hongyan festival. And the main reason was his stupid apprentice Wen Kei, because the temptation of the female ghost knocked down the ghost, causing thousands of ghosts to escape. This is already a very serious crime. As long as the 4 ghost messengers watching the ghosts in the theater are awake, they will definitely be furious, and the underworld will definitely investigate. At that time, what awaits Wen Kei is not an ordinary punishment. I am afraid that he will suffer the pain of freezing and burning. However, Lin Jiu will naturally have a way to try to reduce the punishment that Wen Kei will suffer. Of course, that is all later. After hearing Lin Jiu's story, the zombie in the black robe nodded affirmatively. Seeing that the zombie controlled by the corpse driver nodded, Lin Jiu was very happy and hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, fellow corpse driver, I will reward you handsomely after the matter is done." Lin Jiu didn't have too many thoughts about the corpse driver who said he was unwilling to show up, including Lin Kaiyun. After all the combat power and ability of the corpse driver are to control the zombies he refined, so being in the dark is the biggest advantage of the corpse driver. Then Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun, together with a zombie controlled by the corpse driver, worked together to catch the ghosts roaming around the town. Although the corpse driver hiding in the dark has never appeared, the zombie in a black robe cooperated well with Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun. Basically, the black-robed zombie knocked out the ghosts and handed them to Lin Kaiyun or Lin Jiu in a cloth bag. Of course, sometimes the zombies were not careful and killed the ghosts directly, but Lin Kaiyun still noticed that the black-robed zombie would quietly absorb some ghosts when the two were not paying attention. Of course, Lin Kaiyun didn't know what Lin Jiu thought about this. Anyway, he turned a blind eye. After all, the corpse driver also controlled the black-robed zombie and made a lot of efforts, so it was normal to ask for some rewards. In Lin Kaiyun's opinion, this black-robed zombie did not absorb ghosts, but put them in a special container. It was probably the Taoist who controlled the zombies, who was practicing some evil skills. However, Lin Kaiyun was just guessing, and there was no concrete evidence. Besides, the Taoist who was driving the corpses was also helping them. Lin Kaiyun had no reason to enforce justice without any basis at this time, and pointed at his nose and questioned. In fact, Lin Jiu had similar ideas in his heart, but what shocked Lin Jiu the most was that the combat effectiveness shown by this black-robed zombie was not much worse than his. Even the refined zombies were so powerful, so the strength of the Taoist who was driving the corpses could be imagined. After working all night, it was almost dawn. Lin Kaiyun and Lin Jiu, the master and apprentice, plus the controlled black-robed zombie, caught more than 300 ghosts, but this was still far worse than the escaped ghosts. There are still more than 500 ghosts that have not been caught. It is really too much for the two of us to do it. It seems that we can only call on fellow disciples to help, Lin Jiu said to himself as he looked at the light rising in the sky. When Lin Kaiyun, who was standing next to him, heard Lin Jiu's words, a light flashed in his eyes. Even though Lin Kaiyun had almost forgotten the plot, he still knew clearly that it was his master Uncle Shijian and others who came to help in the end. And it was because of this incident that Shijian and Lin Jiu officially tore their faces apart. However, Lin Kaiyun did not tell Lin Jiu about this possibility at this time. First, Lin Kaiyun was not sure whether Shijian would be like the movie. Second, once Lin Kaiyun told Lin Jiu about this situation, Lin Jiu would definitely avoid the situation of tit for tat between his disciples. After all, in Lin Jiu's heart, even if he did not get along with Shijian, he was still a disciple of the same master. However, Lin Kaiyun did not have so many thoughts in his mind. He now hoped that Shijian would show his true colors directly, so that he would not have to worry about whether Shijian would plot against Lin Jiu. Chapter 279 No Big Problem. After a night of hunting, although not all the ghosts were caught, there were fewer ghosts in Ren Jiu town. At the same time, the sun rose after dawn, and the hot yang energy dispersed a lot of the yin energy brought by the ghosts. Lin Kaiyun and Lin Jiu, who had been chasing ghosts outside all night, returned to the charity cemetery with tired bodies. Of course, the zombie in the black robe was also with them, because when it was almost dawn, Lin Jiu asked the corpse-driving master in the dark if he could stay and help catch some more ghosts, and the corpse-driving Taoist also readily agreed, so the black-robed zombie followed Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun back to the charity cemetery. In the courtyard of the charity cemetery, Wen Kai and Chu Sheng fell asleep against a corner, holding tightly in their hands the cloth bag that Lin Jiu had left in the theater before. The things in this bag were all captured by Lin Jiu in the theater. The souls were told by Chu Sheng and Wen Kai to keep them carefully. Now it seems that Wen Kai also knows that he has caused a big disaster, so he did not dare to leave this cloth bag all night, nor did he dare to go back to the room to sleep. Just when Lin Kaiyun was about to wake up, Wen Kai, hurried footsteps suddenly appeared outside the door. Uncle Jiu, is Uncle Jiu at home? Please help me, my son has been crying since midnight. I found a doctor, and the doctor said that he was possessed by evil spirits. Outside the gate, a man in simple clothes ran in holding a boy of 5 or 6 years old. Lin Jiu was very concerned after seeing this, but he couldn't free his hands now, so he said to Lin Kaiyun, "Kaiyun, take a look for me." Lin Kaiyun nodded after hearing this, and then walked to the side of the man and said, "Don't worry too much, I don't think there's any big problem at first glance. Can I hold the child and see?" After hearing what Lin Kaiyun said, the man handed the child in his arms to Lin Kaiyun without any hesitation. In Ren Jiu town, basically everyone knows the name of Uncle Jiu, but in recent years, Residents around Renjia town have also known that Lin Jiu has a very capable apprentice, and Master Xiaolin is not much different from Uncle Jiu. In addition, Lin Jiu deliberately asked Lin Kaiyun to take him to do something in recent years, which made Lin Kaiyun's reputation around Renjia town more and more famous. So in the eyes of this man, whether it is Uncle Jiu or Master Xiaolin, it is the same. Lin Kaiyun took the little boy from the man's hand, held him in his arms with one hand, and drew a circle with his feet. Then he said to the little boy gently, "Good boy, don't cry. Stand in this circle and stand up straight. Uncle will cure your illness later." The little boy could really understand what Lin Kaiyun said, and stood in the circle very obediently. Lin Kaiyun tapped the little boy's forehead with his right hand, and at the same time, he pinched the magic formula with his left hand, raised his index finger, and slid down along the little boy's brow, eyebrows, and ears. Then he opened the little boy's eyes and looked carefully at the little boy's two yellow pupils. When Lin Kaiyun saw the little boy's pupils, he knew that some ghost must have gotten too close to the boy last night, so he said to the anxious man, "Brother, your child doesn't have any big problems. He must have been contaminated by some unclean things during the ghost festival last night, but it's not a big problem. Go to the land temple on the east side of the town and burn a stick of incense. The land god will appear and help you solve it. Also, go to the river to prepare some offerings to apologize to the ghosts, so that these ghosts will not trouble your child again in the future. Also, make sure to blanch all the meat to remove any blood. If it's a whole chicken, duck, etc., remember to eat the whole thing from head to tail without losing anything." "I see, I've got it all. Thank you, Master Xiaolin." The man nodded repeatedly and remembered every item that Lin Kaiyun had told him. Then he respectfully bowed to Lin Jiu and thanked him. Lin Jiu waved his hand. "It's okay, just do as Kaiyun said." "Got it, Uncle Jiu, I'll go now." The man picked up his son, thanked him and left quickly. After the man left, Chu Sheng and Wenkei still didn't wake up, and continued to sleep against the wall. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiu didn't mean to teach them a lesson. "I also know in my heart that Chu Sheng and Wenkei must have been worried to death last night. I guess they didn't sleep all night and may have just fallen asleep." The black-robed zombie that came back with Lin Kaiyun and Lin Jiu jumped twice in the charity cemetery, found a relatively cool corner and stood inside. After seeing this action, Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun looked at each other. This black-robed zombie must be controlled by a master behind it, and this master's ability is very powerful. The control of this zombie is just like his own body. Lin Kaiyun walked to Lin Jiu's side and asked worriedly, "Master, there are many ghosts haunting us along the way. Should we take action during the day?" On the way back, Lin Kaiyun saw many people's abnormal changes, such as the always harmonious couples began to quarrel, and the food prepared by the family of the restaurant and tavern disappeared. There were also children crying like the man just now. All these signs showed that it was the result of a large number of ghosts escaping last night. Even if the ghosts did not mean to hurt people, some ghosts would play pranks. Of course, even if the ghosts did nothing, it would cause all kinds of problems if people stayed for a long time. Lin Jiu shook his head helplessly and said, "We can't catch it during the day. First, these ghosts hide at dawn, and second, it will cause too much noise. If some people's symptoms have not recovered yet, help them. Okay, but even if the master is under the control of a capable master, I still think it is necessary to put a talisman on this black-robed soldier." Lin Kaiyun nodded, then glanced at the black-robed zombie standing quietly in the yard and whispered to Lin Jiu. In Lin Kaiyun's heart, this black-robed zombie is not the corpse-driving master himself, nor is it a human being, so there is a risk of escaping control. Although doing so may make the corpse-driving master unhappy, there is no way. Who makes this so-called corpse-driving master dare not come out to meet? So for the sake of safety, Lin Kaiyun felt it necessary to do this. Lin Jiu nodded, naturally knowing Lin Kaiyun's concerns. "Okay, but then I'll do it." Chapter 280 Don't blame me, it's all the ghost's fault. Lin Jiu walked up to the black-robed zombie and said, "My fellow corpse driver, it's already daybreak. It's really inconvenient to let this zombie show up, and the sun will also cause damage to this zombie. So please cooperate with me and let this black-robed zombie enter the morgue." The black-robed zombie nodded, obviously under control. The corpse driver agreed with Lin Jiu's approach, so he controlled the zombie to jump directly into the morgue. Lin Jiu followed a black-robed zombie into the morgue, then took out a corpse-suppressing talisman from his arms and said to the zombie, "My fellow corpse driver, this is the Maotian's Henshi talisman. It's already daybreak, I suggest you stick one on this zombie, this way it will be safer, and secondly, you don't have to bother controlling this zombie anymore." Lin Jiu did not choose to stick the talisman directly, but first communicated with a corpse-driving master hiding behind him. As a result, the corpse-driving expert hiding in the dark was very cooperative. The black-robed zombie nodded directly and agreed to let Lin Jiu put on the corpse-suppressing talisman. Seeing the black-robed zombie nod, Lin Jiu was relieved. He had made up his mind just now. If the corpse-driving expert behind him disagreed, then Lin Jiu would insist on putting on the corpse-suppressing talisman. After all, except for the people of the corpse-driving lineage, the rest of the people would not be completely at ease with a controlled zombie. During the time when Lin Jiu was in the morgue, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai in the yard were also called up by Lin Kaiyun. Although Wen Kai regretted that he was bewitched by a ghost, given his personality, he was not heartbroken. Instead, he moved closer to Lin Kaiyun and asked in a low voice, "Brother, was the beautiful girl named Xiaoli from yesterday also a ghost? Have you seen her? It seemed that she disappeared when the ghost fell down last night." Seeing that Wen Kai was still extremely bold and still thinking about a female ghost Xiaoli, Lin Jiu had an idea to play a trick on Wen Kai. He nodded his chin towards the morgue and said, "Oh, I saw it. Xiaoli came back with us last night. She is in the morgue." After hearing what Lin Kaiyun said, Wen Kai looked at the morgue with great anticipation, as if he wanted to go in and take a look. However, Qiu Sheng did not react at this time. Lin Kaiyun wanted to tease Wen Kai and reminded him, "Qiu Sheng, I just woke up and saw the master leading a person in a black robe into the morgue. I don't think it should be the female ghost from last night." Wen Kai nodded after hearing Qiu Sheng's words and said, "The person in the black robe? That shouldn't be Xiaoli. She is obviously not allowed to be seen in public." Although Wen Kai was so young, he couldn't control his curiosity. After Lin Jiu came out of the morgue, he carefully slipped in with Qiu Sheng. Wen Kai was very brave. As soon as he entered the room, he walked directly to the black-robed zombie, lifted the robe, and saw the zombie's face with a yellow talisman pasted on it. Qiu Sheng, who was behind him, also saw the zombie's face, so he said, "Hey," I said, "how could a normal person wear a black robe? It turns out to be a zombie." Wen Kai stood in front of the black-robed zombie and looked at it, then said in surprise, "Why does this zombie look familiar? Oh, I remember, this is the master I saw before." After Wen Kai's reminder, Qiu Sheng also remembered it, came over and said, "Well, now that you mention it, it really looks like it. It turns out that the one who killed the harmful zombie that day was also a zombie. I didn't see it from a distance before, and I thought it was some master." Then, Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng circled around the black-robed zombie twice, muttering to themselves, "Why does this zombie have a talisman on it? Was it caught by the master, really? I didn't expect this zombie to be so powerful and was also caught by the master. It seems that our master is still very powerful. Indeed, our master is still very powerful. Oh, when can I be as capable as the master? Come on, you are just imagining things like master. If I were you, it would be enough for us to have the strength of the senior brother." Just when the two were imagining the future, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "You two want to run away as soon as you train, and you still want to catch up with caring." This voice was none other than Lin Jiu. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai were shocked when they heard Lin Jiu's voice. Lin Jiu directly stopped Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, who were about to escape, grabbed their ears tightly with both hands, and shouted in a serious voice, "You two come out with me." Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai knew that they would be punished again when they saw Lin Jiu's tone, so they begged for mercy. "Master, we just thought that this black-robed zombie was strange, and we just looked at it and didn't take off the talisman on the forehead." "Yes, Master, we didn't get into trouble." The two begged Lin Jiu for mercy, but it was obviously ineffective. Lin Jiu looked at Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai with a cold face, then stopped his gaze on Wen Kai and glared at him fiercely. "Wen Kai, you have the nerve to say that you didn't make any mistakes? I asked Kaiyun to call you, but you didn't cooperate at all, and even knocked down the ghost messenger, allowing thousands of ghosts to escape." Wen Kai felt guilty and lost confidence when he heard Lin Jiu's words. He glanced at Lin Jiu, who didn't dare to look directly at him, and muttered in a low voice, "Master, you can't blame me. It's all the fault of that female ghost. She bewitched me." Lin Jiu obviously didn't believe what Wen Kai said. He raised his eyebrows and sneered, "Really? Why did Kaiyun tell me that you were very willing to help that female ghost? Wen Kai panicked when he heard what his master Lin Jiu said, and waved his hands quickly. No, master, don't listen to what senior brother says. I really was bewitched by the female ghost. At this time, Chu Sheng on the side looked at Wen Kai with gloating. Anyway, it wasn't him who let these ghosts go. However, Chu Sheng interrupted and asked, Master, have you caught all those ghosts? Lin Jiu snorted coldly. Caught? How is that possible? There are thousands of ghosts. Even if your senior brother and I work ourselves to death, we can't catch all of them overnight. Then what should we do? Chu Sheng asked. I have already notified your uncles and aunts. They should be here soon. When the time comes, we Maotian people will work together and should be able to catch almost all of these ghosts. Lin Jiu glanced at Chu Sheng and Wen Kai and continued, in addition, when your uncles and aunts arrive, you must be honest and don't talk nonsense or do anything stupid. If you really embarrass me, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 281 Golden Armored Corpse. After scolding Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, Lin Jiu also glanced at the black-robed zombie behind him and did not say anything until he walked into the hall and asked Wen Kai and Chu Sheng to kneel down. Lin Jiu opened his mouth and asked, Wen Kai, is the so-called master you met last time this zombie? Wen Kai knelt on the mat, scratched his head, and said uncertainly, I think so. I was standing quite far away at the time, and it was too dark at night so I couldn't see clearly. But I think the figure is very similar, and he was wearing a black robe at the time. Chu Sheng, who was kneeling next to Wen Kai, also interrupted and said, Master, I can see that Wen Kai didn't see clearly, otherwise how could he mistake a zombie for a human? Lin Jiu paused for a while, thought in his mind for a few minutes, and then said to Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, whether it is or not, don't wander around the morgue anymore. There should be an extremely powerful corpse-driving master behind that zombie. If you anger him, he will not show mercy like master. At this time, Lin Kaiyun also came back and saw Chu Sheng and Wen Kai kneeling on the mat. Lin Kaiyun couldn't help but smile. When Wen Kai saw Lin Kaiyun come in, his eyes rolled twice, then he winked at Lin Kaiyun and said in a low voice, Big brother, please plead for me quickly. Tell master that I was indeed bewitched by that female ghost at that time, and it was not intentional. Lin Kaiyun naturally heard Wen Kai's voice and nodded to him. Just when Wen Kai thought that Lin Kaiyun was going to say something good for him, he suddenly heard Lin Kaiyun say, Master, Wen Kai was indeed bewitched by the female ghost at that time. She kept telling me that the female ghost was very beautiful and that she was interested in him. When Wen Kai heard Lin Kaiyun's plea, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This was not a plea at all. It was clearly making things worse. Wen Kai quickly said to Lin Jiu, Hey, master, don't listen to what the senior brother said, he was just kidding you. Lin Jiu snorted coldly, his face was not very good. Huh? How could I not know what you look like? Hurry up and kneel down. Seeing that Lin Jiu seemed really angry, Lin Kaiyun stopped joking, and directly picked up a cup of tea from the table next to him and brought it to Lin Jiu, then asked, Master, I just went to the morgue to see the zombie of the black-robed man. It seemed to be a golden armored corpse. When Chu Sheng and Wen Kai heard Lin Kaiyun say that a black-robed zombie was the legendary golden armored corpse, they immediately whispered to each other, Golden armored corpse? The name sounds very powerful. Yes, master, is that black-robed zombie a golden armored corpse? Yes, that zombie should be a golden armored corpse. The defense and strength are extremely amazing. The corpse-driving master who can refine a golden armored corpse should have a reputation in the world. Who is it? Lin Jiu nodded, then touched his beard and fell into deep thought. This corpse-driving master had not shown up, and Lin Jiu was not sure whether he knew him or not. However, the more this corpse-driving master was so secretive, the more Lin Jiu doubted him. When Chu Sheng heard that this black-robed golden armored master was actually being refined, he immediately became interested and asked, Master, is this zombie being refined? That's amazing, Master. Do we have this kind of refining method in Maotian? If we can also refine a few such zombies, it will be much easier in the future. Lin Kaiyun raised his eyebrows after hearing Chu Sheng's question. In fact, he was also very interested in this method of refining zombies. After all, in Lin Kaiyun's view, weapons are innocent, and only those who use weapons can decide good and evil. If he can refine some obedient zombies, it will be much easier no matter what he does in the future, and at least it can provide a lot of combat power. However, Lin Kaiyun also knew that Lin Jiu would never allow such a thing, so even if he was interested, he never asked such a question. Of course, now that Chu Sheng asked a question that interested him, Lin Kaiyun would just wait for Lin Jiu's answer. After hearing Chu Sheng's question, Lin Jiu put down the kung fu tea in his hand and said very seriously, "We in Maotian belong to the sect of catching demons and exorcising ghosts, so it is impossible for us to refine zombies. We even have to get rid of some evil corpse-driving Taoist priests when we see them." After saying this, Lin Jiu was also observing the expressions of the three disciples. Seeing that the three disciples were curious and not greedy, Lin Jiu felt more at ease. Then Lin Jiu continued, "The corpse-driving sect was also a big sect in the world before, but there is a reason why it has fallen into decline. First of all, they violated the law of life and death of heaven and earth, and refined the dead bodies into zombies, and then controlled them. This behavior has damaged their virtue. In addition, the people of the corpse-driving sect often stay with zombies, and basically stay in places where yin energy gathers, so the whole person becomes very strange, with a weird personality, and most of their nerves are abnormal, just like the corpse-driving master who controlled this zombie this time. He has been slow to show up, and may not be good at communicating with people." Wenke scratched his head after Lin Jiu finished speaking, and muttered to himself, "Oh, what a pity. If we in Maotian also know the Taoist art of refining zombies, I will definitely learn it well. When the time comes, I will refine 2 followers. I wonder who dares to bully me." Although Lin Jiu knew that Wenke was just a chatterbox and might not think so in his heart, as a master, he had to correct him in time and not let Wenke have some misguided ideas. So he scolded him coldly, "HMPH, since you want to learn, then I will expel you from the sect, and then you can find that corpse-driving master to learn. How about it?" When Wenke heard that Lin Jiu expelled him from the sect again, he begged for mercy quickly. "No, master, I know I was wrong, I just said it casually." "Okay, Wenke, don't irritate you anymore." Seeing Wenke's cowardly look, Lin Kaiyun was speechless for a while, then looked at Lin Jiu and continued, "Master, I think Wenke and Chu Sheng should also know that they have made mistakes, and they should realize their mistakes now. Why don't we let them go this time? Let them rest early, those uncles and aunts should be here tomorrow." Lin Jiu nodded, then stood up, put his hands behind his back, looked at Chu Sheng and Wenke and said, "Well, okay, you two should hurry up and wash up and get ready for bed. Your uncles and aunts will be here tomorrow, so remember what I said." Chapter 282 arrives one after another. After hearing what Lin Jiu said, Chu Sheng and Wenke felt relieved. They stood up and twisted their waists and rubbed their knees. They had been kneeling here for more than an hour. In addition, Lin Jiu was always beside them, so they did not dare to be lazy. At this time, their waists and backs were already sore from kneeling. "Thank you, master, thank you, senior brother." Chu Sheng and Wenke bowed to Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun and ran out of the door. They were worried about what would happen if Lin Jiu changed his mind later. After they ran out of the door, Chu Sheng grabbed Wenke, put his ear close to his, and whispered, "Wenke, master just said that people who stay with zombies for a long time have bad personalities. Do you think master's mental state is not normal since he stays with zombies all day?" Wenke nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Chu Sheng's words and echoed, "I think so. Not only master, but also senior brother. I see senior brother is weird all day long. I guess he has been with zombies for too long." The two of them thought they had kept their whispers secret, but it didn't escape Lin Kaiyun's ears at all. Lin Kaiyun picked up a feathered duster on the table with his left hand, pushed Yang Wulai with his right hand, and walked to the door. 2 small lightning bolts struck Chu Sheng and Wenke's feet. "You two guys, if I hadn't pleaded for you just now, who knows how long you would have knelt. Now you turn around and frame us, right, senior brother, we were wrong. Run." Chu Sheng and Wenke looked at the dark earth under their feet, and they were so scared that they quickly shrank their necks. Without even turning their heads, they shouted to Lin Kaiyun and ran away separately. After a night of ghost hunting, Lin Kaiyun and Lin Jiu also did not sleep all night. Before the brothers and uncles came, Lin Kaiyun also returned to his room and took a short nap, while Chu Sheng and Wenke probably hid somewhere to sleep. After a few hours, the sun had already run to the top of the sky. At this time, a voice appeared outside the wooden door of the charity cemetery. "Excuse me, is Lin Jiu here?" Wenke, who was lying on a recliner in the yard, heard the knock on the door outside. He got up in a daze and opened the door. "Who is it? What do you want to see my master for?" There was a Taoist priest standing outside the door, wearing an apricot yellow Taoist robe, with a 3-inch white beard on his chin and a Taoist hat, which gave him the feeling of a Taoist master. Behind the old Taoist priest stood 2 young Taoist priests, a man and a woman, wearing the same Taoist robe. Wen Kai didn't need to think too much when he saw this outfit. He knew it must be the uncles and aunts that Master Lin Jiu called to help, so he respectfully invited, "My master is Lin Jiu. He is resting inside. Please come in." Chu Sheng also heard that there were guests coming, and curiously ran to the yard to receive them together with Wen Kai. The 2 of them remembered that Lin Jiu's words yesterday were not only not useless nonsense, but also actively received them. In the minds of Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, as long as they behaved well enough in front of these uncles and aunts, they could give Master Lin Jiu some face, so that Lin Jiu would probably not come after them for the trouble they caused yesterday. Just when Chu Sheng and Wen Kai were serving tea and water to these people, another person came outside the door. But this person's dress was not like the Taoist priest just now, with a sense of immortality, but more like a wandering warrior, with a long spear tied with cloth strips on his back, and his exposed forearms were full of strong muscles. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai looked at each other. Although Lin Jiu was already in Renjia town when they joined the sect, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai had never been to Maoshan. In other words, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai did not recognize all of Lin Jiu's fellow apprentices. But even if they did not know him, the man who came did not look like a Taoist priest from Maoshan. The sturdy man also saw the doubts in Wen Kai and Chu Sheng's eyes, so he took the lead in introducing himself. "Hello, I am from Wangjia's Huang next door. 2 years ago, I was lucky to avoid a disaster with the help of Uncle Jiu. So when I heard that Uncle Jiu needed help, I volunteered to come." When Chu Sheng and Wen Kai heard this introduction, the enthusiasm on their faces disappeared instantly, and they muttered, "It turns out that they are not Master's fellow apprentices. It's a waste of enthusiasm." The man who came to help stood there awkwardly when he heard what Chu Sheng and Wen Kai said. It felt like he came to help on his own initiative, but he was not so welcome. At this time, Lin Kaiyun opened the door and walked out. He walked straight to the gate, bowed to the embarrassed man and said, Thank you. I have heard from my master that there is a hero in Wangjia's Huang next door who uses a spear. I guess it is you, right?" The man didn't know whether he should leave or stay. He was very embarrassed, but Lin Kaiyun, who was walking towards him, resolved it. At the same time, he was embarrassed by the compliment, so he bowed his hands and said in return, No, it's Uncle Jiu who is great, no matter whether it is true or false. No one doesn't like to hear such good words as a sedan chair carrying people. Lin Kaiyun smiled and invited the man in directly. Haha, please come in. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai followed behind him, and didn't think they did anything wrong. After a while, Lin Jiu also came to the courtyard and greeted everyone. During this period, more people kept coming. These people were not all Lin Jiu's fellow apprentices. Many of them were people who had been helped by Lin Jiu, and Lin Jiu treated them all equally. When it was almost dark, a familiar figure came to Lin Kaiyun. It was Lin Jiu's senior brother Shijian. After Shijian arrived, he was not happy with Lin Jiu. At the same time, he scolded Chu Sheng and Wen Kai in front of Lin Jiu, and finally sat in a corner, looking superior and ignoring everyone. Lin Jiu also knew Shijian's temper, and did not have any conflicts or quarrels with Shijian in front of everyone. Lin Jiu called Lin Kaiyun aside and said to him, Kaiyun, go and peel off the talisman on the face of the zombie in the morgue. The zombies controlled by the corpse-driving master are still very powerful and can provide a lot of help. Lin Kaiyun nodded, walked into the morgue, peeled off the talisman on the face of the black-robed zombie, and also said, Fellow corpse-driving Taoist, I have taken off the talisman paper. Please help us tonight. My master has summoned all his brothers and sisters here. We can catch all the escaped ghosts tonight. After Lin Kaiyun finished speaking, the black-robed zombie nodded, which also meant that the corpse-driving master in the dark agreed to help. Chapter 283 Being Disliked. Soon, at night, a group of Taoist priests and people who came to help from all over gathered together. At the same time, Lin Jiu used the formation to hide the smell of these people so that they would not be discovered by ghosts. Unlike this group of Taoist priests with immortal style and the chivalrous men who helped, It was still a zombie wearing a black roe deer. Of course, among this group of people, except Shi Jian, no one asked about it. Everyone just thought that they were helping Lin Jiu. It was probably controlled by the corpse driving master. However, Shi Jian didn't know whether he was looking for trouble or based on the principle of seriousness. He still interrogated again. In the end, if Lin Jiu hadn't insisted, Shi Jian would probably have eliminated this zombie. After all, Lin Kaiyun was just a junior. In front of this group of people who were basically the same age as Lin Jiu, he didn't say too much. Especially Shi Jian, now not only looked at Lin Jiu, but also looked at Lin Kaiyun very unpleasantly. After all, in Shi Jian's heart, it was Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun who stole his limelight last time and made Shi Jian lose face in front of his fellow apprentices. For Shi Jian, who always cares about his image, Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun are simply digging his foundation. However, Shi Jian only finds reasons to scold Lin Jiu or Lin Kaiyun from time to time, and dares not do anything too big. HMPH, if you're like in the movie, I will deal with you. Lin Kaiyun looked at Shi Jian's back and snorted coldly. Now he's also waiting to catch Shi Jian's handle. As long as Shi Jian really does something bad again, Lin Kaiyun will not be polite and settle the accounts together. At night, the streets of Renjia town are empty. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, pushing a cart and carrying a shoulder pole, are shivering in the cold wind on the street. And along with the cold wind, there is a stench. That's right, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, the cart and the shoulder pole are filled with stinky tofu. The two of them were ordered by Lin Jiu to sell stinky tofu, and then attract the attention of ghosts, and take the opportunity to catch all the ghosts in one fell swoop. Stinky tofu, selling stinky tofu. Qiu Sheng put the pole on the ground, opened the cloth on it, and suddenly felt a very stinky smell coming. Qiu Sheng endured the smell, pinched his nose, and started to sell. At the same time, he patted Wen Kai on the shoulder and said, "Wen Kai, don't push it, it's almost done, just sell it here." Wen Kai nodded, stopped the cart, opened the wooden lid on the cart, pinched his nose like Qiu Sheng, and shouted, "Stinky tofu, stinky and fragrant stinky tofu, stinky tofu." After shouting, Wen Kai couldn't stand it anymore, and took out 2 small paper balls from his arms and stuffed them into his nose. As soon as Qiu Sheng saw Wen Kai's look, he pointed at him and stretched out his hand to grab it. "Wow, Wen Kai, you are so disloyal. You secretly prepared the paper ball and didn't tell me." Wen Kai raised his arms and covered his face to avoid being snatched away by Qiu Sheng. "Don't snatch it. I didn't hide it from you. Who knows you don't know it." Just as Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai were fighting for it, a beautiful figure in purple clothes floated over. Although the clothes were changed, Wen Kai still recognized it at a glance. This figure was the female ghost Xiaoli who saw it in the theater at that time. As soon as Wen Kai saw the female ghost Xiaoli, he felt that the stench was not so bad, and asked quickly, "It's you, Xiaoli, where did you go before?" Although Qiu Sheng knew that Xiaoli was also a female ghost, he didn't care. After all, a beautiful figure can always make you happy. The little ghost Xiaoli ignored Wen Kai, but was attracted by the stinky tofu. She leaned over and said, "Wow, is this stinky tofu? It smells so good. Can I eat one?" Wen Kai saw the female ghost Xiaoli was about to reach out for the stinky tofu and stopped her quickly. "No, Xiaoli, you can't eat this. Why can't you eat it? Stinky tofu is not poison, and there are many benefits for ghosts to eat stinky tofu." When the female ghost Xiaoli heard Wen Kai's obstruction, she looked unhappy and asked with a pout. As she was talking, the female ghost Xiaoli suddenly realized something and continued, "Oh, I see. Other people sell stinky tofu during the day and never at night. And the stinky tofu you sell in the middle of the night must be problematic." Seeing that the female ghost Xiaoli had guessed it, Qiu Sheng gave her a thumbs up and praised, "I didn't expect you to be so smart. Yes, there is indeed something wrong with the stinky tofu. To be precise, when the stinky tofu was being made, in addition to soybeans, other beans were added to it. As the saying goes, beans plus beans are specifically for dealing with ghosts. As long as ghosts eat it, they will surely tremble all over and have no strength. By then, they will not be able to resist even if they are caught." Wen Kai also nodded in agreement, scratched his head and said, "Xiaoli, you lied to me before and knocked down the ghost catcher. Now my master said that the underworld is looking for me to settle accounts." The female ghost Xiaoli stuck out her tongue. Wen Kai had indeed been tricked by her into attacking the ghost catcher. She originally thought that Wen Kai was a pervert, but now it seems that Wen Kai is just a bit stupid. However, the ghost Xiaoli did not regret the choice she made before. After all, it was so cool to be able to move freely outside. So Xiaoli quickly changed the subject and asked, "Are you two trying to trick ghosts into eating stinky tofu?" Chu Sheng nodded, "Of course, otherwise how can we catch so many ghosts? So we can only let the ghosts eat stinky tofu first." As a result, as soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, he felt the temperature around him suddenly turned cold, and there was a constant yin energy blowing behind him. Chu Sheng and Wen Kei shrank their necks because of the cold, and subconsciously looked back, and they were almost scared to pee. It turned out that behind Chu Sheng and Wen Kei, a large number of ghosts had gathered since some time. From a distance, it seemed that the whole street was full of ghosts, and the large amount of yin energy seemed to have a physical body, constantly gathering above the heads of these ghosts. When Lin Jiu told Chu Sheng and Wen Kei to use stinky tofu to lure out the ghosts, Chu Sheng and Wen Kei did not feel too scared. After all, since they became Lin Jiu's disciples, they have been exposed to these ghosts and evil things almost every day, and they have long been able to resist them. However, seeing so many ghosts at once still made Chu Sheng and Wen Kei tremble in their hearts. Moreover, I don't know if it was because of the stinky tofu, all the ghosts' eyes were shining, which made Chu Sheng and Wen Kei very scared, and they were afraid that these ghosts would eat them. For a moment, Chu Sheng and Wen Kei also forgot what Lin Jiu had told them to do, and they didn't care about luring the ghosts to eat the stinky tofu. They didn't want to stay for a moment, and turned around and ran. "Help, Master, there are too many ghosts. Help, these ghosts are too scary, they seem to want to eat me." Chu Sheng and Wen Kei shook their arms desperately, asking Lin Kaiyun and Lin Jiu for help. The two of them were really scared now. Lin Jiu, who had been hiding in the dark, said to everyone, "Okay, everyone, get ready." In fact, Lin Kaiyun knew that Lin Jiu asked Chu Sheng and Wen Kei to sell tofu. On the surface, it was to attract ghosts with stinky tofu, but in fact, it was Chu Sheng and Wen Kei who really attracted the ghosts. After all, the amount of stinky tofu was limited. Even if it could deceive the ghosts and let them eat the stinky tofu, it would only make 100 or so ghosts tremble and have no strength. But if Chu Sheng and Wen Kei shouted to escape like they were now, coupled with the poisonous stinky tofu, it would anger the ghosts. And Chu Sheng and Wen Kei would definitely run towards where Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun were, so that they could lead these ghosts into the formation set up by Lin Jiu. However, no matter how good Chu Sheng and Wen Kei were at escaping, how could they escape the pursuit of those ghosts with their 2 feet? Soon, some fast ghosts had already caught up to 1 meter behind Chu Sheng and Wen Kei. "Oh my god, Master, big brother, help me, I don't want to die yet." Although Chu Sheng and Wen Kei had been in trouble before, and even these ghosts were released by Wen Kei, Lin Jiu would not watch Chu Sheng and Wen Kei die. In fact, before Chu Sheng and Wen Kei set out, Lin Kaiyun told Lin Jiu that for safety's sake, he should find a few people to pick up Chu Sheng and Wen Kei. So Lin Kaiyun followed a few people who came to help Lin Jiu and waited for Chu Sheng and Wen Kei to run over on the street of Renjia town. "Chu Sheng, Wen Kei, come to me quickly." Lin Kaiyun jumped out of the bushes and waved to Chu Sheng and Wen Kei. At the same time, a Taoist priest with a fury-like appearance also came out from the opposite corner, holding a whisk in his hand. This old Taoist priest with a fury-like appearance was the one who Wen Kei opened the door to welcome him in before. At the same time, behind this old Taoist priest stood a man and a woman, 2 young Taoist priests. Lin Kaiyun and the old Taoist priest came out together to meet Chu Sheng and Wen Kei. Chu Sheng and Wen Kei looked at each other and did not run in the direction of Lin Kaiyun. Instead, they ran towards the old Taoist priest who looked like a fairy. Chu Sheng and Wen Kei knew Lin Kaiyun's strength, and they did not distrust Lin Kaiyun. However, for the two of them, there were too many ghosts, and they were afraid that Lin Kaiyun could not deal with them. In addition, Chu Sheng and Wen Kei knew that these ghosts would definitely chase them, so in order not to lead these ghosts to Lin Kaiyun, Chu Sheng and Wen Kei decided to run towards the old Taoist priest who looked like a fairy. This old Taoist priest who looked like a fairy was not Lin Jiu's fellow apprentice, but a person who had worked with Lin Jiu before. It was said that he was a Taoist priest of a Taoist temple, and he was also quite famous within a radius of 100 miles of the Taoist temple. However, Lin Kaiyun didn't know what Chu Sheng and Wen Kei were thinking. From Lin Kaiyun's perspective, Chu Sheng and Wen Kei seemed to look down on his strength and believed in the old Taoist priest who looked like an immortal. "Well, you two guys, You still look down on me. Lin Kaiyun looked at Chu Xing and Wen Kai and cursed. The old Taoist priest, who looked like an immortal, also satisfied his vanity when he saw Chu Xing and Wen Kai running towards him. In the eyes of this old Taoist priest, Lin Kaiyun was just a young Taoist priest in his 20s. What strength could he have? It was pure nonsense for brother Lin Jiu to ask him to come out to support him. You two, get behind me quickly. The old Taoist priest swung the whisk in his hand and directly protected Chu Xing and Wen Kai behind him. Then he waved his finger and shouted at the ghost that was chasing him, "Bold ghost, don't be so arrogant." The old Taoist priest swung his whisk up, and the dust flickered with a faint fluorescence, and directly beat a ghost that rushed over to him into ashes. However, before they could be happy for long, those ghosts rushed towards the old Taoist priest like moths to flame. The old Taoist priest's whisk could beat one ghost, two ghosts, and three ghosts, but facing the wave of ghosts, he gradually couldn't resist and was directly knocked down by the ghosts and drowned in the wave of ghosts. This shocked Wen Kai and Chu Xing. To be honest, although they didn't want to lead the ghost to Lin Kaiyun, they also believed that this old Taoist priest who looked like an immortal must be extremely powerful. However, they didn't expect that in just a few minutes, this old Taoist priest who looked like a master was actually killed by the ghost. What should we do? This is really useless. Forget it. Let's run for our lives. The old Taoist priest and the two young Taoist priests behind him were directly killed in the wave of ghosts, and the next ones were Chu Xing and Wen Kai. Even if they wanted to escape now, it might be too late. At this critical moment, Lin Kaiyun shouted loudly. He straightened his waist and used his strength to lift the 7-star dragon abyss sword up from behind. The ghost that had already pounced in front of Chu Xing and Wen Kai was instantly beaten to ashes. Then Lin Kaiyun shook his wrist, and the 7-star dragon abyss sword swept out, and another large number of ghosts died under the sword. "Big brother, help me, big brother." Chu Xing and Wen Kai saw that Lin Kaiyun had saved their lives, and they immediately ran to Lin Kaiyun's back crying. Lin Kaiyun snorted coldly, looking at Chu Xing and Wen Kai with contempt. "HMPH, now you know you need me to save your lives, why didn't you come when I asked you to?" Although Lin Kaiyun was very upset about Chu Xing and Wen Kai not believing in his own strength, these two bastards were his junior brothers after all, and he couldn't just watch them being drowned by ghosts, so Lin Kaiyun still took decisive action. When Chu Xing heard what Lin Kaiyun said, he quickly explained, "Big brother, you misunderstood us, we just saw too many ghosts and didn't want to lead them to you, for your sake." "Oh, really?" Lin Kaiyun raised his eyebrows. Chu Xing immediately raised 3 fingers and swore, Really, how dare I lie to you? If I lie, I will be struck by lightning." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, Starting the Battle. After hearing Chu Xing's explanation, Lin Kaiyun felt relieved. Although Chu Xing and Wen Kai often lied and were good at cheating, Lin Kaiyun didn't care whether what Chu Xing and Wen Kai said was true or not. At least it sounded good. Chu Xing saw that Lin Kaiyun's expression had eased a lot, and he quickly gave Wen Kai a look, then pinched Lin Kaiyun's shoulders in a flattering manner, and said, "Hey, big brother, what we said is really true, okay? Let's go. Those ghosts will not be polite just because you have a good attitude." Lin Kaiyun saw that the ghosts had reacted after the initial fear, and rushed up again, and then pulled Chu Xing and Wen Kai to run towards the back mountain. Lin Jiu and the people who helped were all setting up the formation in the back mountain. After all, they couldn't use it in Renjia town. In addition, fighting with ghosts would make too much noise. If civilians were injured, the crime would be even greater. Lin Kaiyun ran away with Chu Xing and Wen Kai like he was holding a chicken. After all, if they had to rely on their legs, they would have been caught by the ghosts long ago. On the back mountain, Lin Jiu and the people who helped him stood in different positions. Some held umbrellas, some held whips, and they were everywhere, which seemed to be endless. However, because Lin Jiu used some hidden Taoist magic on everyone, the ghosts could not find them. "Master, we can start. The ghosts are all behind us." Lin Kaiyun took 2 steps at a time and quickly ran to the front of the formation, throwing Chu Xing and Wen Kai into it. "Okay, everyone, get ready, start." Lin Jiu stepped on the Gen position, and a ray of light poured out from under his feet. At the same time, the others did the same. The Bagua formation that had been arranged long ago had begun to operate. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai struggled to sit up, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, gasped for breath, and said slowly, "We are finally saved? We are now in the Master's formation and must be safe." Wen Kai smacked his lips and said, "Thanks to you, senior brother. I didn't expect that the guy who looked like an immortal and a master was so useless and was killed by a dozen ghosts." Qiu Sheng also nodded, thinking of the beautiful female disciple behind the old Taoist priest. He looked regretful. Yes, it's a pity for the little Taoist priest behind the old Taoist priest. She is so beautiful, but I didn't expect that she also died at the hands of ghosts, huh? At this time, Shi Jian, who was in the middle of the formation, naturally heard what Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai said, and he was immediately furious. Shi Jian, who originally disliked Lin Kaiyun and Lin Jiu, used his power to pressure them and find excuses to teach Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun a lesson. However, it was not painful. After all, no matter whether it was Lin Jiu or Lin Kaiyun, there was no big problem, so Shi Jian could not find too many opportunities to teach them a lesson. Even though Lin Kaiyun's personality was relatively lazy, his progress in cultivation and realm were simply a genius among geniuses, so Shi Jian could not say too much. However, now Shi Jian had a reason to scold these two stupid disciples of Lin Jiu. So, Shi Jian, with a cold face, shouted at Lin Jiu in a cold voice, "Lin Jiu, you are a stubborn person. You don't even know how you practiced your skills. You actually ignored the dissuasion and accepted these two disciples. Now, you'd better expel these two stupid disciples from the sect, otherwise they will definitely hurt others and yourself in the future. This time, they caused such a big disaster and should have been punished. You bent the law for personal gain and insisted on resisting. It's simply treason." Shi Jian's tone was very fierce, as if he was teaching his disciples a lesson, and he didn't give Lin Jiu any face at all. However, after hearing what Shi Jian said, Lin Jiu was also very upset, but there was no way. Although Shi Jian's words were a bit harsh, they were basically correct, so Lin Jiu could not refute them and could only say helplessly, "Big brother, I know what you said, but these two children, although they are naughty, are not bad in character, and they respect me very much. Besides, Kaiyun's ability is enough to shoulder the burden of the next generation of my Maoshan. Although these two apprentices are not talented, they can still help Kaiyun after training." After hearing what Lin Jiu said, Lin Kaiyun's mouth grinned unconsciously. What does it mean to help him? If Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai really help him, things that can be easily solved will become complicated because of Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai's help. Of course, Lin Kaiyun is very unwilling in his heart, but he will not say it now. Otherwise Shi Jian will find a reason again, and then he will use it as an excuse to scold Lin Jiu. Moreover, in Lin Kaiyun's opinion, Shi Jian's cultivation has improved a bit, and he is much stronger than before. If there is no very necessary reason, Lin Kaiyun does not want to be an enemy of Shi Jian. Although he knows that Shi Jian is not a good person based on the plot of the movie, there is no evidence now. What if Shi Jian in this world is just a little fierce, but there is nothing wrong with him? In Lin Kaiyun's opinion, this is possible. So Lin Kaiyun can't let Shi Jian find any reason and excuse to reprimand them now. What if Shi Jian takes the opportunity to make trouble? At that time, wouldn't Lin Kaiyun and Lin Jiu become unreasonable people? Boom. The innate Bagua formation started, and the sky in the back mountain seemed to be covered with a lid. The spiritual energy around it also gathered, and those ghosts happened to run over. Suddenly, the spiritual energy was like a continuous mountain, covering all the ghosts in it, and they were basically covered in the Bagua formation. After trapping the ghosts, they had to catch them. For a while, everyone in the formation started to move. Lin Jiu threw up the cloth bag, and in an instant, countless ghosts were sucked into the bag. Lin Kaiyun also followed suit, using the same method as Lin Jiu to capture ghosts. The others, under Lin Jiu's instructions, tried not to hurt the ghosts, but Shi Jian was different. His fists flashed with lightning, and he eliminated all the ghosts around him. The young Taoist priest behind Shi Jian also drew out his peach wood sword, and followed Shi Jian to kill the ghosts when he saw them. This man was Shi Jian's apprentice, Shi Shaojian, but Lin Kaiyun knew that this Shi Shaojian was still Shi Jian's illegitimate son, but to the outside world, they had always been called master and apprentice. This time, Shi Xiaojian also came with Lin Jiu, but he was very low-key, basically standing behind Shi Jian obediently, and Shi Jian did not introduce his apprentice, as if he was deliberately concealing it. Chapter 285 Shi Jian, Shi Xiaojian. Before Lin Jiu found out, Lin Kaiyun had already noticed that Shi Jian and Shi Xiaojian behind him were directly killing these ghosts. These ghosts were just huge in number, but their level was still very low, so they could not stop Shi Jian's lightning and thunder fist and Shi Xiaojian's magic-coated peach wood sword. So basically every ghost hit by Shi Jian and Shi Xiaojian would be instantly wiped out. After seeing this scene, Lin Kaiyun's expression was very unhappy, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He didn't know how many times he cursed Shi Jian in his heart. After all, this was a means of cutting off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. Why do you say that? Because Lin Kaiyun knew very well that these ghosts were let go because Wen Kai missed, which was a huge mistake. If you want to offset Wen Kai's sins, Lin Jiu must first catch all these ghosts, and then use these ghosts in Lin Jiu's face to have a good talk with a ghost messenger and try to offset Wen Kai's sins. But if the number of ghosts caught by Lin Jiu is too different from the number of ghosts that escaped, then even if the ghost messenger is willing to sell Lin Jiu, this face may not be accepted by the underworld. So in Lin Kaiyun's view, Shi Jian and Shi Xiaojian's behavior at this time is tantamount to wanting to kill ghosts and make Lin Jiu fail to deliver the task. While Lin Kaiyun was watching, Shi Jian's hands drew lightning and killed several ghosts again. Although Lin Kaiyun had been waiting for Shi Jian to show his hand, and tried not to conflict with Shi Jian before, Lin Kaiyun could not bear this scene. Moreover, Lin Kaiyun felt that even if he had a conflict with Shi Jian, he would not be in the wrong, so Lin Kaiyun slid the 7-star dragon abyss sword in his hand upwards, bringing up a gust of wind, directly dissolving Shi Jian's attack, and said at the same time, "Master, these ghosts just sneaked out, there is no need to kill them all." Lin Kaiyun's tone at this time did not mean the slightest respect. Anyway, Shi Jian was going to make Lin Jiu commit a dereliction of duty, so Lin Kaiyun no longer pretended to be friendly. However, Shi Jian was not an easy person to meet. Seeing that Lin Kaiyun actually blocked his gaze, he stared at Lin Kaiyun with murderous intent and shouted coldly, "Boy, how should I deal with it? Is it your turn to say anything, Master? It's not that I don't respect my elders, but these ghosts will eventually be handed over to the underworld, and you directly kill them. This is probably unreasonable. Do you have other calculations?" Lin Kaiyun put the 7-star dragon abyss sword behind him, took a step forward, and did not give in his tone. The face-to-face quarrel between Lin Kaiyun and Shi Jian also attracted the attention of others. At this time, Lin Jiu also tied the ghost-catching cloth bag and walked to the side of Lin Kaiyun. In fact, Lin Jiu had already noticed the moment Shi Jian started to kill the ghost. When he was about to speak to stop him, Lin Kaiyun had already started, so Lin Jiu did not show up at the first time. However, at this time, Lin Jiu could no longer pretend not to know. Although he was hindered by Shi Jian's identity as the senior brother, he was very unhappy at this time, so he said to Shi Jian, "Senior brother, I will eventually return these ghosts to the underworld, and this also concerns Wen Kai's life. Please show mercy, senior brother." Lin Jiu did not hide it, and directly told the whole story to see how Shi Jian would respond. However, he never expected that Shi Jian would be so thick-skinned. He turned a deaf ear to what Lin Jiu said and said nonchalantly, "Does it matter? You only need most of the ghosts to be handed over to the underworld. I'm taking action now just to deal with this matter more quickly. Are you questioning my choice? Are you questioning me as your senior brother?" Shi Jian not only had no regrets, but asked back, and continued to say unforgivingly, "Besides, which year on the Ghost Festival doesn't have some ghosts that disappear into thin air or scatter outside? This is all very normal. The underworld or the ghost messenger will not investigate it. Why are you making a big deal about it today? Are you dissatisfied with me as your senior brother?" Seeing Shi Jian taking the initiative and being aggressive, Lin Jiu smiled bitterly helplessly. He knew that Shi Jian had always disliked him, but he didn't expect that he would be so disregarding right and wrong and target him. Lin Jiu shook his head and smiled bitterly, "Big brother, of course I have no opinion on you, and what you said makes sense. It's true that the ghost catcher didn't tell me to take all the ghosts over, but these ghosts are just ordinary people who entered the underworld after death and who have not committed any crime. If you directly use the lightning thunder fist, These ghosts will never be reincarnated. What's the difference between what you did and harming people's lives? Ha ha ha. After hearing what Lin Jiu said, Shi Jian laughed and said, Lin Jiu hasn't been good for a long time. He even learned to put labels on you, right? These are just ghosts, and you actually said that I killed people. At this time, Shi Shaojian also interrupted and said, Uncle Lin Jiu, what you said is indeed a bit too much. We are doing this to reduce the pressure on the underworld. Although it's a bit radical, it's also a good way. Shi Jian did not react when he saw Shi Shaojian speaking up. Although he wanted to keep a low profile and conceal this illegitimate son, it was not that he could not see anyone. Besides, they were naturally very happy that they were targeting Lin Jiu, whom he hated. Shi Jian laughed wildly and said, Yes, my apprentice is right. Junior brother Lin Jiu, you are so aggressive. Are you trying to make decisions for these lonely ghosts? Big brother, I just want to return these ghosts to the ghost catcher, so I don't want to cause trouble. I won't comment on what you thought before, but please don't hurt these ghosts anymore. Lin Jiu's eyebrows were almost twisted together at this time. He knew that he couldn't communicate with Shi Jian now, but there was no other way. Even if he was aggrieved, he could do nothing about it. Facing the somewhat submissive Lin Jiu, Shi Jian's attitude was still very arrogant. Lin Jiu, don't you think too highly of yourself? First, you secretly instructed your apprentice to question me, and now you come to question me in person? Are you the head of Maoshan now? Besides, you can be your ghosts, and I can kill my ghosts. It won't affect the life and death of your useless apprentice. What qualifications do you have to control me? Chapter 286 A Slap. Shi Jian looked at Lin Jiu very arrogantly, and his words were also very harsh. This kind of deliberate targeting could be seen by anyone with a discerning eye, but after all, it was the matter of Lin Jiu's fellow apprentices, so other people didn't say much. In fact, most of the people who came this time were those who had been helped by Lin Jiu or had feelings for Lin Jiu, like Taoist Simu and Taoist Kaiyun. The real fellow apprentices of Lin Jiu did not come. After Shi Jian finished speaking, he started to attack again. Every electric current flashed on his hands, taking away a ghost. Lin Kaiyun did not speak before Lin Jiu arrived, but just stared at Shi Jian coldly. After all, they were all elders. If he rashly interrupted and expressed any opinions, he would probably be scolded by the world again. However, Lin Kaiyun had expected Shi Jian's unwillingness to cooperate and arrogant attitude, but he didn't have any particularly good way. He couldn't just scold Shi Jian. But Shi Jian now started to kill ghosts again. Lin Kaiyun guessed that his master Lin Jiu was in a very difficult situation. If he didn't stop Shi Jian, then Lin Jiu couldn't watch Shi Jian killing these innocent ghosts. But if he stopped him, Shi Jian would probably take the opportunity to attack him, saying that he didn't respect his fellow disciples and so on. So in order to relieve the worries of his master Lin Jiu, and also for his two useless junior brothers, Lin Kaiyun had to take action now. After all, although Shi Jian kept saying that even if he killed these ghosts, it would not affect his work with the underworld, Lin Kaiyun certainly didn't believe this. With the destructive power of Shi Jian's lightning thunder fist, killing 200 or 300 ghosts in a very short time was not an exaggeration for Lin Kaiyun. It is indeed as mentioned before. If the number of ghosts is not too much, then the ghost messenger should not be too fussy and serious. However, if the number difference is very obvious and reaches more than 10%, then I am afraid that the ghost messenger will not easily agree. Lin Kaiyun moved, and lightning flashed in his palm. After all, it was not time to tear each other apart yet, so Lin Kaiyun did not use the attack method of Yang Wulei, but directly used the elementary palm thunder formula taught by Maoshan to directly block Shi Jian's attack. Lin Kaiyun resisted Shi Jian's hand and shouted directly, Master, my master has already persuaded you kindly, why do you insist on killing these ghosts? Do you really want my master to fail in front of the ghost messenger and my junior brother to be punished by the underworld? Shi Jian was originally looking for trouble, so he was not surprised to be stopped by someone. Shi Jian even expected Lin Jiu to stop him so that he would have an excuse to make things difficult for Lin Jiu again. But Shi Jian never expected that the one who tried to stop him was Lin Jiu's apprentice, the young boy named Lin Kaiyun. Although Shi Jian knew that Lin Jiu's apprentice had a strong cultivation base when he destroyed Nintendo, he did not have a very intuitive feeling. At this moment, Lin Jiu's apprentice actually easily resolved his attack, which surprised Shi Jian a little. However, Shi Jian just thought about it casually. In his opinion, his attack was mainly aimed at ghosts, and he did not use too much mana, so it was not unbelievable to be blocked by Lin Jiu's apprentice. But no matter what, the behavior of Lin Jiu's apprentice Lin Kaiyun was really slapping himself in the face. Lin Jiu could stop him, but a junior actually interrupted his attack directly. This clearly showed that he did not take him, the eldest brother of Meoshan, seriously. If this spread out, Shi Jian's reputation in the world would be ruined. Shi Jian's hand flashed with lightning, and he pushed Lin Kaiyun away angrily, and shouted, "You, a junior, dared to attack me. Do you still respect your teacher?" After Shi Jian pushed Lin Kaiyun away, he did not stop. His whole body made crackling sounds, and in an instant his whole body flashed with lightning, as if he was a thunder god who walked out of the dark clouds, but the aura he revealed was not majestic, but terrifying and ferocious. Shi Shaojin, who had been standing behind Shi Jian, saw Shi Jian's rage, but his face showed excitement, and at the same time, his eyes revealed a fiery look. He shouted with gloating, "Master, this guy has no respect for his elders. Teach him a lesson and let this wild disciple of Meoshan know the rules of Meoshan." After hearing what Shi Shaojin said, Lin Kaiyun's face was solemn and his eyebrows were tightly wrinkled. If he heard it correctly, Shi Shaojin was scolding him as a wild disciple of Meoshan? Originally, Lin Kaiyun didn't pay too much attention to Shi Shaojin, but he didn't expect that Shi Shaojin would jump like this and actually take the initiative to show off. It would be difficult for Lin Kaiyun not to cooperate with him. Lin Kaiyun stepped on the ground, and his whole body seemed to disappear out of thin air. He rushed to Shi Shaojin at a very fast speed. Before Shi Shaojin could react, he raised his hand and slapped him. "Pa!" This sound was unusually crisp. It was extremely pleasant to the ears in this formation at night, as if it suppressed the screams of all ghosts. To make such a crisp sound, Lin Kaiyun naturally used full strength, and Shi Shaojin, who was unable to react in time, was directly slapped away. There was even a line of blood at the corner of his mouth, flying in the air along the direction of Shi Shaojin's rotation. The domineering Shi Jian was actually not ready to kill Lin Kaiyun. The reason why he was full of electricity and made such a big noise was to intimidate Lin Kaiyun and Lin Jiu. But Shi Jian never expected that Lin Kaiyun would not only ignore his threats, but decisively slap his illegitimate son away. If Lin Kaiyun's behavior just now was a slap in Shi Jian's face, then at this moment Lin Kaiyun was insulting him. This made Shi Jian completely murderous. He looked at Lin Kaiyun viciously, and had already decided in his heart that he would make Lin Kaiyun live a miserable life, and at the same time he roared angrily, "You beast who has no respect for your elders, how dare you hit my disciple privately? Do you think I dare not kill you?" Originally, Lin Kaiyun had always been kind to him on the surface, but Shi Jian kept scolding him every word he said, which made Lin Kaiyun unable to suppress his anger any longer. He turned around and sneered, and said, "Shi Jian, I respect you as Uncle Grandmaster because you are the senior brother of my master Lin Jiu, not because you are highly respected. Although I have heard before that you, the eldest disciple of the middle-aged generation of Meoshan, are very arrogant and often call yourself the head of the sect, with no one in your eyes, but after seeing you today, I think this evaluation is wrong. You are not only arrogant, you are simply domineering, and you have no sense of good and evil." Chapter 287 You Are Nothing. Shi Jian was shaking all over at this time. Of course, it was not because of the cold night, but because he was angry with Lin Kaiyun. He pointed his finger at Lin Kaiyun like Parkinson's disease and shouted, "You are so brave, you beast, you." Shi Jian was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly. Although Lin Kaiyun always contradicted him before, Shi Jian didn't expect that this disciple of Lin Jiu would dare to insult him in public. At this moment, Shi Jian's heart was already extremely crazy. There was a raging anger burning in his chest, commonly known as a heart attack. The source of this heart attack was Lin Kaiyun. Shi Jian wanted to kill Lin Kaiyun right now, but he couldn't. After all, he was the eldest disciple of Meoshan, and he wanted to succeed the head of Meoshan in the future. So even if Lin Kaiyun was really treasonous, Shi Jian could only punish Lin Kaiyun according to the rules of Meoshan, and it was impossible to kill him in public. However, Lin Kaiyun didn't care what Shi Jian was thinking. He never considered whether he dared to kill Shi Jian or not. Because in Lin Kaiyun's mind, although Shi Jian was extremely difficult to deal with, he was not afraid. Even if Shi Jian had some trump card and Lin Kaiyun couldn't beat him, he had full confidence that he could run away. So, Lin Kaiyun looked at Shi Jian coldly, with an expression full of disdain on his face, as if he looked down on Shi Jian, and said casually, "Uncle Grandmaster, I think you are too old and have some dementia. Why can't you speak clearly? And I can tell you now, your so-called eldest disciple of the middle-aged generation of Meoshan and the title of the next head are of no use to me, and can't scare me at all. I tell you, I am now a member of the soul-catching department and have an official position in the underworld. And you should know that your great-grandmaster Wu Shifi of the soul-catching department is a life-and-death friendship with me. So in my eyes, if I give you face and call you Uncle Grandmaster, if I don't give you face, you are nothing, you. Shi Jian was already shaking with anger, and at this time, he was insulted, provoked and abused by Lin Kaiyun, and his face turned purple with anger. He was furious. If there were furniture around at this time, Shi Jian would probably have smashed it angrily. In all his years of life, this was the first time that someone pointed at his nose and yelled at him, and it was a junior, and most importantly, it was the apprentice of Lin Jiu, whom he had always disliked. Moreover, Shi Jian was still a little confused at this time, and he didn't know how to refute it. At the same time, Shi Jian didn't know whether what Lin Kaiyun said was true or false. But what Lin Kaiyun said was tantamount to mocking Shi Jian's status, and openly questioning him as the eldest brother of the middle-aged generation of Meoshan. Moreover, Shi Jian had made up his mind tonight that he must teach Lin Kaiyun a lesson, otherwise how could he gain a foothold in Meoshan in the future? This not only affected whether he could succeed as the head of Meoshan, but Lin Kaiyun's move this time also greatly weakened Shi Jian's prestige. If Shi Jian didn't show an attitude, how could he intimidate all the people of Meoshan in the future? At this time, Shi Jian's eyes exuded an extremely sinister look. He stared at Lin Kaiyun intently, and he had already made up his mind that he could not follow the rigid rules. He must eradicate Lin Kaiyun and clean up the door. Not only would he establish his prestige, but he would also make Lin Jiu lose a great helper. Anyway, Shi Jian has always believed that Lin Jiu is his biggest opponent in whether he can be elected as the head of Meoshan next, because Lin Jiu's cultivation level is not low, and he has a good reputation among the middle-aged generation of brothers and sisters. Since getting rid of Lin Kaiyun can establish prestige and eradicate Lin Jiu's power, this is a surprise that kills two birds with one stone for Shi Jian. So Shi Jian no longer hesitated, and his aura increased crazily. At the same time, the lightning on his body exuded a tyrannical aura. This was not a simple deterrence, but a real killing intent. Boy, you have no respect for your elders and wantonly slander me. Today I will let you know the price of such arrogance. Shi Jian almost gritted his teeth and squeezed out such a sentence. The lightning in his body was beating more actively, and the mana in his body seemed to be free of charge. It kept surging and connected with the lightning on the surface of his body to form a continuous source, constantly providing energy. Lin Kaiyun frowned slightly at this time. Shi Jian seemed to have killed him. The killing intention was very obvious, but Lin Kaiyun did not have any fear. Anyway, he had been waiting for this situation since he tore his face and cursed at Shi Jian. Although Lin Kaiyun had always wanted to catch Shi Jian and practice evil magic or some other favorable handles before, it was the same now. When Shi Jian chose to kill the ghost like in the movie, Lin Kaiyun was basically sure that Shi Jian might also do those things like killing people and refining evil magic like in the movie, so Lin Kaiyun planned to get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. If we can take advantage of this opportunity tonight and find evidence of Shi Jian's killing of innocent people, it will be the same. However, the others in the formation were very surprised to see Shi Jian like this. They may come from different places, but they have one thing in common, that is, they have been in the martial arts world for many years. So when they saw Shi Jian's behavior, they knew that Shi Jian was angry and wanted to kill Lin Jiu's apprentice. Lin Jiu was the same. His eyebrows were twisted into shape. Lin Jiu hurriedly shouted at Shi Jian, "Big brother, what do you mean by this? Do you really not care about the relationship between the master and the sect?" Lin Jiu stood directly in front of Lin Kaiyun. Although Shi Jian was his big brother, Lin Jiu would never let Shi Jian touch Lin Kaiyun. At the same time, Lin Jiu also knew that Shi Jian was like a mad dog. He was definitely not pretending now, but really wanted to do it. "Master Shi Jian, you and Uncle Jiu are both the backbone of Meoshan, why do you have to make such a fuss? Moreover, Even if Uncle Jiu's apprentice has made some mistakes, as an elder, you don't have to get so angry. If you fight like this, it will be bad for your reputation in the future. At this time, a Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe of a different color from Shijian and Lin Jiu also stood up to persuade Shijian. However, Shijian was surprised at the moment. He was so angry that he couldn't listen to the advice. Moreover, this Taoist priest also had an old relationship with Lin Jiu, so he came to help. In addition, these words were somewhat ambiguous when they reached Shijian's ears, and he felt that this Taoist priest was threatening and warning him. This made Shijian even more angry, thinking that Lin Jiu wanted to use his reputation as a righteous man to throw dirty water on him. In Shijian's mind, all these things today were Lin Jiu's fault, but in the end it became his fault. Chapter 288. How could this happen? Whether it was Lin Jiu or the others in the formation, they all tried to persuade Shijian, but the more they persuaded, the angrier Shijian became. Instead of extinguishing the lightning on his body, he continued to blow it, making it jump more violently. At the same time, his face became even gloomier, as if blood could drip out. "Little beast, go to hell," Shijian roared, and the lightning on his body ran wildly as if out of control, accompanied by the sound of electricity that resounded through the world, as if it was going to split the entire sky. The ghosts in the formation were all stunned by Shijian's mighty sound, and some of the weaker ghosts were even directly wiped out. Seeing that Shijian was determined to do so and even decisively took action, Lin Jiu's face was solemn. He took out the Bagua mirror directly and wanted to stop Shijian. "Shijian, since you are determined to do so, don't blame me for not thinking about the friendship between the master and the sect and asking you for advice." At this time, Lin Kaiyun stepped forward and patted Lin Jiu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Master, don't worry, leave it to me here. Take this opportunity to catch all those ghosts." Shijian had not yet launched a complete attack, but the violent lightning had already shocked most of the ghosts and made it difficult to move, so now was a good opportunity to capture ghosts. Lin Kaiyun did not wait for Lin Jiu to react, and shouted directly to the others in the formation, "Dear elders, now these ghosts are suppressed, it is a good opportunity to capture them. Hurry up and do it, it can save a lot of effort." After speaking, Lin Kaiyun smiled at Lin Jiu and nodded affirmatively. Seeing Lin Kaiyun so calm, Lin Jiu also knew Lin Kaiyun's character and would never do anything without confidence, so Lin Jiu nodded and agreed with Lin Kaiyun's opinion. "Okay, but be careful and don't get hurt. If you can't hold on, just run away. Don't worry about me. Shijian won't do anything to me, don't worry, master, don't you know me yet?" Lin Kaiyun saw Lin Jiu's concerned look, and his heart warmed and he said with a smile. Seeing this, Lin Jiu didn't say much, turned around and picked up the cloth bag and started to catch ghosts. The others had seen Shijian and Lin Jiu's apprentice in conflict, and they all persuaded them. For a while, they had no time to catch these ghosts, but after hearing Lin Kaiyun's words and Lin Jiu's actions, they all started to move, showing their magical powers to capture those ghosts that had lost their ability to move. Shijian, who rushed over to Ziyang Lin Kaiyun, almost burst into anger at this time. He saw all of Lin Kaiyun's actions. This kid not only didn't look afraid, but also told others to take the opportunity to catch ghosts with a righteous look. This further highlights that Shijian does not care about the overall situation. "Little beast, you always go against me, I must kill you today." Shijian has cursed Lin Kaiyun countless times in his heart. He seemed to have walked out of thunder, and turned into a giant with lightning all over his body. He rushed directly in front of Lin Kaiyun, opened his palm like Thor's hammer, and smashed it down at the center of Lin Kaiyun's eyebrows. Facing Shijian's fierce attack, Lin Kaiyun was very calm, and the smile on his face seemed to be stimulating Shijian. Not only that, Lin Kaiyun not only did not have any fear, but he even turned his head before the attack came and said to Chu Sheng and Wang Kai, "You two guys, don't just stand there, why don't you help the master catch ghosts?" Puff. Lin Kaiyun's almost insulting behavior almost made Shijian spit out a mouthful of blood. Shijian gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Right, little beast, when you go to the underworld, remember to say that it was me, Shijian, who killed you." Shijian's palm was only 2 inches away from Lin Kaiyun's face. The violent lightning that jumped even bounced Lin Kaiyun's hair. At this critical moment, Lin Kaiyun turned his head and smiled at Shijian, revealing his bright teeth, which shivered flashed brightly under the illumination of the lightning. "Master, you have the intention to kill me, but you don't even use your lightning thunder fist. Do you think you can kill me with this most basic thunder method? Besides, lightning is also my favorite trick." Lin Kaiyun laughed and mocked Shi Jian, and at the same time slowly raised his hands. A more crazy lightning arc emerged in the center of his palm. At first glance, it looked like a disc on the horizon, which was purer than the lightning jumping on Shi Jian's body. The two lightnings seemed to be competing for glory, and they started the competition only by the light. The brilliant light that intertwined and overlapped each other illuminated the entire formation, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Shi Jian was a little surprised to see that Lin Kaiyun actually mastered such a pure thunder method, but he would not stop the attack in his hand. The palm flashing with thunder had already slapped on Lin Kaiyun's forehead. However, Lin Kaiyun did not dodge or avoid, and let Shi Jian's attack fall. Shi Jian was a cautious person, and he felt very puzzled about Lin Kaiyun's performance. Of course, the most important thing was that Shi Jian felt a little uneasy at this time. For some people who practice Taoism, it is almost a compulsory course to avoid danger and seek good fortune, especially for those who are more advanced in Taoism. The more obvious this feeling is. Some ordinary people are born with this feeling, which is commonly known as the sixth sense, but ordinary people don't care too much, they just think they are daydreaming, but Shi Jian doesn't think so. So Shi Jian thought that this must be Lin Kaiyun's counterattack, which could cause some damage to him, so he had some uneasy warnings in his heart, and Shi Jian judged that the direction of the attack was his abdomen. Then, while Shi Jian did not stop his attack, his other hand also drew a lightning to block his abdomen, but Shi Jian immediately found that his judgment might be wrong. Lin Kaiyun's hands flashing with pure lightning did not move. But the lightning in the palms of Lin Kaiyun's hands turned into a ball, which kept rotating and constantly absorbing the lightning jumping on Shi Jian's body. How could this happen? Shi Jian felt that the energy in Lin Kaiyun's hands was actually absorbing his lightning, and he was very surprised. Now he had exerted his attack to the extreme and could not stop rashly. If he stopped forcibly, he would be backlashed. This put Shi Jian in a dilemma. If he continued to attack, his lightning would be swallowed and absorbed by Lin Jiu, his damned disciple. If he stopped forcibly, he would be attacked and injured. It was really a dilemma. Chapter 289 Playing You. Shi Jian's palm of thunder was just above Lin Kaiyun's brow, but the power of thunder and lightning on this palm was resisted by the thunder and lightning emerging from Lin Kaiyun's brow. At the same time, the thunder and lightning between Lin Kaiyun's hands continued to devour Shi Jian, and the lightning around his body, which put Shi Jian in a dilemma. If he continued to attack, the attack would still be ineffective and he would still face being devoured, but if he stopped the attack forcibly, he would be backfired. At this moment, Lin Kaiyun stood there with a calm face, motionless, and at the same time, his grinning mouth smiled even more brilliantly, and his white teeth looked even brighter under the illumination of thunder and lightning on both sides. And this light seemed to be mocking him in Shi Jian's eyes, but Shi Jian was also very bitter at this time. If it was just because of Lin Kaiyun's strange devouring power that made Shi Jian complain in his heart, then there was another point that made Shi Jian's heart turn upside down. Because of this contact with Shi Jian, he actually found that this beastly apprentice of Lin Jiu had a very strong cultivation base, which made Shi Jian feel that he was not inferior to himself. Of course, Shi Jian was arrogant, and he would not think that Lin Kaiyun's cultivation base would be similar to his. In Shi Jian's heart, he felt that Lin Kaiyun must have used some special method to improve his combat power to this level. In fact, Shi Jian's analysis was correct. Lin Kaiyun really used a special method at this time to improve his mana and cultivation base by a large margin. After all, Lin Kaiyun knew that his master Shi Jian, although he was a bastard, was still very strong. Lin Kaiyun knew that if he really fought against Shi Jian, he might not be his opponent. So when Shi Jian showed his killing intention, Lin Kaiyun had already awakened his great immortal, Uncle Shen, in his heart and gave him some power, just like the last time he fought against a mysterious black dragon. It can be said without any modesty that Lin Kaiyun's realm and cultivation are indeed higher than Shi Jian's. It is precisely because of this that Shi Jian's attack did not work, and he was caught in a dilemma. After all the skills and techniques are based on realm cultivation. If the realm is not enough, then it is just a fancy flower. And now Shi Jian and Lin Kaiyun are frozen in place. Shi Jian's palm has long been withdrawn from the center of Lin Kaiyun's eyebrows. After all, he can't pat it down. If his palm continues to stay in front of Lin Kaiyun, it will only make him look more stupid, and make outsiders think that he can't do anything to this junior apprentice of Lin Jiu. Although this is the fact, Shi Jian is indeed helpless against Lin Kaiyun, but the inside doesn't matter. Shi Jian still wants to save face. However, as Shi Jian moved forward and Lin Kaiyun swallowed, the power of thunder and lightning was also reduced. After all, Lin Kaiyun's current realm was brought to him by the horse-riding fairy, not his own, and he could not use it skillfully. At the same time, the gravity of this thunder method was also figured out not long ago. In short, Lin Kaiyun could only reduce Shi Jian's power, but could not turn this power into his own use. However, this was also an unintentional act. After all, although Shi Jian had a murderous intention towards him, Lin Kaiyun was not ready to kill Shi Jian here. After all, there was no sufficient evidence to prove that Shi Jian had entered the evil way. If Lin Kaiyun really used various trump cards to kill Shi Jian at this time, and did not find evidence that Shi Jian had entered the evil way afterwards, he would not care and could just pat his butt and run away. But Lin Jiu, Chu Sheng and Wang Ke would be miserable. Not only would they be investigated and held accountable by Maotian, but they would also bear the infamy of killing their senior brother. That was something Lin Kaiyun did not want to see. After all, Lin Kaiyun was quite satisfied with his current life, which was quite stable and full of many uncertain adventures. Gradually, the lightning on Lin Kaiyun and Shi Jian's bodies was decreasing, and the flickering light also dimmed. The surroundings were no longer shrouded by lightning, and the Bagua aura in the Bagua formation also regained control of the formation. Lin Kaiyun, who was getting to know Shi Jian, was thinking at this time. Although Lin Kaiyun did not want to kill Shi Jian now, he did not want to end it like this. In fact, Shi Jian had no choice but to lose face. Lin Kaiyun wanted more, and it would be best if Shi Jian could lose his reputation while losing face. Although Shi Jian now has a reputation for killing innocent ghosts and bullying a younger generation, these can only make Shi Jian feel uncomfortable, but they are actually useless and painless. Is there any way to throw dirty water on Shi Jian again? Lin Kaiyun's brain turned frantically, thinking of various ways. In fact, Lin Kaiyun had no way to move at this time. He was able to make Shi Jian's attack ineffective and unable to withdraw, but it was not without cost. Just like Shi Jian's current situation, Lin Kaiyun had no way to stop his thunder method immediately. It was like two masters competing in internal strength. No one dared to relax easily. After all, if they did, they would face backlash and a head-on attack from the opponent. However, Lin Kaiyun thought of a good way at this time. He shouted loudly and burst his magic power to the extreme, while desperately urging his devouring power. In an instant, Lin Kaiyun seemed to die together, and he devoured the lightning on Shi Jian's body crazily, completely ignoring any side effects. Shi Jian also felt this change in Lin Kaiyun, and was instantly shocked. He said with some trembling, "Little beast, are you going to die? Do you want to die with me here?" Shi Jian was even ready to forcibly stop his thunder method. Even if there was a backlash, it was better than being affected by Lin Kaiyun's desperate way. At this moment, Lin Kaiyun suddenly stopped his devouring power, then kicked his feet and leaned back. With his power, Lin Kaiyun fell directly to the ground. Then, Lin Kaiyun covered his chest, struggled to raise his head, raised his arms weakly, pointed at Shi Jian tremblingly, and cursed, "Shi Jian, you are an elder, but you are so cruel and used unknown evil magic." That's right, this situation was deliberately created by Lin Kaiyun. He wanted to deliberately make it look like he was injured by Shi Jian's sneak attack. For this reason, Lin Kaiyun did not hesitate to stop his devouring power, and while Shi Jian could not guess Lin Kaiyun's purpose, he jumped out to distance himself from Shi Jian to avoid being attacked by Shi Jian again. But Lin Kaiyun did suffer some injuries, otherwise he would not have acted so realistically. Chapter 290. It's time to hand in. And all the people, including Lin Jiu, after hearing Lin Kaiyun's words, especially the last sentence, seemed to be righteous, but they always felt that something was wrong. Especially some people who are very good at socializing and smooth. At this time, they also roughly understood in their hearts that this apprentice of Uncle Jiu wanted to take advantage of the injury to ruin Shi Jian's reputation. However, even if Lin Kaiyun is now openly framing Shi Jian, the reality is here. Even if there are some more upright people who want to uphold justice, They can't find fault with Lin Kaiyun. So some people who are still upright glanced at Shi Jian, only to see Shi Jian, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at Lin Kaiyun fiercely, as if he wanted to crush Lin Kaiyun to ashes. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a little sorry for Shi Jian. Of course, more people still felt that Shi Jian had brought this upon himself. If he hadn't done those things of bullying the weak and killing ghosts indiscriminately, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation and been tricked by the junior Lin Kaiyun. Master, this master uncle is too much? He beat up the senior brother like this. That's right, master, we can't just let it go. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai didn't think there was anything wrong with Lin Kaiyun. Instead, they talked to Lin Jiu. They were very disgusted with Shi Jian, the master uncle. Shi Jian had found all kinds of reasons to scold them before, and now he actually beat Lin Kaiyun in front of everyone. This made Chu Sheng and Wen Kai feel extremely angry, and they all hoped that Master Lin Jiu would make a statement. Lin Jiu also reacted from his previous worries. When Lin Kaiyun was just injured, Lin Jiu was too concerned and didn't think too much, but now Lin Jiu also knew the general situation. Lin Kaiyun's face was pale at this time, without any blood color, but when Lin Jiu felt his pulse just now, he felt that Lin Kaiyun's blood and ki were not affected too much. Although he was injured, it was definitely not as serious as Lin Kaiyun showed. So now Lin Jiu also knows that his eldest disciple is pretending to be so serious, and Chu Sheng and Wen Kai have been whispering in his ears, wanting to teach Shi Jian a lesson. Lin Jiu doesn't know whether these two stupid disciples really want to avenge Lin Kaiyun, or just want to vent their anger. But no matter what, Shi Jian did bully Lin Kaiyun, which made Lin Jiu very angry. To be honest, Shi Jian did not take him seriously. You know, although Lin Jiu always puts the overall situation first, he is also a face-saving person in his bones. When Shi Jian saw Lin Jiu looking at him angrily, he didn't care about anything else and started to explain. Lin Jiu, you really taught a good apprentice. His skills are not inferior to mine, and he also has a move that can swallow my lightning. At the same time, he can lie and frame me without changing his face. How did you accept such a despicable villain as your disciple? Shi Jian was indeed a little worried that Lin Jiu would use this as a handle and desperately throw dirty water on him. So Shi Jian didn't care whether anyone believed his words, but he also had to show an attitude, that is, he didn't admit what Lin Kaiyun said. Some things don't care whether they are true or false. 3 people make a tiger. If everyone present today unifies the caliber and says that he, Shi Jian, used evil magic and attacked the juniors, then even if it is false, it will become true. So Shi Jian has to bite to death now. Even if it is shameless to confront a junior, Shi Jian will stick to it to the end. But let alone confronting, even if it was to scold Lin Kaiyun, he thought he was a very good fighter. He said directly to Shi Jian, facts speak louder than words, everyone can see it clearly, and what you said is just specious. If I hadn't been alert just now, I'm afraid that palm of yours would have smashed my forehead. And obviously your cultivation is so high, whether it's teaching me a lesson or having other thoughts, you can easily deal with me, but you use evil magic to trap me in place, and then absorb my magic power and hurt my soul. In my opinion, you are simply in the evil way. Nonsense, it's obviously you who imprisoned me and couldn't move, and at the same time you were absorbing my magic power. Shi Jian denied it. But his words made it difficult for everyone in the formation to believe. After all, Shi Jian's excuse at this time was just a copy of Lin Kaiyun. Besides, no one would believe that Lin Kaiyun, a disciple of Uncle Jiu, a young man, could have the ability to freeze Shi Jian, even devour Shi Jian's magic power. So no one believed the reason given by Shi Jian. And Lin Kaiyun also seized this point, hit him hard, and shouted at Shi Jian, you are a junior whom you always call yourself. Even if you are my master, Lin Jiu probably doesn't have the ability to imprison you there, right? What about me? Do you believe this yourself? Shi Jian was also rebuked by Lin Kaiyun and was speechless for a while. At the same time, he also knew that it would be useless even if he insisted on his words now. In this case, Shi Jian stopped arguing and laughed wildly. Good boy, today Shi Jian, admit it. I didn't expect that Lin Jiu, who always claimed to be honest and reliable, would accept a disciple like you. But even so, do you think you can defeat me? Let me tell you, my status in Maotian and my reputation in the world are not based on my early entry. Even if many people believe what you say, what can they do? Do you think that the elders of Maotian can do anything to me based on your words? Besides, you have found so many reasons to throw dirty water on me, doesn't it just prove one thing? You can't do anything to me. After listening to Shi Jian's words, Lin Kaiyun grinned unconsciously. You know what? Shi Jian's desperate speech really hit the point. Now, whether it was Lin Kaiyun or Lin Jiu, they could only throw dirty water on Shi Jian and did not dare to do anything to him. After all, they were all disciples of the Maotian lineage. Whoever started first was at fault, and whoever was seriously injured was in the right. But even if Lin Kaiyun was indeed injured, at most Shi Jian's reputation would be damaged. It was estimated that those pedantic elders of Maotian would not punish Shi Jian. However, Lin Kaiyun did not want to do anything to Shi Jian, so this situation was enough. After breaking the jar, Shi Jian seemed to have returned to his high-spirited and aggressive posture. He touched his beard, looked at Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun viciously, and said coldly, "You two masters and apprentices have performed a good show, but don't worry, I have remembered what happened today. You know what kind of person I am, Shi Jian. Don't let me find any opportunities in the future, otherwise you will regret it." After Shi Jian finished speaking, he glanced at everyone in the formation and remembered all the people who persuaded him and questioned him before. When everyone saw Shi Jian, they felt very puzzled by the eyes that seemed to be looking at an enemy. Even if there was really a grudge, it was the grudge between Shi Jian and Uncle Jiu, the master and apprentice. They just came to help. What's the point of hating them? And there is no reason at all. Has Shi Jian been sealed? For a while, everyone looked at Lin Jiu with a wry smile. Looking at the speechless eyes of the crowd, Lin Jiu bowed his hands and apologized one by one. In Lin Jiu's heart, he felt very embarrassed. After all, Shi Jian was angry with them because of him and Kaiyun. However, Lin Jiu was very contemptuous of Shi Jian's behavior at this time. Originally, Lin Jiu just felt that Shi Jian was too domineering and mean-spirited. In addition, he actually attacked Lin Kaiyun today, which was simply shameless. However, Lin Jiu never expected that Shi Jian seemed to have really entered the evil path, as Lin Kaiyun said. At this moment, he even threatened to retaliate against everyone. If Shi Jian was not mentally ill, then the only explanation was that Shi Jian had entered the evil path. Lin Jiu sighed, looked at Shi Jian and said earnestly, "Big brother, I know you have always disliked me, but even if it is a personal grudge, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Besides, you were fundamentally at fault in this matter. How can you be so confused about right and wrong now? You are angry at everyone, how can you do such a thing?" Shi Jian was very dissatisfied with Lin Jiu's words, and scolded with a cold face, "Lin Jiu, don't be hypocritical here, you are not worthy of telling me these things, and you are not qualified to preach to me." Seeing that Shi Jian's attitude was so hostile, Lin Jiu gave up persuading him with kind words and said directly to Shi Jian, "I will return to Maotian to explain everything that happened tonight to all the elders. Now all these ghosts have been captured, and I thank you for your help. Now please leave." Shi Jian was also very angry about Lin Jiu's attitude. He stared at Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun fiercely, especially at Lin Kaiyun. He wished he could crush Lin Kaiyun to ashes. If ice could kill, then Lin Kaiyun would have died under Shi Jian's eyes hundreds of times. And the harder Shi Jian stared, the brighter the smile on Lin Kaiyun's mouth. That expression seemed to tell Shi Jian, "Come on, come and hit me." Of course, Shi Jian had suffered a loss once, and he would not be fooled easily this time. At this time, Shi Shaojian saw that the two parties were no longer fighting, and came over with a painful face, covering his neck, and asked painfully, "Master, how are you? Are you okay?" In fact, Lin Kaiyun did not hold back when he slapped Shi Shaojian before. If Lin Kaiyun did not want to fight Shi Jian to the death, he would probably have slapped Shi Shaojian to death. But even so, Shi Shaojian was injured. His neck and bones were twisted and cracked. If Shi Shaojian hadn't had a good foundation, he would have fainted by now. Although Shi Jian was very angry at this time, he was still very concerned about Shi Shaojian, his illegitimate son and apprentice. Shi Jian quickly reached out and held Shi Shaojian's neck, and asked with some concern, "How is it? Can your neck still move? It's not broken, right?" After Shi Shaojian's neck was touched by Shi Jian, he felt a sharp pain. He grinned and said, "Master, it's not broken, but it hurts. My neck can't move, Seeing Shi Xiaojin in such pain, Shi Jian hated Lin Kaiyun even more. First, he beat his illegitimate son and then framed him. Xiaojin, let's go, but a real man can bend and stretch. Shi Jian knew that it would be embarrassing for him to stay here at this moment, so he helped Shi Xiaojin and left. Seeing Shi Jian leave, Lin Jiu turned his head and looked at Lin Kaiyun, and directly helped Lin Kaiyun up, and said with a smile, "You kid made me worry for nothing." Lin Kaiyun smiled and said, "Master, you can rest assured that I will do my job." After Shi Jian left, everyone's expressions were relieved, and Lin Jiu apologized to those who came to help one by one. In the end, in a harmonious atmosphere, none of the ghosts in the Bagua formation could escape. "Okay, the ghosts have been caught, and I'm going to remove the formation." Seeing that there were no ghosts in the Bagua formation, Lin Jiu took out a compass directly, bit his index finger, squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it on the compass. In an instant, the compass rotated out, and several satellites flashed from the gap. At the same time, the 8 points in the Bagua formation also reflected it, flashing light, and finally the spiritual energy gathered above the Bagua formation slowly dissipated, and the surroundings also dimmed, and the cinnabar and rooster blood on the formation eye also disappeared. After the formation disappeared, the others also handed over the captured ghosts to Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu looked at the hundreds of ghosts and said slowly, "Okay, next we have to return these ghosts to the ghost messenger." At this time, Chu Sheng came over and interrupted, "Master, after sending these ghosts to the underworld, Wenke will not be punished, right?" Lin Jiu glanced at Chu Sheng and said, "You wish. In the end, whether Wenke can be let go by the underworld or not, we have to communicate with a ghost messenger in the underworld to know." Wenke originally thought that he had been saved, but after hearing what Lin Jiu said, he instantly became dejected and muttered with a sad face, "Ah! Why do we have to communicate?" Lin Kaiyun kicked Wenke hard and said angrily, "Nonsense, if you don't give the ghost messenger conditions, how can the ghost messenger let you go easily? If it weren't for the master's face, you would have been caught and sent to the 18 levels of hell the moment the ghost messenger was knocked down." After being kicked by Lin Kaiyun, Wenke covered his butt with a grin, "Oh, I get it. I will learn my lesson and never mess with those ghost messengers again." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, Negotiating with a Ghost. Lin Jiu led Lin Kaiyun and the aliens, holding the captured ghosts, and headed towards the charity cemetery in Renjia town. Wenke was surprisingly quiet on the road, but Jiu Sheng, who was standing next to him, blinked and ran to Lin Jiu's side, asking, "Master, are you going to summon a ghost messenger and hand these ghosts over to him?" "Yes, what's wrong? Do you have any objections?" Lin Jiu glanced at Chu Sheng and said unhappily. Hearing Lin Jiu's unpleasant tone, Chu Sheng scratched his head awkwardly, and asked with a silly smile, "Master, what opinion do I have? What I want to ask is that if you are summoning the ghost messenger, why don't you summon it now? Why wait?" Hearing Chu Sheng's speechless question, Lin Kaiyun couldn't help it, rolled his eyes and answered directly, "If you summon a ghost messenger, of course you have to consult and negotiate with a ghost messenger, and the negotiation must be held in our territory, not in this wilderness, and it's not safe either." In fact, such a question was asked when Wenke was just released by the ghost that night. Lin Kaiyun asked whether he should summon the ghost messenger to negotiate, but Lin Jiu told Lin Kaiyun to catch the ghost first, and to make some arrangements in the charity cemetery before starting negotiations. The reason was that the charity cemetery was very safe. As for why, Lin Kaiyun did not ask in detail. Chu Sheng became even more confused after hearing what Lin Kaiyun said, and said with a bewildered look on his face, "What's unsafe about it? Aren't those ghosts all civil servants of the underworld? Can they attack us just because Wenke let the ghost escape?" Lin Jiu heard the conversation between Lin Kaiyun and Chu Sheng, and knew that the two of them might really not understand his thoughts, so he did not hide it and began to explain. The ghost messenger is indeed a civil servant of the underworld, but the underworld has more than one department, and they are respectively established in the money printing department and the soul catching department of the underworld. If this matter involves other forces in the underworld, it will be difficult to resolve. Lin Kaiyun frowned after hearing what Lin Jiu said, and then asked with some confusion, "Other forces? If Master really has other forces in the underworld and wants to use this as an excuse to punish us, then it will be useless even if we return to the charity cemetery." Lin Kaiyun had been to the underworld before and knew that there were the underworld and the 8 departments in the underworld. He had also encountered the so-called underworld in other places before. Lin Kaiyun has not investigated the affairs of the Ming dynasty, but there are some things that Lin Kaiyun is clear about. That is, many people of the Maotian lineage who have done good deeds and are perfect will enter the underworld after death and be appointed to certain official positions. Over time, there will be a Maotian force in the underworld, just like the soul-catching department, Siming department, and Wu Shifai who asked Lin Kaiyun to do things before. But since there is the power of Maotian in the underworld, there will be other forces accordingly, and there are not a few who do not get along with Maotian or have direct grudges, so Lin Jiu must be worried about this, and Lin Kaiyun understands it very well, but what he doesn't understand is that if there are really other examples, what's the point of returning to Yizhuang if they insist on finding fault? While talking, Lin Jiu also walked to the door of a building. He looked up at the charity cemetery with some faded plaques on it, and said in a deep voice, "This charity cemetery is not just a charity cemetery. You know, we have lived here for more than 10 years, and have been promoting the Taoism of our Maotian around Renjia town, subduing demons and monsters, catching ghosts and calming the mind. However, this is only a place for visiting Renjia town, and only the 2 of us are here, and there are similar places to our charity cemetery in other places, such as Uncle Simu's bamboo house and Taoist Kaiyun's post station. Of course, there are other Maotian disciples who are also in various charity cemeteries, corpse driving inns, etc., slaying demons and monsters, and promoting the Taoism of Maotian. Therefore, these places are connected to each other and connected in series to form a communication network under the jurisdiction of Maotian, and this communication network actually represents the luck of my Maotian lineage in some sense. If these strongholds are reduced, then the communication network will be weak, which means that our Maotian has declined, so we have to prepare in advance in the charity cemetery, hang up the portrait of the ancestor, and then use special means to connect with the Maotian luck network, so that the Maotian predecessors who are watching in the underworld can also be aware of it, so the ghost messenger summoned later, no matter whether there are other examples behind it, will not be too much in this charity cemetery. Of course, if we can catch all these souls and return them to the ghost messenger, then even if they have a big force and want to find fault, there is no reason, but now the number of ghosts we have caught is obviously not enough. Except for some hiding in other places, a large part of them have been destroyed by time, so we have to make a foolproof plan before negotiating with a ghost messenger. After Lin Jiu finished speaking, he also smiled bitterly and shook his head, and even sighed twice with some discomfort. In fact, if there is no time to interfere, it would not be so complicated. At this moment, Lin Jiu might be sighing, "Things have become difficult," or he might sigh that time has become so much. After hearing what Lin Jiu said, Lin Kaiyun nodded with some sudden enlightenment. Lin Jiu had never told him this before, and he had also wondered why other sects and ghost-catching families would not let their disciples go back after training like Maotian, but would choose a place to live and then start to kill demons and exorcise monsters based on their own preferences. Regarding Maotian's free-range method, Lin Kaiyun had curiously asked Lin Jiu before, but Lin Jiu had never told Lin Kaiyun, just saying that he would understand it naturally in the future. After a long time, Lin Kaiyun got used to it and felt that this method was also very good and free, so he put this matter behind his mind and never asked again. However, he did not expect that today, because of Wenkei's incident, Lin Kaiyun actually got such an answer and solved the questions that had been lingering in his heart. Of course, the doubt was solved, but Lin Kaiyun still had many unclear points, so he continued to ask, "Master, can this connection of our Maotian really make those ghost messengers afraid?" Lin Jiu said, "In fact, whether we set up an altar to cast a spell or invite the portrait of our ancestors, it is not just to make the underworld afraid, but mainly to facilitate some benefits for the ghost messengers. Kaiyun, you should know that what we value most in Maotian is Yinda, and Yinda is of great use to our cultivation and afterlife. And those of us who settle outside, by slaying demons and promoting Taoism, will gain a certain amount of Yinda for ourselves and Maotian, and these Yinda will actually be transmitted back to Maotian through a kind of intangible, illusory luck, making Maotian's incense more and more prosperous. When encountering some places where yinda is needed, we disciples can also extract some yinda through the method I mentioned. In fact, yinda is something that cannot be seen or touched, and it cannot be given or transferred. In this world, only people in the underworld need yinda, and our disciples of Maotian usually use yinda to offset a kind of mistake. In the process of killing demons and exorcising monsters, they kill innocent people or others. They need to contribute part of yinda to the underworld to offset their sins, and we are negotiating with a ghost today. One is to take the initiative, and the other is to bribe the ghost with some yinda, so that things can be solved better and faster. After hearing what Lin Jiu said, Lin Kaiyun nodded. It turned out that the disciples of Maotian would accumulate yinda in the process of killing demons and exorcising monsters. Just like his own system, he would gain merit points. However, his merit points are not like yinda, which is generally invisible and intangible, but can be truly used, such as using merit points to improve cultivation or draw prizes. However, there is one thing in common, that is, if you accidentally harm innocent people, you need a part of the merit points or yinda to offset it. After understanding everything, Lin Kaiyun did not ask any more questions. As for Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, although Lin Jiu explained a lot, they did not understand even a little bit. Lin Jiu directly opened the door of the charity cemetery and threw all the cloth bags containing ghosts into the yard. Then he said to Lin Kaiyun without delay, "Kaiyun, prepare everything and draw the talisman and set up the altar." In fact, Lin Jiu usually asked Chu Sheng and Wen Kai to do these small things, but this time the matter was of great importance, and Chu Sheng and Wen Kai were a little unreliable. If there was any mistake, it would be bad, so Lin Jiu directly gave it to Lin Kaiyun. "Okay, master," Lin Kaiyun nodded, went into the house to prepare things, and began to set up. Lin Kaiyun also knew that this matter was very urgent, so he acted very quickly and prepared everything in a short time. After preparing these things, Lin Kaiyun walked out of the room directly and looked at Lin Jiu, who was printing the silver bills of the underworld in the yard, and asked, "Master, in addition to the good deeds, are you going to give some money to the ghost messengers of the underworld?" Lin Jiu nodded and said, "Of course, we must be prepared for everything, and money can make the devil work. When the time comes, I will use the dead money commonly used in the underworld to bribe the ghost messengers. If that doesn't work, I will give them some good deeds." Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, who were helping Lin Jiu fold the silver bills of the underworld, also saw the opportunity and flattered Lin Jiu. "Master, you are still experienced and thoughtful." "That's right, master, you are so wise." After hearing what Chu Sheng and Wen Kai said, Lin Jiu glared at them with a look of disappointment, and shouted directly, "You two should hurry up, don't make the mistake in printing." Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, seeing Lin Jiu scolding them, did not dare to take the opportunity to be lazy, and their hands moved faster. Lin Kaiyun also found a step where he could help, so the four masters and apprentices began to work seriously. After a long time, Lin Jiu finally printed the silver bills that he intended to bribe the ghost messenger. Then he stood up, pounded his back, rubbed his temples, and said tiredly, "Okay, these are enough. Now we just need to wait for the ghost messenger to arrive. By the way, you all go back to your rooms and change into some new clothes. We have to meet people decently." Soon the four masters and apprentices changed into brand new clothes. Lin Jiu was fully armed, wearing a new apricot yellow Taoist robe, a Taoist hat, holding a copper coin sword blessed by moonlight, and sitting on a chair in the hall. At the same time, there were bagua mirrors and compasses on the table next to him. Lin Kaiyun took Chu Sheng and Wen Kai and stood straight behind Lin Jiu's chair, very quiet, without making any sound. The charity cemetery, which was always very lively, was now very quiet. This silence and quietness was like a kind of depression, which made Lin Kaiyun feel very uncomfortable, as if he was always used to the bustle and suddenly felt empty. However, Lin Kaiyun also knew that at this moment, it was like the calm before the storm. Whether things would be handled smoothly or not depended on the ghost messengers who came to communicate. So, Lin Kaiyun adjusted his breathing and closed his eyes like Lin Jiu. Not long after, a black void door suddenly appeared in front of the altar that Lin Kaiyun had arranged before. There was a lot of ghost energy in the door. The tightly closed door slowly opened, and there was also a temperature that spread to the charity cemetery along with a ghost cry, which was very low and cold. This also caused a layer of frost to quickly condense on the ground of the charity cemetery, and a total of 6 ghost messengers wearing the same clothes walked out of the door, but their faces seemed to have been wiped with white flour, and it was unclear what their expressions were. At this moment, Lin Jiu suddenly opened his eyes, pointed to the chairs placed on the left and right sides of the hall, and signaled the ghost officials to sit down. The ghost officials, whose expressions could not be seen clearly, stared at Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun and the others behind him, and then sat down on the chairs slowly. Two of the ghost officials directly questioned Lin Jiu in ghost language. "Lin Jiu, you have committed such a crime, and you dare to invite us? Do you know that it won't be long before the underworld will send people to capture you and your disciples?" Lin Kaiyun could understand this ghost talk because he had been to the underworld, and Lin Jiu naturally had no problem. After hearing the ghost officials questioning, Lin Jiu's eyebrows slightly raised, and a hint of displeasure was clearly revealed on his face. He said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Ghost officials? I have been conscientiously catching monsters and exorcising ghosts. But now in the mouths of the ghost officials, it seems that I have committed some huge mistakes? You really embarrass me." Chapter 292 Negotiation also requires skills. Of course, Lin Jiu knew what the ghost messenger meant, but he had to pretend that he didn't know. At the same time, his attitude had to be neither humble nor arrogant. It was also a side reminder that the ghost messengers could say whatever they wanted, but they shouldn't blame others. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Jiu's words and this reaction, the ghost messengers looked at each other and whispered to each other. Then, the two ghost messengers who spoke first said to Lin Jiu, "Lin Jiu, let's be frank, because you caused hundreds of ghosts to escape on the day of this Fenghou festival. Do you know how big a sin this is? Do you know what kind of consequences you will face? If these ghosts really have something big, can you bear the responsibility?" Lin Kaiyun saw the ghost messenger's appearance and Lin Jiu's previous reaction, and then looked at the lively scene with interest. In fact, sometimes negotiations are like this. Both parties pretend to be confused. At the beginning, they say some tough words to each other, but they don't say anything final, in order to be able to seize the initiative in the next negotiation. Lin Jiu was still the same. He sat on the chair with a very natural expression, looking calm. He slowly said, "Indeed, if you want to talk about this matter, then I do have some responsibility. But since you have accepted my invitation and come here today, you should know all the details. And I think you all look familiar. I guess those four are the ghost messengers who watched the ghosts in the theater on the day of the ghost festival." While speaking, Lin Jiu glanced at the four ghost messengers sitting at the end. They were the four ghost messengers who had been sitting on the chairs without saying anything. Sure enough, after hearing what Lin Jiu said, the four ghost messengers shook their bodies, obviously not calm. Lin Jiu smiled and continued, "This ghost is indeed my apprentice. Wen Kai was accidentally deceived by the ghost, which led to the ghost's escape. If you insist on saying that I, Lin Fenghou, am guilty, I have the responsibility, but I am at most one person who failed to keep an eye on my apprentice. However, my apprentice has not even reached the entry level of Taoism. And the ghost who was guarding the ghost was knocked down by such a stupid apprentice of mine. To be honest, I don't believe it. Is there any hidden story in this?" At this point, Lin Jiu directly dragged Wen Kai from behind the chair to the front, and then took the initiative to question the ghosts. "Look, this is the person who knocked you down in the theater that day. Look at what kind of strength he has. He was knocked down by my stupid apprentice. There's only one possibility, that is, the four of you neglected your duties when guarding the ghost in the theater, or even that what was left in the theater was just an empty box of a ghost. The actual body had already slipped away to other places and I don't know what it was. If you say that I am guilty, then I would like to ask what kind of crime these four ghosts have committed." Lin Jiu's tone was calm and clear, and he stared at the ghost messengers. In fact, Lin Jiu did not make up excuses to gain the upper hand in the negotiation, because the ghost messenger guarding the ghost could be knocked down by Wen Kai, which was indeed a bit wrong. It seemed that there was only one possibility, that the ghost messenger guarding the ghost in the theater was just an illusion of the ghost messenger. The real bodies of the four ghost messengers had already taken advantage of this opportunity to run to other places. To put it mildly, these four ghost messengers and their direct superiors were dereliction of duty. But if it is said in a big way, will the underworld department responsible for guarding ghosts on this Fenghou festival have other conspiracies? Lin Jiu also said before that there are many examples in the underworld, And no matter which department these ghost messengers who are responsible for releasing ghosts and guarding ghosts on this Hangyoun festival come from? But as long as Lin Jiu points this out, he will definitely be questioned and held accountable by other forces, which is equivalent to being caught with handles and braids. In the negotiation, other rhetoric is just a paper tiger. Only by hitting the pain point can you gain the upper hand, just like Lin Jiu is doing now. After hearing what Lin Jiu said, the four ghost messengers could not sit still. Their grayish-white faces, as if wiped by white flour, were no longer expressionless. Even Lin Kaiyun could see that the facial muscles of the four ghost messengers who were guarding the ghosts seemed to be twitching. Indeed, Lin Jiu said that the ghost messengers were most afraid of the four ghost messengers who were guarding the ghosts in the theater. As Lin Jiu guessed, on the day of this Hangyoun festival, the four ghost messengers who were guarding the ghosts in the theater only left a trace of their residual souls in the theater and had already run away to other places. After all, except for the ghost messengers of the soul-catching division, the other ghost messengers were just like ghosts. Except for the day of this Hangyoun festival, they could not come to the world on the ground at other times. So basically, whenever the ghosts come to the ground during this Hangyoun festival, they will find their own ways to go to the ground world, take a good walk, stroll around and have fun. This is basically a tacit rule that has been agreed upon. There were no mistakes before, but who would have thought that this time in the theater of Renjia town, they would meet a fool like Wen Kai who dared to attack the ghosts directly. And these ghosts also wanted to put all the blame on Lin Jiu and Wen Kai, but they didn't expect that Lin Jiu would catch their handle as soon as the negotiation started, and his words were threatening. Lin Jiu, what do you mean? Are you threatening us, the civil servants of the underworld? Do you want to go against the underworld? Although the four ghosts were itching with hatred and a little flustered, they had already discussed it before coming, and they must keep their composure, just like now. Although Lin Jiu directly hit the pain point, they still did not admit it. Instead, they changed the subject and continued to accuse Lin Jiu of something. However, Lin Jiu seemed not to have heard the accusations made by these ghost officials at this time. He remained unmoved, smiled and shook his head and said, "Ghost officials, what you said has gone a bit too far. First of all, you are derelict in your duty, and I am just stating the facts. Secondly, can you four represent the underworld? Moreover, you are civil servants of the underworld, but I also have a position in the underworld. So I have no problem questioning you. Let me put it here, if you are sincere in sitting down and resolving this matter, then we will continue our talk. If you are not sincere and insist on accusing us, then I will have to be rude." Lin Jiu's tone was very flat, as if he was chatting with these ghost officials, but his words were full of a strong and unquestionable tone. At the same time, the last sentence was a showdown with the ghost officials. Either you follow my rules, or we will hold each other accountable. Lin Kaiyun, who was behind Lin Jiu, looked at Lin Jiu and these ghost messengers in confusion. Although he was not afraid of the ghost messengers, even if it was just from the official position, these ghost messengers had to salute him respectfully. But after all, they were the ones who made the mistake first. It was indeed Wen Kai who let those ghosts run away. If these ghost messengers really couldn't listen to the daily necessities and insisted on holding Lin Jiu accountable, then it is estimated that Wen Kai, this idiot, would be locked up in the 18 levels of hell in the underworld and tortured. Of course, the four ghost messengers who were derelict in their duties would not have an easy time, but Lin Kaiyun noticed that the two ghost messengers sitting in front were the ones who spoke to the 6 ghost messengers who came this time. The 2 ghost messengers sitting in front should be the small leaders, but these 2 small leaders were not the ghost messengers who were guarding the theater at the time, which means that they had no worries about dereliction of duty. This is exactly what Lin Kaiyun was worried about. After all, the person who had the final say had no handle on him, so he might not be able to unify with Lin Jiu. His master Lin Jiu's last words were also very straightforward, and he had to say it all. If the 2 ghost leaders disagreed with Lin Jiu's statement, then the result would be that Wen Kai and the 4 ghost officials who had neglected their duties would be punished by the underworld. If it really came to that, it would be too late. Wen Kai's fate would probably be to enter the 18 levels of hell, where he could neither live nor die. As for escaping, it was basically impossible. However, Lin Kaiyun noticed that his master, Lin Jiu, was still calm and confident, and he knew that there was no need for him to worry about it, let alone interrupt. The 2 sides looked at each other as if they were competing in internal strength, but no one spoke. Sure enough, After a few minutes of silence, the two ghost leaders could not help but said directly to Lin Jiu, Lin Jiu, you also have a position in the underworld, so although we are not on the same department, we can be regarded as colleagues. Tell us what your solution is? If possible, we can agree. However, you also know that the escape of the ghost in the underworld is not a trivial matter, and we cannot make the final decision. We are here only as a representative for negotiation, so I hope that your way of handling it can be comprehensive and proper. Otherwise, even if we don't want it, it is estimated that both parties will be punished in the end. After hearing the words of the two ghost leaders, Lin Jiu was relieved. Although he was very calm and confident on the surface, he was actually very nervous. However, after the two ghost leaders finished speaking, Lin Jiu felt that it was almost done. He was ready to find a ghost to negotiate. And naturally there would be a comprehensive and proper solution. So Lin Jiu turned around and said to Lin Kaiyun, Kaiyun, bring all the ghosts we caught here. Lin Kaiyun nodded, stood up and walked into the yard. When he came back, he was holding a yellow wooden box in his hand. The box was covered with runes. After Lin Kaiyun handed the wooden box to Lin Jiu, he stood behind the chair. Although the box was not big, it contained hundreds of ghosts. It contains the ghosts that escaped from the theater on the day of the Ghost Festival. Although not all of them, there are only more than 100 missing. I hope that the ghost officials will not use the missing more than 100 ghosts to make a fuss. The most important thing for us now is not to hold each other responsible, but to find a way to cover this matter perfectly. The two ghost officials looked at each other, and then signaled the other ghost officials to check the souls, and Lin Jiu also handed the wooden box to the ghost officials very tacitly. In fact, Lin Jiu was not worried at all that these ghosts would deny their deeds after getting the souls. After all, there was no benefit in that kind of thing. You know, Lin Jiu had a unique handle on these ghosts. The soul who checked the ghosts quickly counted the number of ghosts in the wooden box, and then nodded to the two ghost leaders, telling them that what Lin Jiu said was correct. The two ghosts secretly said to Lin Jiu, Lin Jiu didn't expect that you could catch 90% of the ghosts in just 2 days. It really impressed me. However, the number of ghosts is 10% less. Although we can block this matter with our help, it will be very troublesome. Don't worry, as long as we can make up for the loss and handle this matter perfectly, I will naturally not let the ghosts work in vain. When Lin Jiu heard what the two ghost leaders said, he knew what they meant. Then Lin Jiu signaled Chu Sheng and Wen Kai to bring the previously printed silver bills from the underworld and give them to the two ghost leaders. Sure enough, after seeing the large amount of silver bills, the two ghost leaders accepted the silver bills very naturally, then nodded with satisfaction, and continued, since you have captured all the ghosts, then it can be regarded as making up for your mistakes. Since we are all colleagues in the underworld, we can let bygones be bygones. Then we will deal with the fact that these ghosts escaped for 2 days, and there will be no mistakes at that time. The words of the two ghost leaders were quite pretentious, but Lin Jiu didn't want to argue with them at this time. After all, it was already very clear that the ghosts were basically sent back and the bribes were received. The next step was to take the money and do the work. Both parties tacitly understood that nothing had happened. Lin Jiu smiled and nodded, okay, then I will give it to the ghosts here, goodbye. The two ghosts nodded to Lin Jiu and disappeared directly into the hall. After seeing these ghost officials leave, Chu Sheng hurriedly asked Lin Jiu, is it over? Master, have these ghost officials agreed not to pursue Wen Kai's responsibility? After all, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai could not understand ghost talk, so they didn't know what Lin Jiu and these ghost officials talked about. They only knew that they talked for a long time and there seemed to be a dispute among them. And Lin Kaiyun saw that Lin Jiu was a little tired at this time. So he answered directly for Lin Jiu. After the talk, those ghost officials agreed not to hold Wen Kai responsible anymore. After hearing what Lin Kaiyun said, Wen Kai jumped up with joy, and then said excitedly, really? That's great, I'm finally fine. You don't know, I was scared to death these 2 days, and I couldn't even sleep well. After hearing what Wen Kai said, Lin Kaiyun laughed out of anger, and said unhappily, you can't even sleep well, how could I not know? I saw that you slept soundly, and your snoring was quite loud. It's because you didn't sleep well that you snore. Wen Kai scratched his head embarrassedly and said awkwardly. Chapter 293 Robbery and Murder. Because the negotiation with the ghost was relatively smooth, the Yizhuang did not even have to pay any yin, and the incident was resolved this time. which also saved Wen Kai from being punished by the underworld. This also made everyone feel relieved, and they could rest peacefully at night. At the same time, those who came to help Lin Jiu also said goodbye to Lin Jiu and left for their homes, including the black-robed zombie who nodded to Lin Jiu and left. Lin Jiu also repeatedly thanked the mysterious corpse-driving master who had never appeared behind the black-robed zombie. Although he was also very curious and strange that the person controlling the zombies behind him had never shown up, he felt that he had helped him a lot this time. At least when capturing ghosts, the black-robed zombie had been working hard, and he felt that it was a bit inappropriate for him to doubt it after the matter was over. So he let the black-robed zombie leave. After all, although Lin Jiu wanted to destroy all zombies, this was a zombie with an owner. Even if he had some doubts in his heart, he really couldn't do such a thing as killing the donkey after it had done its job. At night, a Taoist priest with a goatee walked on the path east of Renjia town. Although the path was very rugged, it was a neat path. On both sides were ditches dug for irrigating the fields. From time to time, you could hear the calls of frogs in the ditches. And every step the Taoist priest with a goatee took, there was a clanging sound of bells behind him. That was his most skilled magic weapon, and the ringing of each step was intertwined, like a piece of music to celebrate the victory. In fact, the Taoist priest with a goatee was really happy at this time. Even when he was on the road, he would touch his beard excitedly from time to time. This Taoist priest with a goatee came from dozens of miles away to help Lin Jiu capture ghosts. He did not try to be cunning or sly during the process. He worked very hard. Even when Lin Jiu and time were in conflict, this Taoist priest with a goatee stood firmly on Lin Jiu's side. So although Lin Jiu did not say it on the surface, he remembered everything in his heart. So when this Taoist priest with a goatee said goodbye and was about to leave, Lin Jiu also gave this Taoist priest a copper bell with great gratitude. Although this copper bell was not very precious, it was just nurtured for a few years by the contact network of Maotian's luck that Lin Jiu mentioned. But for a Taoist priest like goatee who was just practicing casually, this copper bell that was nurtured by luck was simply too precious. With this thing, the Taoist priest with goatee can even think of himself, his life will be much better in the future. After all, Twangling is tainted with Maotian, and the lethality of Lin Kaiyun to ghosts is also very obvious. In that case, the Taoist priest with goatee can take more business in the future, at least he doesn't have to worry so much about his livelihood. So when the Taoist priest with goatee said goodbye to Lin Jiu and returned, he was very happy all the way, and even walked with joy. However, as the saying goes, happiness turns to sorrow. Just when the Taoist priest with goatee was happy, he suddenly felt a whistling wind above his head. The Taoist priest with goatee was also very alert. He looked up and checked, and saw a bat-like figure in the sky, passing directly over his head. With a boom, the huge bat-like figure landed directly in front of the Taoist priest with a goatee, stepped on the ground with both feet, and made a huge sound. The Taoist priest with goatee quickly took out a copper bell that Lin Jiu had given him, and looked at the uninvited guest with caution. After watching carefully for 2 minutes, he found that the figure was the black-robed zombie that had been beside Lin Jiu. It turned out that the bat-like figure was the robe of the black-robed zombie, but it looked like a bat. After seeing the figure of the black-robed zombie clearly, the Taoist priest with goatee was relieved. However, just when he was about to put away the copper bell, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. How could this black-robed zombie fly? However, after thinking of this, the Taoist priest with goatee immediately denied himself. After all, Lin Jiu had said before that this black-robed zombie was refined by a Taoist priest who drove corpses and controlled it to come to help. So since it was a zombie controlled by a Taoist priest, there might be some special method, and it should not be flying, but just jumping higher and farther. Because when helping Lin Jiu catch ghosts, the Taoist with goatee saw the black-robed zombie, so he preconceived that the black-robed zombie should also be on his way and just passing by here. So the Taoist with goatee very friendly bowed to the black-robed zombie and said, "Taoist friend, you are also going back? It's okay, you don't have to worry about me, you go first." However, the Taoist with goatee found that the black-robed zombie was motionless as soon as he greeted him, and there was no intention to respond at all, as if he didn't hear anything. Just when the Taoist with goatee was puzzled, the robe on the black-robed zombie was blown up by the wind and draped behind him like a pair of wings. And the most important thing is that it is not the wind that blows up the robe, but a very strong dampness. Even if the Taoist priest with goatee was naive and overwhelmed by joy, he realized that something was wrong, so he quickly stepped back and shouted in surprise, "Taoist friend, what happened to you? Is this zombie out of control again? Do you need my help?" At this time, the Taoist priest with goatee still did not have too many doubts, but just felt that this zombie might be out of control. However, at this time, a cyan arm suddenly stretched out from under the black robe and grabbed the Taoist priest's neck at a great speed. When the Taoist priest with goatee reacted, it was too late. He shook the bell desperately, but because his neck was already pinched, he could not recite the spell. At the same time, the power of the black-robed zombie was so great that he could not break free at all, and he was gradually suffocating and was about to lose consciousness. And just before the Taoist priest with goatee lost consciousness, he watched the black-robed zombie show its fangs in the moonlight and bite directly on his neck. Gulu gulu. The sound of blood sucking, like drinking water, was particularly clear at night. In just a moment, the Taoist priest with a goatee turned into a dried corpse and fell on the road. And this was just the beginning. This black-robed zombie was like a reaper in the dark night, constantly shuttling through the roads around Renjia town. And the scene that just happened seemed to be replayed constantly at night. Those who helped Lin Jiu returned home happily. But most of them were robbed and killed by this black-robed zombie. Similarly, because when helping Lin Jiu catch ghosts before, they all saw this black-robed zombie, and they all heard Lin Jiu say that this black-robed zombie was controlled by a Taoist priest who drove corpses. So most people's reactions were the same as the Taoist priest with a goatee. Although they were a little wary, they did not have the slightest doubt. In this way, all of them were sneakily attacked by the black-robed zombie with lightning speed. And there were also some very alert people among them. A person who is not a Taoist priest, carrying a big gun as thick as an arm behind him, was also the one who came to help Lin Jiu this time. However, because he did not know the Dao, he did not participate in the capture of ghosts, but instead helped Lin Jiu to sweep the formation around the Bagua formation that Lin Jiu had set up. When the warrior with the big gun on his back heard the sound behind him, he immediately became alert, and also keenly felt the moisture coming from behind him. So the warrior with the big gun on his back did not hesitate at all, and directly pulled out the big gun on his back, turned around and smashed it down. With a bang. The shot did not hit the air, but directly hit the top of the head of the black-robed zombie who was preparing to attack from behind. However, the black-robed zombie did not seem to be affected at all, but instead used his great strength to directly push the big gun up. The muscles on both arms of the warrior with the big gun swelled to the extreme, but he still could not stop the power of the black-robed zombie, and his body kept retreating, leaving many very deep footprints on the road he retreated, which shows how powerful the two sides were when they were fighting. The warrior carrying the spear realized that this was not a solution, so he inserted the tail of the spear diagonally into the ground, lifted his body into the air, kicked the black-robed zombie away, then frowned and stared at the black-robed zombie, and asked in confusion, "Aren't you the zombie who helps Uncle Jiu? What do you mean? Behind you is the Taoist who drives corpses, right?" Although the warrior carrying the spear was only helping Lin Jiu to plunder the formation, he still noticed that there was a black-robed zombie in the formation that helped Lin Jiu capture ghosts. Although he didn't ask much, he heard other people discussing that this zombie was controlled by a Taoist who drives corpses to help Lin Jiu, and now this black-robed zombie is actually attacking him, so it can only be that the person behind him is controlling him, or this zombie has escaped and is controlled by the Taoist who drives corpses. But no matter what, he has to subdue this black-robed zombie first. "I'll catch you and bring you to Uncle Jiu," the warrior with the big gun shouted, and did not choose to escape, but attacked the black-robed zombie directly. He kicked the middle of the spear, and the spear bent over immediately, and flew directly into the hands of the warrior with the elastic force of the bending. Then the warrior with the big gun pushed the spear forward, grabbed the tail end of the spear, and stabbed the black-robed zombie directly with the temperament of piercing everything. Of course, the warrior with the big gun did not think that he could defeat the black-headed zombie with brute force, so he used his strongest trick as soon as he made a move, and stabbed the black-robed zombie 9 times in a row. You must know that in the martial arts world, the gun is the most difficult weapon to master and the most difficult to practice. There is a saying that goes, 3 years to practice the knife, 5 years to practice the sword, and 10 years to practice the gun. It takes at least 10 years to use this kind of weapon like the spear and achieve something. And the most important thing is that it is the most boring to practice with a spear. After all, the most basic thing every day is to hold a spear and stand still. So in this world, except for a small number of people who use spears for show, the others who can use spears are basically unique. Just like the warrior carrying a big spear now, the 10 consecutive stabs are extraordinary. They are not random, but very regular. The first 3 shots are to use all the strength to destroy the defense of the black cannon zombie, and then retract, and stab 7 more shots while the gunhead is still halfway. And the targets of these 7 shots are all the places stabbed by the first 3 shots, causing continuous attacks. So at first glance, the gun seems to be shot at randomly, but if an unfamiliar person does not defend well in the first 3 shots, then it is basically equivalent to explaining. However, this black robe zombie seemed to have human wisdom, and easily judged the offensive of the warrior carrying a big spear. He raised his left claw calmly and grabbed the gun head of the spear. Ding dong ding dong. The claws of the black robe zombie seemed to have some kind of frequency, and successively blocked the attacks of the warrior carrying the spear. All the shots were blocked by the claws of the black robe zombie, and in the end, the claws of the black robe zombie actually grabbed the spearhead directly, and then pulled it hard. The warrior carrying the spear only felt a huge force coming, and the knuckles of both hands were instantly numb, and he actually lost control of the spear. Damn it, what on earth is this black robe zombie? It can actually see through my moves, and also know how to crack them. When I was exhausted in the 9th shot, it actually snatched my gun away like a textbook. The warrior carrying the spear gnashed his teeth and stared at the black robe zombie, his eyes full of shock. The reason why he did not choose to escape before, but wanted to catch the black robe zombie quickly, was because he relied on his confidence. The warrior carrying the spear believed that the zombie could not resist the attack of his spear at all. But in fact, the black robe zombie not only blocked his attack, but also easily took away his weapon. This was simply unbelievable. Roar. The black robe zombie, which had not made any sound since its appearance, actually roared at the warrior with a spear on his back. Although it was unknown what the black robe zombie's roar meant, it was basically certain that it was either a mockery or a threat, so the warrior with the spear on his back was still very decisive and turned around and ran into the bushes beside him. Just now, the warrior with the spear on his back had the courage to challenge the black robe zombie because he felt confident in himself. Now that even his weapon had been taken away, from a practical point of view, if he didn't run now, he would be waiting to die. Chapter 294, Hate the Whole House and the Whole Dog. In a field on the west side of Ren Jiu town, a disheveled man was desperately running away. This man was none other than the warrior with the big gun. He was desperately running away at this time, but he still turned his head from time to time to observe where the black robe zombie was chasing him. However, if the warrior with the big gun had confronted the black robe zombie head-on like before, he might still have some chance and would not be so embarrassed. But if he only cared about escaping like now, he would be like a fish on the chopping board. The black robe zombie jumped 5 or 6 feet high like before, and at the same time, the robe on his body spread out like wings, giving people the feeling that it was flying in the sky. And for the warrior who was escaping, this zombie could actually fly? It was simply a devil. The result is self-evident. The warrior with the big gun on his back couldn't outrun the black robe zombie. When he just ran out 200 meters, he was hit by the black robe zombie from the sky. In an instant, the warrior with the big gun fainted and finally couldn't escape the fate of being sucked blood. And that night in Ren Jiu town, it seemed that only the charity house where Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun were located was calm, and other places seemed to have all kinds of things happening. Shi Jian and Shi Shaojian, who left Ren Jiu town to find a place to heal their wounds, did not encounter the black-robed zombie at this time, but met 2 people instead. These 2 people are also Taoists like Shi Jian. The middle-aged man in the lead has a big back hair and wears a green Taoist robe, which is different from the apricot yellow Taoist robe of Maoshan. Behind him is a little apprentice who looks sneaky and has some literary talent. It is precisely because of this that Shi Jian did not have a good face after seeing these 2 people. At this time, the Taoist with the slicked back hair bowed to Shi Jian and asked in a friendly manner, "Fellow Taoist, are you injured? Do you need help?" Shi Jian supported the semi-conscious Shi Shaojian and glanced at the Taoist with the slicked back hair unhappily. He said in a cold voice, "Whether I am injured or not is none of your business." "What's the matter?" The middle-aged Taoist with the slicked back hair didn't expect that his kindness would be met with a cold butt. However, He didn't care and continued to ask with a smile, "Since you don't need help, it means that fellow Taoist has not encountered any big trouble. This is also a good thing. In addition, I would like to ask fellow Taoist, is there a master named Lin Jiu in Renjia town ahead?" Originally, Shi Jian just met these two people, especially the young Taoist, who looked wretched and looked like Lin Jiu's apprentice Wang Kai. Therefore, according to the principle of hating the house and the dog, he looked at these two people a little disliked. In addition, he was cheated by Lin Kaiyun before, and he was very angry at this time, so his tone was not good. But at this moment, Shi Jian heard that the Taoist priest with the slicked back hair was actually looking for Lin Jiu, and he called Lin Jiu a master, which made Shi Jian instantly furious. Shi Jian seemed to be venting his anger at this moment and started shouting directly at the Taoist priest with the slicked back hair, "What Lin Jiu? I don't know where he is, and you are blind. You actually went to find that sanctimonious guy Lin Jiu. Do you know that he allowed his apprentice to let ghosts run away during this Hongyan festival, and his apprentice is simply a despicable villain? I will kill them sooner or later." The middle-aged Taoist priest with the slicked back hair was a little stunned after hearing Shi Jian's words. He just saw that Shi Jian and Shi Shaojian seemed to be injured, so he kindly came up to greet them and see if they needed help, and at the same time asked about Lin Jiu's location. Why was he scolded for no reason? And he also slandered Lin Jiu crazily. Then the middle-aged Taoist priest with the slicked back hair bowed to Shi Jian politely and asked in confusion, "Excuse me, Taoist friend, do you know Lin Jiu? I don't know if there is any misunderstanding. As far as I know, Lin Jiu is the pillar of the middle-aged generation of Maoshan. He is upright, generous, and helpful. It shouldn't be like what you said." After hearing what the Taoist priest with the slicked back hair said, Shi Jian became even angrier. This outsider could actually speak so well of Lin Jiu, and he was the pillar of the middle-aged generation of Maoshan. And now in Shi Jian's heart, he felt that this must be a rumor deliberately spread by Lin Jiu in order to snatch the position of the head of Maoshan. Shi Jian snorted coldly, stared at the Taoist priest with the slicked back hair, and angrily scolded, "Humph, he is the pillar of the middle-aged generation of Maoshan, is he worthy? There is no misunderstanding at all. What you heard is all rumors. As the eldest brother of Maoshan, I can tell you responsibly that Lin Jiu is a hypocritical and despicable guy." Shi Jian, the middle-aged Taoist priest with the slicked back hair, was stunned when he heard the name. He kept echoing in his mind, as if he had heard of this name. However, just when the Taoist priest was about to continue asking, some ghosts suddenly passed by the two people. The middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair subconsciously observed these ghosts and found that they were just some ordinary ghosts, without any grievances and no history of hurting people. Based on what Shi Jian said before, the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair immediately judged that these ghosts were probably released by Lin Jiu's apprentices. Just when the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair was about to capture these ghosts, the extremely angry Shi Jian next to him took action. He held down the half-conscious Shi Shaojian with his left hand, and with his right hand flashing with lightning, he punched the ghosts into pieces. The middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair was very surprised by Shi Jian's behavior, so he quickly exclaimed and asked, "Fellow Taoist Shi Jian, these ghosts are innocent, why did you kill them directly?" Shi Jian shook the lightning in his hand, sneered, stared at the middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair, and mocked, "There are no innocent ghosts. I didn't expect that you are as naive as that despicable guy Lin Jiu. No wonder you went to find Lin Jiu, you are all idiots." Seeing Shi Jian scolding his master again and again, the apprentice behind the middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair couldn't help it, and said directly to Shi Jian, "What did you say? Why are you so rude?" The middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair shook his head with a wry smile, stopped his apprentice directly, turned and left. "Stop talking, let's go." Chapter 295 Because I Can't Beat You. Renjia Town, Yizuang. Lin Kaiyun slowly opened his eyes in bed, stretched and sat up. In fact, it was just past 2 in the morning, and it was not time to get up yet. Lin Kaiyun was also sick and did not sleep well. The only reason he opened his eyes now was because he was awakened by the urge to urinate. There was no way. Lin Kaiyun was also a layman. People had 3 urgent needs: water and fire. Faced with this situation, Lin Kaiyun could only get up and go to the toilet helplessly. After Lin Kaiyun got up, he stared with hazy eyes, opened the door and walked towards the toilet in the yard. When Lin Kaiyun was relieving himself, he suddenly raised his head and looked towards the northwest, muttering in confusion, "Strange, is there anyone fighting so late? Wait, why does this corpse gas feel so familiar?" Lin Kaiyun, who was in the toilet, felt that there was a fluctuation of power not far outside Ren Jiu town. There should be someone fighting, but he was not too surprised. After all, in this world, let alone someone fighting, even if there were two dogs fighting, Lin Kaiyun would not be surprised. But then Lin Kaiyun felt that there was a corpse gas that made him very familiar. Lin Kaiyun frowned and repeatedly identified the corpse gas. "I remember, this corpse gas seems to be that black-robed zombie." Lin Kaiyun's mind suddenly flashed, and he remembered that this familiar corpse gas was the black-robed zombie that had been helping to catch ghosts. What's the situation? Is the corpse-driving Taoist who controls the zombies doing something? Or is there a righteous person who thought it was a wild zombie, so he took action? Lin Kaiyun thought of countless possibilities, and finally decided not to go back to sleep. Anyway, he was already up, so he went to take a look. It's not that Lin Kaiyun is not sleepy, nor is it that he is bored, but Lin Kaiyun is originally very interested in that. The corpse-driving master who controls the black-robed zombie behind the scenes. Lin Kaiyun had thought about it more than once before, why this zombie-controlling master refused to show up, but at that time, he was busy dealing with a ghost and solving the trouble caused by 1K, so Lin Kaiyun didn't care too much. But now that he has a chance to see Lin Kaiyun, he will naturally not miss it. At the same time, in the northwest of Ren Jiu town, a middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked-back hair was confronting some ghosts in front of him with his apprentice, and these ghosts did not have any killing intentions. The leading ghost was surprisingly beautiful. It was the female ghost Xiaoli who escaped from Lin Jiu and his team's capture. This beautiful female ghost lady, it was all a misunderstanding just now. Anyway, we have decided not to catch you anymore. Why don't we say goodbye now, and don't bother us anymore, okay? This middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked-back hair was the one who had parted with Shijian before. After parting with Shijian, he happened to meet some ghosts. In line with the morality of killing demons and eliminating demons, the middle-aged Taoist priest with a big back decided to capture all these ghosts first. Although these ghosts did not seem to have hurt people and had no resentment, as a Taoist priest, he could not let the ghosts sway outside casually. Besides, although these ghosts are all good now, if they are frightened or something, and others become evil ghosts, it will be difficult to deal with. However, this matter did not develop as much as the middle-aged Taoist priest with a big back. Among these ghosts, there was an extremely powerful ghost, which was this pretty female ghost Xiaoli. Not only did this female ghost Xiaoli not give way to the middle-aged Taoist priest with a big back, she also beat them up with a fat man and disciple. So now the middle-aged Taoist priest with a big back can only ask for peace from this female ghost Xiaoli. At this time, the young Taoist standing behind the middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair asked his master in confusion, "Master, these are all ghosts. How can we Taoists make peace with ghosts?" After hearing what his apprentice said, the middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair glanced at him, and did not give a direct answer. Instead, he changed the subject and said, "Boy, do you remember what your master told you? What is the purpose of our coming out this time?" The young Taoist was a little confused as to why the master asked this, but he still answered truthfully, "Remember, you said before that our purpose this time is to find the drinking master of Maotian or other masters to help eradicate the demons." The middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair nodded and continued to ask, "Yes, but why did we decide not to look for Lin Jiu again?" The young Taoist didn't know the answer to this question, because the middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair had never told him, so he shook his head. "I don't know. You didn't tell me." Seeing the young Taoist shaking his head, the middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair sighed and slowly said, "Originally, we wanted to find a master to help us eliminate demons, but we are not looking for a demon head. Do you still remember Shijian we met just now? I remember that he is indeed the eldest brother of the middle-aged generation of the Maotian lineage, and he seems to have a reputation in the world, but his personality just now was irritable and capricious, and when he met ghosts, he directly beat those innocent ghosts to ashes. This is simply unacceptable. Now it seems that what is said in the world is not necessarily true. The eldest brother Shijian of Maotian is like this, and I am afraid that Lin Jiu is not much better." The young Taoist nodded. He understood what his master meant. Just like the Shijian he met before, he didn't look like a Taoist at all. But that was not what he asked. Then the young Taoist tilted his head and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Master, I understand what you said to me, but what I ask is whether the two of us should make peace with these ghosts. I don't want to give in to these." The middle-aged Taoist priest with the slicked back hair looked up at the stars in the sky and muttered, "I don't want to give in, but I can't beat these ghosts." The middle-aged Taoist priest with the slicked back hair did not practice the same Taoism as the Maotian lineage. He had a habit, that is, even when facing demons and ghosts, he would never harm their lives. He would steal what he could steal and catch what he could catch. This led to the fact that the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair was actually very passive in the process of slaying demons and monsters, as well as in the process of competing with others. Just like now, if he really wanted to show his real ability and kill people, he might not be a match for the female ghost Xiaoli, but that would probably hurt other ghosts. So the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair would not choose to do so. Chapter 296, Death. HMPH, the female ghost Xiaoli pinched her waist and snorted at the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair, but said angrily, "Why do you want to make peace? We are just passing by, and you were unreasonable and insisted on arresting us. As a result, now you are begging for mercy here, you wishful thinking." Seeing that the female ghost Xiaoli did not want to let him go, the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair hurriedly said to his apprentice, "Let's ignore him and just go. After all, we have important things to do. Where are you going?" When the female ghost Xiaoli saw that the two stinky Taoist priests were about to escape, she jumped in front of them. The middle-aged Taoist's apprentice quickly grabbed a stack of yellow talisman paper from his arms, and asked cautiously while standing in a horse stance, "Master, this female ghost doesn't want us to leave. Why don't we stop holding back and kill her directly?" The middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair rolled his eyes after hearing his apprentice's words, and said speechlessly, "The problem is that we are not her opponents either. How can we kill her?" After hearing what his master said, the young Taoist stood there in a daze. He couldn't run away and couldn't fight. Could he just accept his fate? At this time, the female ghost Xiaoli who stopped the two Taoists suddenly looked into the distance with vigilance, and then she didn't plan to stop them anymore, and turned around and left. The same was true for the ghosts. The middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair and his apprentice just looked at the fleeing ghosts with talismans in their hands with a puzzled look. The young Taoist priest asked in confusion, "Master, why do these ghosts look like they are running away?" The middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair was also stunned for a moment, and slowly said, "It does look like they are running away. Are they afraid of me?" The young Taoist priest nodded like a rattle and said very confidently, "It is very likely, Master, you are still the best. Just now, the female ghost must have found that you showed mercy when fighting with you, so she was scared away." Under such praise from his apprentice, the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair also believed that it might be his benevolent Taoist method that made the female ghost wake up. However, at this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly came from behind. "My fellow Taoist, are you in any trouble? Do you want me to help you?" The moment this voice sounded, the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair had his eyelids twitching unconsciously. This was clearly an ominous sign. The middle-aged Taoist priest immediately reacted and quickly pulled his apprentice to hide away. At the moment they dodged, a long spear came down with lightning speed, leaving a pit where they had just stayed. "Huh? I almost got hit. Tell me, who the hell are you?" The Taoist priest with a slicked back hair gasped, thankful that he had reacted quickly, otherwise he would have been smashed into pulp. And the spear was only the first wave of attack. The second wave of attack came soon after. The man who suddenly appeared punched the ground directly, and then clapped his hands. The gravel and earth force that were stirred up were like darts and hit the middle-aged Taoist priest and his apprentice with slicked back hair. The young Taoist priest's eyes were very clever. He saw that the black-robed man's arm seemed a little different, and he quickly said to the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair, "Master, did you see that? The black-robed man's arm is iron blue, and it's all shriveled up. It looks like a zombie." "Nonsense, I saw it too, but there's no time to deal with it now. The attack is overwhelming, so hurry up and run." The middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair looked at the rebel raining down on him, and he didn't dare to stay where he was and be used as a target. He quickly dragged his apprentice and ran. However, the black-robed man who suddenly appeared was very fast, and his way of chasing was also very strange. He jumped like a zombie, and his speed was very fast. He jumped and jumped directly to their heads. And then the black-robed man next to them would immediately attack, like a beast, with a mountain on top of his head, and generally swinging his fist down to smash. The middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair didn't know what he did, but every time an attack was about to arrive, his eyelids would twitch, which allowed the middle-aged Taoist priest and his apprentice to avoid the attack of the black-robed man every time. However, after all, human physical strength is limited. After constantly running away and dodging, the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair gradually became exhausted and gasped for breath. "Master, what should we do? That zombie-like person is chasing us again." When the young Taoist priest saw the strange black-robed man approaching again, he hurriedly shook the middle-aged Taoist priest's arm. "Stop shaking." The middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair held his knees and gasped heavily. After scolding his apprentice, he continued, "We really can't run anymore. The more we run, the more exhausted we will be. By then, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand this guy's attack." The young Taoist was a little anxious when he heard it. "Then what should we do?" The middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair glanced at the black-robed man running towards them, and asked his apprentice, "We can't run anymore. We can only find a way to get rid of this strange guy in the black robe, or delay him temporarily. By the way, did you bring that thing?" "What? Master, what are you looking for?" "I brought almost everything." The young Taoist also knew that it was a matter of urgency, so he quickly took out his luggage, unpacked the package and handed it to his master. "Yes, that's it." The middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair lowered his head and quickly searched in the package. He soon saw a folded yellow talisman paper. A smile appeared on his face and he picked up the yellow talisman paper. The middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair did not dare to delay and opened the yellow copy directly. Inside was a few yellowed hairs. The yellowed hairs were nothing but the neck hairs of the king of beasts, the tiger. The middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair grabbed the hairs in his hand, then bit his fingertips, dripped blood on the tiger hairs, and suddenly stuck them on his forehead. In an instant, the middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair shivered all over and looked like he was in great pain. He gritted his teeth and grinned at the young Taoist priest and said, "You find a way to attract the attention of this man in black. Give me some time. I'm going to invite the tiger to possess me." Although the middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair knew that his apprentice's cultivation and realm were relatively ordinary, and there might be certain dangers if he blindly attracted the man in black, he had no choice. If he could not perform Taoist magic smoothly, then today both of them, master and apprentice, would probably die at the hands of this mysterious man in black. The young Taoist priest also knew that this was a matter of life and death. He mustered up his courage and shouted at the black-robed man who was rushing over, "Come on, you idiot, you idiot, you are wearing a black robe at night, you look like a shabby guy, and your hands are dry and numb like a zombie." The young Taoist priest not only cursed loudly, but also threw the talisman paper desperately at the black-robed man, and occasionally picked up stones to hit the mysterious black-robed man. The black-robed man who was chasing them was really angered by the young Taoist priest, and directly changed direction and rushed towards the young Taoist priest. The young Taoist priest was cursing happily, and before he could see clearly what was going on, the black-robed man rushed in front of him, and then he felt as if his chest was hit by a mountain, and then he spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out uncontrollably. However, at the moment of flying out, the young Taoist priest, because he followed a black-robed man very closely, also saw the true face under the robe, so he swallowed the blood forcefully into his throat and shouted loudly to his master, "Master, you have to be careful, this guy is not a human, he's a zombie." "That's right, this so-called black-robed man is the black-robed zombie." After killing those who helped Lin Jiu return, the black-robed zombie followed the smell and found the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair. In fact, the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair was not returning, but had just arrived near Ren Jiu town. It can be said that his luck was extremely bad and he suffered this unexpected disaster. But now is not the time to complain. After all, it is still important to save his life. In the process of the young Taoist priest's involvement, the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair barely completed it. Suddenly, a roar like a tiger came out of the throat of the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair. This sound was not like a human throat at all. It was not an imitation sound, but a real tiger roar. Not only the sound, but at this moment, the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair exuded a layer of light yellow energy on the outer circle. This energy slowly gathered and condensed into the appearance of a tiger coming down the mountain. AWW. The middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked-back hair lay directly on the ground, on all fours, howling violently, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its food, and pounced on the black-robed zombie. At the same time, his hands were wrapped in the light yellow energy outside, just like a real tiger claw, and at the same time he opened his bloody mouth, and for a moment he was very fierce. Bang! The realistic tiger claw slapped directly on the black-robed zombie, just like slapping on a steel plate, making a loud muffled sound. But although the noise was loud, the black-robed zombie didn't seem to be hurt at all, and didn't even move. Just when the middle-aged Taoist priest, who had already condensed into tiger shape, wanted to use his legs to transform into tiger tail and attack the black-robed zombie again, the corpse key of the black-robed zombie suddenly burst out, and the black robe was blown open by the corpse key, like a bat, which was very scary. At this time, the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair was able to see the whole face of the zombie, and instantly exclaimed, "Damn it, how could this be a golden armored corpse? A golden armored corpse with such a fast speed? What's going on?" After seeing that the black-robed zombie was actually a golden armored corpse, the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair finally knew why his attack didn't work. After all, even if he condensed into tiger shape, his attack was nothing compared to the defense of the golden armored corpse. At this moment, the black-robed zombie finally moved. The black-robed zombie's legs were lifted up very nimbly, and with a strong corpse aura, it kicked the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair on the chin. With a snap, the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair had his entire jaw broken, and his entire body was out of control, and he rolled out. Master, how are you? Are you okay?" The young Taoist priest, who had been injured by the black-robed zombie, saw his master rolling out like a kite with a broken string. He forcibly covered his chest and tried to struggle to stand up. "Don't come over here, run!" The middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair raised his head painfully, holding his broken chin, and said to the young Taoist priest with blood in his mouth, "Run, don't worry about me, otherwise we will all die. It seems that today is the day of my death. I am not afraid of death, I just hate it. I just hate that I haven't found help to get rid of that demon." Just as the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair was saying his last words, a figure wearing an apricot yellow Taoist robe ran here directly from somewhere. When the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair saw a person wearing a Taoist robe, he was suddenly happy at first, but then he saw that the person wearing the apricot yellow Taoist robe was very young, so he felt bitter in his heart. It seemed that he was doomed today. "Little Taoist friend, this zombie is very powerful. You are no match for him. Run quickly. Don't add more casualties. If you can run away, go to Ren Jiu town and find a man named Lin Jiu." The middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair dragged his shattered chin and spit out the blood that was almost flowing out of his mouth. Then he shouted loudly to the young Taoist in an apricot yellow Taoist robe. Although due to the time before, the middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair had some bad impressions of the people in Maoshan, and he was not so sure about the reputation of Lin Jiu in the legend. But at this time, such a powerful golden armored corpse appeared around Ren Jiu town, so the middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair didn't care whether Lin Jiu was just a name or not, and could only put his hope on him. "Oh, Lin Jiu? Do you know my master too?" The young man in an apricot yellow Taoist robe turned his head and looked at the middle-aged Taoist who was already seriously injured, with a puzzled look on his face. "That's right, the Taoist priest who came here was Lin Kaiyun. Originally, Lin Kaiyun would not wear a Taoist robe in informal occasions, but tonight he suddenly woke up because he had to pee urgently, so he picked up the Taoist robe at the head of the bed and put it on. When he was urinating, he felt a familiar smell of a corpse, so he didn't change his clothes and rushed over directly. As soon as he arrived here, he saw two injured Taoist priests. Judging from their age, it can be concluded that they should be the master and the apprentice. Of course, the most important thing is that Lin Kaiyun saw that the murderer was not someone else, but the black-robed zombie. The middle-aged Taoist priest with a big back hair, his eyes lit up after hearing Lin Kaiyun's words, and regardless of his own pain, he hurriedly said, "Lin Jiu, is it your master? That's great, you run now and inform your master. If possible, eliminate this zombie as soon as possible, otherwise many people will definitely die." Although the middle-aged Taoist priest with a big back hair had a completely broken jaw and his mouth was full of blood, so the voice was not very clear, but Lin Kaiyun still heard it clearly. Lin Kaiyun sighed. He could see that the injury suffered by the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair was not as simple as it seemed. Not only was his jaw broken, but the spine at his throat should have been shattered. This was actually a fatal injury. So Lin Kaiyun knew that the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair might not live long. If he continued to talk like this and drained his vitality, he would probably die faster. So Lin Kaiyun frowned and persuaded, "Taoist friend, don't talk for now. Let me get rid of this damn zombie first, and then find a way to save you." How could the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair not know what Lin Kaiyun meant? In fact, he knew his situation very well. He was not going to live long. But the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair still insisted to Lin Kaiyun to run away quickly. "Young man, don't be stubborn. This zombie is very powerful. You are no match for it. Go quickly, or you won't be able to escape later." Lin Kaiyun felt a little sorry when he saw that the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair was still thinking about him. He also knew that even if he said that he had the confidence to deal with this black-robed zombie, the middle-aged man probably wouldn't believe it. So Lin Kaiyun didn't explain and said directly to the middle-aged Taoist priest, "Hold on, I may be able to save you. I'll deal with this zombie first." After that, Lin Kaiyun turned his head and looked at the black-robed zombie with a cold smile on his face. He said in a bad tone, "We meet again, but this time it seems that we are not cooperating, but enemies. What kind of freak zombie are you? Or are you a Taoist priest hiding behind you?" Lin Kaiyun's eyes lit up as he looked up and down at the black-robed zombie, wanting to see through him. However, the result obviously disappointed Lin Kaiyun, because he did not see any problem with the black-robed zombie. Now in Lin Kaiyun's mind, there are only two possibilities for the black-robed zombie to attack the Taoist priest. One is that this black-robed zombie is also a mutant zombie like Nintendo, and there is no Taoist corpse driver behind it. It is just a disguise. As for why it helps his master Lin Jiu capture ghosts, Lin Kaiyun is not sure. The second possibility is that there is really a Taoist corpse driver behind this black-robed zombie, and this Taoist corpse driver is not a good thing. At this moment, it is just showing its true colors and controlling the zombies to attack the middle-aged Taoist priest. Chapter 297 What the hell is this treasure map? Roar! The black-robed zombie roared at Lin Kaiyun. Seeing the zombie's reaction, Lin Kaiyun said directly, "What do you mean? You should be able to hear what I say clearly. You should show your face." In short, in Lin Kaiyun's view now, although he also suspected that this zombie might be mutated like Nintendo, able to understand human speech. But in fact, Lin Kaiyun only had this idea in his mind. He really didn't believe that a zombie, even if it was a mutated zombie, would behave like this black-robed zombie. So in Lin Kaiyun's view, it should still be the Taoist priest behind him. The black-robed zombie moved his head and looked at the middle-aged Taoist priest with a big back hair who was lying on the ground, and then looked at Lin Kaiyun. Similarly, Lin Kaiyun was also observing the black-robed zombie's every move. Just when Lin Kaiyun was about to take action, the black-robed zombie actually grabbed the long spear on the ground and threw it towards Lin Kaiyun. Although there was no skill or method, the long spear thrown over was also very destructive with just the huge power. Lin Kaiyun drew a semicircle with his right foot, leaned sideways, and dodged the spear thrown at him with great alertness. However, just when he was about to fight back, he suddenly found that the black-robed zombie had turned around and jumped away. The black-robed zombie flew forward more than 10 meters with each jump, as if there were springs under its feet, and soon disappeared from Lin Kaiyun's sight. Damn, is it? It ran away, and it ran so fast. Lin Kaiyun looked at the black-robed zombie disappearing in the night, with a look of shock on his face. He had never expected that the black-robed zombie would run away, so he was always prepared to fight back. As a result, the black-robed zombie unexpectedly ran away, catching Lin Kaiyun off guard. By the time he reacted, it was too late. Phew! Lin Kaiyun was a little unhappy, waved his fist, spit out a mouthful of saliva, and muttered helplessly, "Bad luck." Now Lin Kaiyun felt very bad, as if he had punched hard but hit cotton. He did not choose to go back to sleep in the middle of the night, but came here out of curiosity. He saw this black-robed zombie attacking people. He originally thought there would be a big battle, and even the Taoist priest behind the black-robed zombie would be pulled out. Unexpectedly, the black-robed zombie ran away without even a fart. Now that the black-robed zombie has escaped, Lin Kaiyun can't do it either. This time he didn't gain anything, So he quickly turned around and ran to the middle-aged Taoist priest with a big back hair, hoping to save him. "Hey, Taoist friend, how are you? Can you still hold on? I'll carry you on my back now, and let my master show you." Lin Kaiyun saw that the middle-aged Taoist priest with a big back hair was only hanging on with one breath, so he squatted down and carried the middle-aged Taoist priest with a big back hair on his back. Although the fatal injury of the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair was a broken neck, according to reason, he should not be touched, let alone carried, but in this era there were no ambulances, and there was no better way to treat fractures. And most importantly, Lin Kaiyun felt the pulse of the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair and knew that if he didn't find a way to treat him, he would probably die in less than half an hour. So he had to try his best and carry the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair to the charity cemetery to see his master, Lin Jiu, to see if he could treat him. The middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair no longer had the strength to drag his broken jaw, but he still forced his throat to make a sound. "Young master, don't waste your energy. I know my own body. Today is the day I die." Lin Kaiyun glanced at the middle-aged Taoist speechlessly. It was already this late and he was still saying these meaningless words, so he quickly advised, "Dao, don't talk anymore, otherwise if the energy in your body dissipates, even the gods can't save you." Just as Lin Kaiyun reached out to grab the arm of the middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair and wanted to carry him on his back, the middle-aged Taoist seemed to have a last burst of energy. He didn't know where he got the strength from, and he actually grabbed Lin Kaiyun's wrist directly, then took out a tiger skin from his arms and handed it to Lin Kaiyun. "Here, Black Cat." The middle-aged Taoist with a slicked back hair had blood at the corner of his mouth like a waterfall, and he couldn't stop flowing down, and he squeezed out the last few words. However, because the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair had a broken jaw and his mouth was clogged with blood, his words were not so clear, causing Lin Kaiyun to only hear something like "Give it to me" and "Black Cat." Just as Lin Kaiyun was about to ask in detail, he felt that the middle-aged Taoist priest's body suddenly went limp, and the hand holding Lin Kaiyun's wrist fell directly to the ground. Suddenly, he took his last breath and died. Lin Kaiyun held a tiger skin handed over by the middle-aged Taoist priest tightly in his hand, and used his other hand to feel the breath of the middle-aged Taoist priest. He was completely dead. The black-robed zombie ran away, and the middle-aged Taoist priest also died. Lin Kaiyun shook his head helplessly, feeling quite frustrated. As for the middle-aged Taoist priest's apprentice, he had died the moment Lin Kaiyun arrived. His injuries were far more serious than those of the middle-aged Taoist priest. His entire chest collapsed and his ribs directly pierced his heart veins. Although he was very unhappy and helpless, Lin Kaiyun did not vent his anger helplessly. Anyway, things had come to this point. What Lin Kaiyun could do now was to try his best to find a place to bury the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair and his apprentice. Lin Kaiyun found a small earth slope, used the 7-star dragon yuan sword, dug a pit, buried the middle-aged Taoist priest and his apprentice together in it, and piled up a grave with soil outside. After everything was done, Lin Kaiyun took out the tiger skin that the middle-aged Taoist priest with a slicked back hair had given him with peace of mind. Originally, Lin Kaiyun was curious about what this tiger skin was. According to the direction of the movies he watched, this tiger skin is usually the location of a treasure or a mysterious skill. However, Lin Kaiyun did guess right. This tiger skin is indeed a treasure map, but Lin Kaiyun only guessed half right, because there is no root on this tiger skin, only one line of words, and this line of words is written even more carelessly. There is a treasure near Ren Jiu town, which can only be found by people born in the year, month and hour of the pig. Lin Kaiyun's face turned black after seeing this line of words. He would rather this tiger skin was blank, so that he still had some expectations. But now there is only the sentence of low value, which makes Lin Kaiyun feel tasteless. After all, even if Lin Kaiyun is willing to believe that this tiger skin is real, it only says that there is a treasure around Ren Jiu town. Where can he find it? Is it necessary to hold a notice in one hand to find people born in the year, month and hour of the pig, and at the same time hold a shovel in the other hand to start carpet digging around Ren Jiu town? If Lin Kaiyun really wants to do this, then it is certain that he is crazy. Lin Kaiyun shook the tiger skin and said to himself, "Taoist friend. What should I say to you? Normally, you are already dead, and it is really unfair for me to comment on you directly. But, I really can't stand it. You said you came to Ren Jiu town, Did you come here just for the treasure map with a sentence written on it? As a result, you met zombies and were killed before you even arrived at Renjia town. This is too aggrieved. I feel sorry for you. The middle-aged Taoist priest with a big back hair certainly didn't choose to come to Renjia town because of the treasure map, but Lin Kaiyun didn't know about it. Moreover, the Taoist priest had given the treasure map to Lin Kaiyun before, so it looked like the middle-aged Taoist priest was here to look for treasure. The most important thing was that the painting on the tiger skin was almost nonsense. As a result, he believed such nonsense and came to Renjia town, which led to bad luck, met zombies and died in the end. This was stupid and aggrieved in Lin Kaiyun's opinion. Lin Kaiyun did not reminisce for too long, and returned to the charity cemetery with a somewhat unhappy and funny mood. It was still more than an hour before dawn, so after Lin Kaiyun returned to the charity cemetery, he went straight back to his room to sleep. Anyway, in Lin Kaiyun's opinion, the incident he encountered during this trip was a bit ridiculous and not particularly important, so he was not in a hurry to tell his master Lin Jiu, and it would be in time to tell him the next day. Sure enough, the next day, after Lin Jiu heard Lin Kaiyun's story, he was also surprised that the black-robed zombie could do such a bad thing. He also had the same idea as Lin Kaiyun, that it must be the Taoist behind the scenes who was behind it. As for the treasure map and the middle-aged Taoist who was unfortunately killed, Lin Jiu was just a little regretful, and he didn't care too much. The charity cemetery returned to its former tranquility, and on this day, Lin Kaiyun was teaching Chu Xing and Wen Kai how to use the meditation spell in his room. Of course, although this calming mantra is only an auxiliary spell, it has very high requirements. According to Chu Xing and Wen Kai's talents, it is also difficult to learn. But Lin Kaiyun never hoped that Chu Xing and Wen Kai could master it. He felt that as long as Chu Xing and Wen Kai could have some understanding of the calming mantra and practice it repeatedly, even if they did not master it, at least they could be more peaceful and not get into trouble all the time. At this time, Lin Jiu's voice rang out in the yard. Where are you guys? Did you go out to the wild again? Or did you run away to avoid practicing? After hearing Lin Jiu's shout, Lin Kaiyun walked out of the room with Chu Xing and Wen Kai. When Lin Jiu saw Chu Xing and Wen Kai in Lin Kaiyun's room, he asked curiously, "What are you doing in the same room? Are you thinking about how to get into trouble again?" "No, how could that be?" Chu Xing and Wen Kai hurriedly shook their heads, and then said with determination, "Master, the eldest brother is teaching us the meditation mantra. Don't you know that every time I recite this mantra, I feel so comfortable, as if I can fall asleep at any time? In addition, the eldest brother also told us that as long as we master the meditation mantra, we can practice other exercises quickly." After hearing what Chu Xing and Wen Kai said, Lin Jiu was very surprised. These two guys actually changed their personalities. You know, Lin Jiu was already thankful that they didn't get into trouble, but now they actually took the initiative to practice. When Lin Kaiyun saw Lin Jiu looking at him questioningly, he smiled and said, "Master, although Chu Xing and Wen Kai are always teasing people, this time they are telling the truth. I have taught them to recite the meditation mantra whenever I have time these 2 days, and they are very hardworking and have been following me." After Lin Kaiyun confirmed it, Lin Jiu nodded with satisfaction. It's rare. These two disciples have actually started to practice on their own initiative. At this time Chu Xing asked, "Master, why did you come back so soon? Didn't you go to the town?" Lin Jiu said, "Who told you I went to the town?" "I went to do some business in the morning," Lin Kaiyun asked in some confusion. "Master, didn't someone send you a letter yesterday? Didn't he want you to look at Feng Shui? Didn't you agree to him?" Lin Jiu nodded. "Indeed, someone wanted me to look at Feng Shui yesterday, but he made an appointment in the afternoon at the restaurant. Now it's almost time, so I plan to take you with me. It's a good opportunity to learn, look at Feng Shui, and look at things." At this time Wen Kai thought about the person who came to visit the neighbor yesterday, so he interrupted and said, "Master, I seem to know the person who came yesterday. He seems to be the accountant of Mr. Jin, who runs a restaurant in the town." Lin Jiu nodded. "Yes, it was Mr. Jin who asked me to look at Feng Shui this time." When Wen Kai heard that it was indeed Mr. Jin, he said with a mean look on his face, "Really? So it's Boss Jin who wants to look at the Feng Shui? I heard that Boss Jin has restaurants in not only Renjia town, but also in other towns. He is very rich. So can we ask for more this time?" "Wen Kai, how can you talk like that? As cultivators, it is our duty to help others overcome all difficulties. How can we talk about money all the time? At this time Lin Kaiyun stood up and spoke seriously, and then glanced at Lin Jiu. Ahem. After listening to Lin Kaiyun's words, Lin Jiu coughed twice to hide his somewhat embarrassed expression, and then said reluctantly, Kaiyun, you can't say that. After all, even if we don't want it, Boss Jin will definitely give it to us. So in order to make Boss Jin feel more at ease, we still need to collect some money. Although Lin Jiu is very advanced in Taoism, he still needs food, clothing, housing and transportation, and he also needs to live. If everything is free, he would have starved to death long ago, let alone support his 3 apprentices. In the previous Zhangguan festival, Lin Jiu increased the amount of the underworld silver bills, which almost used up Lin Jiu's savings, so this business cannot be free. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, At Least 1,000 Tales. Soon, Lin Jiu led Lin Kaiyun, Qiu Sheng and Wen Ke to the restaurant where they had made an appointment with the former boss. Qiu Sheng and Wen Ke were very active along the way, talking back and forth. Hey, master, how much do you think we should charge this time? Qiu Sheng was very curious. He had been thinking about this for a long time, so he came to Lin Jiu's side and asked. When Wen Ke heard Qiu Sheng asking this, he immediately raised his head and answered as a matter of course, Qiu Sheng, do you still need to ask? I think the boss is so rich, and our master is so capable, this time he will charge at least a few hundred taels. Tisk, Wen Ke, it seems that you are not very broad-minded. How can a few hundred taels be enough for me? This time he will charge at least 1,000 taels. Qiu Sheng seemed to be competing with Wen Ke in the auction, and the price he said was even higher. Wen Ke counted on his fingers, his face full of excitement. 1,000 taels? That's great. If it works, we can have chicken, duck, fish and meat for every meal in the future. But no matter how rich Boss Jin is, isn't 1,000 taels a bit too much? Qiu Sheng went around to Wen Ke's right side, patted Wen Ke on the shoulder, and said seriously, Wen Ke, you don't understand this. With our master's ability, and the fact that my master is the only famous Taoist priest in this 100 miles, as the saying goes, things are valuable because they are rare, not to mention my master, a living person, so 1,000 taels is not too much at all. After hearing Qiu Sheng's explanation, Wen Ke's eyes lit up, smiled, and echoed, indeed, what you said does make sense, but if that's the case, I think 1,000 taels is a bit too little. I just ask for 2,000 taels. After all, he doesn't dare to refuse. If my master doesn't read Feng Shui for him, who can he ask for? Qiu Sheng and Wen Ke seemed to be trapped in the pile of money, discussing it back and forth as if it were a real thing, which made Lin Jiu, who was walking in front, frown unconsciously. However, although what his 2 apprentices said was not very reliable, it still made some sense. Boss Jin should have found him, and he could not be as exaggerated and greedy as Qiu Sheng and Wen Ke. However, Lin Jiu felt that the offer of several dozen or 100 taels this time should be no problem. Lin Kaiyun on the side could not help it, because the 2 guys were getting more and more outrageous, and the money was actually going straight to 5,000 or even 10,000 taels, which was simply crazy. Ahem, I say you 2 stop daydreaming here, we will be at Boss Jin's restaurant soon, you 2 should stop talking too much, and say how much money it is, understand? Lin Kaiyun coughed twice and directly reminded Qiu Sheng and Wen Ke to prevent the 2 guys from taking their daydreams seriously and asking Boss Jin for a huge price when they get to the restaurant. Oh, I see, don't worry, big brother, how can we be so stupid? Qiu Sheng and Wen Ke smiled and nodded in agreement, but they said it very well, who knows what they were thinking in their hearts. About 10 minutes later, several people had arrived at the most prosperous street in Renjia town. In recent years, many prosperous shops have opened in this town, and the restaurant opened by Boss Jin is also very conspicuous among these numerous shops. And it is completely different from the place where Master Ren invited us to dinner last time. This Boss Jin opened a completely Western-style restaurant, and it is said that there is a French chef. Is this a Western restaurant? It's so beautiful, look over there, Wen Ke has a piano, it's really beautiful. There's music playing here. As soon as they entered the restaurant, Qiu Sheng and Wen Ke looked around like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden, studying this and discussing that. Seeing the useless look of Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, Lin Jiu glared at them and scolded in a low voice, "You two guys, be quiet. Don't act like you have never seen the world. Have you forgotten the place where Master Ren invited us to dinner last time? It's almost the same place as here. What's so special about it?" After hearing Lin Jiu's scolding, Chu Sheng scratched his head and said directly, "But, Master, the last time Master Ren had dinner, you only brought senior brother with you, and you didn't let the two of us come." Lin Jiu coughed twice with his hands behind his back to hide his embarrassment, and then continued, "Ahem, is that so? I've been too busy recently and forgot a little, but it doesn't matter. You can see that your senior brother is very calm. If you encounter something you don't understand, you two can just follow him and learn." "Okay, got it. We'll do whatever senior brother does." Chu Sheng and Wen Kai nodded in response. After Lin Jiu turned his head, he looked at these gorgeously decorated Western restaurants. In fact, he was a little nervous. Although the place where Mr. Ren invited them to dinner last time was also a very tasteful place with Western food, it was not a pure Western restaurant, at least the service staff. Most of the people eating there were not foreigners, but now the Western restaurant opened by the former boss was different. Most of the people eating there were foreigners. Lin Kaiyun seemed to see Lin Jiu's little thoughts, so he said to Lin Jiu, "Master, in fact, this Western restaurant is no different from the last time Mr. Ren invited us. You must not think that this place is so high-end. The dishes made by these foreigners are far inferior to our dishes in terms of process and sophistication. They are just for show." At this time, a waiter wearing a foreign skirt came over. It was a woman who was full of disdain after seeing Lin Jiu and others wearing Taoist robes. She forced a fake smile on her face and asked, "Hello, excuse me." The waiter in the foreign skirt looked like a mixed race. It was not known whether she was deliberately making things difficult or for some other reason, and deliberately used foreign language to entertain them. Lin Jiu, Chu Sheng and Wen Kai were stunned when they heard the bird calls. The waiter glanced at Lin Jiu and others with disdain in his eyes. He knew that these feudal people were bumpkins, so he asked in a cold manner, "I'm asking you, are you here to eat or to find someone? If you are here to eat, please leave. If you are here to find someone." "There is no one here." The waiter in a foreign skirt looked cold and looked at Lin Jiu and others with disdain, as if it was embarrassing to talk to Lin Jiu and others. When Lin Kaiyun saw the waiter, he frowned. Although Lin Kaiyun was usually an approachable person and would never meddle in other people's business, he hated this kind of guy who relied on others' power. Even though the one with dog eyes was a woman and looked acceptable, it still made Lin Kaiyun very unhappy. Then Lin Kaiyun said in a cold tone, "Miss, you can even speak bird language, can't you count? Can't you see how many people there are here? Or are you born with a disability and blind?" The waiter in a foreign skirt heard that Lin Kaiyun seemed to be scolding her, and her face became even uglier, as if she owed her millions. However, Lin Kaiyun felt even more uncomfortable when she saw her stinky face, and continued, "Look at your stinky face, it's like you haven't slept for half a month. Did your boss train you? Don't you know how to receive guests?" There is no such concept in Lin Kaiyun's dictionary that a good man does not fight with a woman. Could it be that this stupid woman has offended you? You are still pretending to be open-minded and noble. Even if some people are really open-minded and can tolerate some annoying women, Lin Kaiyun is not like that. He insists on everything according to his heart. However, the woman in the Western dress was furious with Lin Kaiyun, and after being confronted by Lin Kaiyun, she didn't know how to respond, so she could only stomp her feet to vent her anger, turned her head and shouted to the second floor, "Dad, come down quickly, someone is looking for trouble here." "Who is it? How dare you come to my territory to cause trouble?" At this time, a very rough voice came from the second floor, and then a figure in a plaid suit came out, and walked out of the second floor aggressively. However, the middle-aged man in a suit stopped in his place after seeing Lin Kaiyun and others, and was stunned for a moment. "Dad, these guys in Taoist robes must be pretending to be ghosts to cause trouble. Hurry up and drive them away." The woman in the Western dress saw her father coming down, and quickly pointed at Lin Kaiyun and others. While the middle-aged man was looking at Lin Kaiyun and others, Lin Kaiyun and others were also looking at the middle-aged man in a suit. At the same time, Lin Jiu was speechless after seeing this middle-aged man, because this middle-aged man was none other than Boss Jin, who asked him to look at Feng Shui this time. So that means the person Lin Kaiyun is scolding now is Boss Jin's daughter, which is a bit difficult to deal with. The business has not even started yet, and the other party's daughter has been offended. This deal may not be so smooth. Uncle Jiu, what's going on? Is this young man your apprentice? Boss Jin also recognized Uncle Jiu and his group. He saw Lin Kaiyun in front of his daughter at the same time, and knew that he was bullying his daughter, so he frowned and asked, Boss Jin, this is a misunderstanding. The two children just had a little quarrel. It's not a big deal. Lin Jiu avoided the main point and explained with a smile. After hearing what Lin Jiu said, Boss Jin looked down at his daughter and saw that she didn't look bullied at all, but her expression was a little aggrieved. However, Boss Jin thought of his daughter's arrogant personality, coupled with her usual style, and guessed what was going on. So Boss Jin felt that there was no need to have any conflicts with Lin Jiu. After all, he also came to ask Uncle Jiu for help this time. He immediately found a way out and said, Ha, of course I know. These two young people are playing around and quarreling. It's all normal. After that, Boss Jin walked down the stairs, glanced at his daughter and introduced, Uncle Jiu, this is my daughter, Jin Molly, you can just call her Mary. The store has been a little busy in recent days, so I asked her to come over to help. Lin Jiu nodded, smiled at Jin Molly, and then introduced his three apprentices. This is my eldest apprentice Lin Kaiyun, and the other two are Chu Sheng and Wen Kai. Boss Jin took the opportunity to praise them. Uncle Jiu has a good eye. Your three apprentices are all talented and must have received your true teachings. Lin Jiu also cupped his hands in a friendly manner. Boss Jin, thank you for the compliment. Uncle Jiu, let's not chat in this hall. Boss Jin invited Lin Jiu to take his apprentices directly to the second floor, and then said to his daughter, Mary, please entertain Uncle Jiu and his three apprentices for me first. I have a few guests over there. I will come over after I send them away. After giving instructions, Boss Jin bowed to Lin Jiu apologetically and said, I am really sorry, Uncle Jiu. I still have some things to deal with over there. So you can sit for a while and order some food and drinks. I will come over after I finish. After listening to Boss Jin's words, Lin Jiu waved his hands very generously and said, It's okay, Boss Jin, you can do your thing first. We are not in a hurry. Although Jin Molly was a little unhappy that her father did not drive away these guys in Taoist robes, she did not dare to neglect her father's instructions, so she said, Taoists, come with me. Jin Molly still looked down on the guests her father invited, but her tone was much better at this time. After all, she could not make things difficult for her father. Soon, Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun followed Jin Molly to a dining table and sat down. You all wait here for a while, my father will be back soon. Jin Molly said to Lin Jiu indifferently, then glanced at Lin Kaiyun meaningfully, snorted coldly and turned away. Lin Kaiyun didn't care about Jin Molly's eyes at all. To be precise, he didn't have time to care about this rude woman. In fact, when Lin Jiu said that Boss Jin wanted to treat him to a meal and look at Feng Shui, Lin Kaiyun was already thinking in his mind. If he remembered correctly, the plot of this Zombie Supreme movie was still continuing. But then Lin Kaiyun remembered that it seemed that Boss Jin should not only invite his master Lin Jiu, but also Shi Jian. However, Shi Jian was now being tricked by him, and Shi Shaojian was also severely injured by his slap. Logically, he shouldn't appear again, right? Thinking of this, Lin Kaiyun twisted his head and looked around the restaurant. He was mainly looking for the guests that Boss Jin had not yet dealt with. Chapter 299, Beef Wellington. Lin Kaiyun looked around and soon found the figure of Boss Jin. There were two other people who were also chatting and laughing at the same table with Boss Jin. You wouldn't know until you saw them. You were shocked. Lin Kaiyun was so familiar with these two people. He had just met them not long ago. They were Shi Jian and Shi Shaojian. However, this surprised Lin Kaiyun. He didn't expect that after he tricked Shi Jian and injured Shi Shaojian, these two people would appear in Renjia town again. Could it be that they had some plan? Lin Kaiyun retracted his gaze and said to Lin Jiu, Master, the guest that Boss Jin is accompanying now is Shi Jian. After that, Lin Kaiyun didn't hesitate to stand up and pointed in the direction of Shi Jian and Boss Jin. After hearing what Lin Kaiyun said, Lin Jiu was a little surprised, so he looked in the direction of his finger. It was indeed Shi Jian, so Lin Jiu's eyebrows instantly frowned, and he muttered in confusion, It's really Shi Jian. Chu Sheng and Wen Kai were originally curious about all the new things in this Western restaurant. However, after seeing the strangeness of Lin Kaiyun and Lin Jiu, they also looked in the direction of Lin Jiu's site. As a result, after seeing that Shi Jian and Shi Shaoji were chatting with Boss Jin at the same table, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai became even more angry. Qiu Sheng cursed directly, "Master, it's that bastard Grandmaster Shi Jian." Wen Kai also gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he shrank his neck and was a little scared, and said, "What should we do? Master, is it because Shi Jian couldn't swallow his anger when he caught ghosts last time, so he came back to retaliate against us?" Lin Kaiyun nodded and sneered, "Is there any need to think about it? Judging from the narrow-mindedness of our Grandmaster Shi Jian, he didn't leave even after being humiliated last time, and he still stayed in Renjia town. He must have some plan. But they couldn't do anything to us last time, so this time, there's no need to be afraid." When Lin Jiu saw the three disciples looking at Shi Jian as if they were a mortal enemy, he was also a little helpless, so he said speechlessly, "You three don't have to be like this. At least no matter what Shi Jian did, Shi Jian is still your grandmaster. I believe Shi Jian will be more restrained after the last lesson." Lin Kaiyun knew his master. Lin Jiu was very sentimental. Even though Shi Jian targeted him everywhere and Lin Jiu fought back, he still felt that Shi Jian was a disciple of Maoshan and his senior brother. There was no need to make a fuss about him unless it was absolutely necessary. Lin Kaiyun glanced at Shi Jian and said disdainfully, "Master, don't you understand the temperament and character of our master Uncle Shi Jian? If he can change and restrain himself, even sows will climb trees." Lin Jiu certainly knew Shi Jian's temperament and knew that what Lin Kaiyun said was right, but he still had some concerns in his heart, so he sighed helplessly and said, "Well, let's not worry about him for now. Let's do our own things. At least he is not causing us any trouble now, since his master said so." Lin Kaiyun couldn't persuade him anymore. He couldn't just take out the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword and fight to the death with Shi Jian. Besides, it was unclear whether Shi Jian was scared or just pretending, as if he didn't know that they were in this Western restaurant. At this time, Jin Molly came over again with a small notebook in her hand, which seemed to be a menu. She came to the front of several people and asked, "Masters, my father asked me to serve you something to drink. What would you like to drink?" "Fuck. No, cocoa? Hey, what did you drink last time?" "Master, what are you talking about? I want juice. I'm the same as Wen Kai. I want juice too." "Don't interrupt, Kaiyun. What is the name of the bitter tea that Master Ren invited us to drink last time?" "Master, it's coffee." "Okay, give me a cup of coffee." Seeing that Lin Jiu had regained his composure, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he said to Jin Molly, "Give me a cup of coffee too." Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai had never heard of this word before. They looked at Lin Jiu and Lin Kaiyun with confusion and asked curiously, "Master, senior brother, what is the coffee you two are talking about?" After hearing the conversation between Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, Jin Molly showed a contemptuous expression on her face, thinking that they were indeed bumpkins who didn't even know coffee. Jin Molly said in a lukewarm tone, turned around and left. "Okay, wait a moment, I'll get it for you." After a few minutes, Jin Molly came over with 4 cups of drinks and brought them to several people. After Lin Jiu had the experience of being invited to dinner by Master Ren last time, he was no longer ignorant this time. When the coffee came, he poured sugar and milk directly into the coffee cup, then picked up a small spoon to stir it, then pursed his lips and tasted it. "Well, this time the taste is okay. The sweetness and milk taste are good." Lin Kaiyun's master's face-saving look almost made him laugh. It must be that when he asked his grandfather to treat him to dinner last time, Lin Jiu felt a little embarrassed, so he must not embarrass himself again this time. At this time, Boss Jin finished chatting with Shi Jian, walked to the second floor and came to the table of several people, smiled and said to Lin Jiu, "How is it? Uncle Jiu's coffee is not bad, right? We import coffee beans from abroad, and ship them here in big ships." "What coffee beans? What imported? What ship? What are you talking about?" Lin Jiu didn't understand what Boss Jin said, but still nodded and said, "Well, not bad." Boss Jin smiled and said, Okay, as long as Uncle Jiu is satisfied, it's time for dinner now, and you guys must not have eaten yet. Just eat in our restaurant. I'll treat you." Okay, I want to eat roast chicken. I want roast chicken, fish, and cakes too." When Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai heard Boss Jin say it was free, they talked excitedly. In their minds, it would be a waste not to eat. "I'm sorry, 2 young Taoist priests, this is a Western restaurant, we don't sell those popular things. Jin Mali rolled her eyes at Chu Sheng and Wen Kai, and replied in a very disdainful tone. Mary, Boss Jin's face changed instantly, and he scolded Jin Mali, then smiled and said to Lin Jiu, Uncle Jiu, this is a Western restaurant, and the most special thing is steak. How about I give each of you a taste? Do you want filet or ribeye? Or something else, sirloin, filet, steak, what? Is it beef? Lin Jiu was confused again. He could see that Boss Jin was asking him what he wanted to eat with good intentions, but he didn't understand these words at all. As a result, Lin Jiu held the coffee in the air, and didn't know how to answer Boss Jin's question for a while. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. However, when Lin Jiu thought about the last time when Master Ren invited him to dinner, he seemed to have experienced this kind of scene, and it was Lin Kaiyun who rescued Lin Jiu last time. Therefore, Lin Jiu still placed his hope on Lin Kaiyun this time, so he pretended to be thinking, then calmly put the coffee on the table and asked Lin Kaiyun, Kaiyun, last time you worked hard and made great contributions, and your master promised to reward you, but you were too busy and always neglected it. How about this? This time, let you order what you like first, and then we will order later. But Chu Sheng and Wen Kai were also confused at this time, not knowing what to do. As a result, after hearing what Lin Jiu said, they quickly agreed and said, Big brother, you order first, and we will order after you finish ordering, okay? Since the master and junior brothers are so kind, I will be disrespectful to refuse. Lin Kaiyun nodded, and he also guessed that his master, Lin Jiu, might not understand what Boss Jin said. However, just when Lin Kaiyun wanted to help his master Lin Jiu out and order the dishes for Lin Jiu first, he suddenly found that Lin Jiu quietly lowered his head, took out a compass from his arms and started to gesture, muttering quietly, What is sirloin? It's a sunny day in the west today, how can it be cold? I really don't understand. Now I'm sitting on the north side of the table, do I have to order Bilin? Seeing the cute look of his master Lin Jiu, Lin Kaiyun smiled bitterly, knowing that his master was a face-conscious person, and even if he didn't understand, he didn't want others to see it. So, Lin Kaiyun directly said to Jin Mali, since your specialty here is steak, you can give us 4 Wellington steaks. Be careful not to fry the cheese outside too much, and give me a bottle of red wine, Italian, and bring it after it is ready. Wellington steak is actually filet steak, but the cooking method is more complicated, which is particularly challenging for the chefs of this Western restaurant. Since Boss Jin said that their specialty is steak, Lin Kaiyun naturally has to order something complicated, otherwise wouldn't it be a shame for Boss Jin's boast? Jin Mali, who was originally waiting for Lin Kaiyun and others to embarrass herself, was stunned for a moment when she heard Lin Kaiyun ordering steaks so skillfully, and she had never even heard of the Wellington that Lin Kaiyun was talking about. How could it be possible? How could this feudal and superstitious bumpkin in a Taoist robe order dishes so smoothly in a Western restaurant? What he said about Wellington steak and Italian red wine sounded so awesome. Uncle Jiu, your apprentice is really a handsome man. You can tell from his opening words that he is an expert in Western food. Boss Jin now looked at Lin Kaiyun with praise, and then saw Jin Mali standing there in a daze, so he yelled unhappily, Mary, why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear that Uncle Jiu's apprentice has already ordered the dishes? Go and notify the kitchen in person and ask him to cook better. Oh, I see. I'll go now. Jin Mali also reacted after being reminded by Boss Jin, and immediately came to her senses and ran to the kitchen downstairs. But before leaving, Jin Mali still glanced at Lin Kaiyun curiously, full of curiosity. In Jin Mali's opinion, Lin Kaiyun's familiar and confident way of ordering dishes must be someone who often eats Western food. In this era, people who can often eat Western food and drink red wine are either rich or noble. I think this Lin Kaiyun must not be as simple as he looks. I must find an opportunity to get to know him and get to know him better in the future. But thinking about it, Jin Mali began to worry again. Even she had never heard of this Wellington steak. She wondered if the chef in her own Western restaurant could make it. You know, Jin Mali always thought that these people were bumpkins, and she had been gloating and waiting for them to make a fool of themselves. But now her own Western restaurant has made a fool of itself, and Jin Mali couldn't accept it. Isn't this just shooting herself in the foot? Seeing Jin Mali running to the back kitchen, Boss Jin said to Lin Jiu very apologetically, Uncle Jiu, I'm very sorry. Maybe your apprentice spoke too fast, and my daughter didn't understand it for a while, so she was distracted. Lin Jiu smiled and waved his hand. It's okay, Boss Jin, children are normal, especially my two apprentices. Lin Jiu looked very calm at this time, but he was very satisfied with Lin Kaiyun's approach. Not only did he not lose face, but he also made Boss Jin look at him with new eyes. Boss Jin simply moved a stool and sat down, and said to Lin Jiu, Uncle Jiu, the steak will take a while to cook, why don't we talk about business first? Boss Jin, please go ahead. Lin Jiu nodded to signal Jin, and the boss continued. It's like this, Uncle Jiu, you know that my Western restaurant has been open for more than half a year. The business was okay at first, but I don't know when it started, the business suddenly plummeted. And the business of Master Ren's family in our town was not that good at first, but after asking Uncle Jiu to move the graves, the business immediately improved, so I also want to ask Uncle Jiu to take a look. After hearing what Boss Jin said, before waiting for Lin Jiu to respond, the person next to him patted his chest, raised his head, and said proudly, Boss Jin, I told you that you are right to have this idea. It was because Master Ren's family found my master that today's business has become so popular, and my master is famous in this area of 100 miles, you must know it, let alone make your Western restaurant prosperous, even if it makes your ancestral grave smoke, it is not a problem. Ahem, Wenkei, shut up. Lin Jiu coughed twice, glared at Wenkei, and hurriedly stopped him. Although you can praise him, you can't say anything nonsense. Who would ask someone to make their own ancestral grave smoke? Then, Lin Jiu smiled at Boss Jin. Boss Jin, don't mind. I am a disciple who speaks his mind. What he meant by the ancestral grave smoking is that everything in your family will go smoothly in the future. Chapter 300 Shijian has made progress. After Lin Jiu finished speaking, he stood up and walked around on the second floor, looking at the layout and environment of the Western restaurant. Then Lin Jiu said, Boss Jin, there is no problem with the internal layout of your Western restaurant, but from the perspective of the feng shui of the location alone, it is not very prosperous. Boss Jin was stunned for a moment after hearing Lin Jiu's words, then he stood up and walked to Lin Jiu's side, asked with concern, Uncle Jiu, do you see what's wrong? When I opened this Western restaurant, I invited a designer from the provincial capital to design it personally. He told me at the time that there must be no problem. Maybe Boss Jin was too concerned just now, so he didn't hear clearly what Lin Jiu meant. In fact, Lin Jiu said it very clearly. There was no problem with the feng shui layout, but it was not very prosperous. What he meant was that there was no problem with Boss Jin's Western restaurant, but it didn't have any advantages either. Seeing that Boss Jin didn't seem to understand what he meant, Lin Jiu was about to explain, but before Lin Jiu could open his mouth, Chu Sheng, not willing to be outdone, spoke directly, if Boss Jin follows the normal rules, he must pay before consulting the feng shui. Chu Sheng thought that Boss Jin was originally a wealthy man, and he would surely make a lot of money from consulting the feng shui this time, which would make up for the overspending on the ghost festival. It also meant that the food expenses of the charity cemetery would not be reduced in the future. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng couldn't help but smile, giving people an appearance of gloating. Of course, Boss Jin wouldn't care about Chu Sheng's look. He had specifically invited Lin Jiu to look at feng shui, so he naturally didn't think of refusing to pay. So he smiled and said, of course, let's do it according to the rules. I just don't know how much money Uncle Jiu would like to ask for to look at feng shui. Although Lin Jiu was very dissatisfied with Chu Sheng, who was rude and asked people for money directly, he was not here to do charity, so since Boss Jin asked directly, he just made a 5 gesture. At this time, Wenkei also saw Lin Jiu raise his hand and made a 5 gesture, so he quickly interrupted and said, that's right, we want $500 this time. As soon as Wenkei said this, Boss Jin, who was originally looking at Lin Jiu with a smile, suddenly froze. He could open a Western restaurant again with $500. This was not just asking for too much, it was simply robbery. After hearing Wenkei's words, Lin Jiu stared at Wenkei in surprise with an ugly expression. Lin Jiu originally thought that Chu Sheng and Wenkei were just talking nonsense on the way, but he didn't expect that these two useless guys would dare to directly offer 500 yuan. The purchasing power of 500 yuan is not worse than the 1,000 taels of silver, they said on the way. You said this in front of the Boss Jin, isn't this a ripoff? Moreover, before, The conversation between the master and the apprentices praised Lin Jiu's profound magic power and his strong skills. As a result, you are now randomly bidding a price, which makes the previous behavior seem like Lin Jiu and several apprentices singing a double act. This made Lin Jiu feel very angry. If there were not people around in this Western restaurant, Lin Jiu would have wanted to teach Wen Kai, the bad-mouthed guy, a lesson immediately. Lin Kaiyun, who was sitting on a chair and drinking coffee, was also choked by Wen Kai's words. He didn't expect that Wen Kai, a short-circuited guy, would dare to mention it. Doesn't he know what 500 yuan means? Let's put it this way. If you want to buy a slave who is stronger than Wen Kai now, I'm afraid $20 would be about the same. $500 in this era can definitely be regarded as a huge fortune. Although it is not impossible for people like Boss Jin and Master Ren, who have many industries in the town, to take it out. But it is simply outrageous to ask for $500 just to check feng shui. When everyone heard this number, they were stunned. Even Boss Jin's daughter did not expect that these feudal bumpkins in Taoist robes would be so greedy as soon as they opened their mouths. In Jin Molly's opinion, these people must be crazy because of poverty, otherwise they would never say such a crazy number. The curiosity about Lin Kaiyun before also disappeared. Now in Jin Molly's heart, she only felt that Lin Kaiyun's confidence and skill in ordering dishes before were just acting. Qiu Sheng, who was standing aside, also felt a strange atmosphere at the scene at this time. Everyone seemed to be stunned and said nothing. Did Wen Kai say too much? Qiu Sheng thought, and then immediately shook his head. It's not much. My master is famous in the area within 100 miles. Besides, even if Boss Jin had met Shi Jian before, Shi Jian didn't know how to read feng shui. So the only one who can read feng shui is Master Lin Jiu. This is called rare things are valuable. Qiu Sheng immediately figured it out. He felt that the $500 Wen Kai mentioned was not expensive. Moreover, if he really earned the $500, then the charity house would be able to eat and drink well in the future. So Qiu Sheng immediately stood up and walked to Wen Kai's side, nodded to Wen Kai, gave him a look, and echoed, Wen Kai is right. We want $500 this time, and it has to be in cash. After all, my master is quite effective in looking at feng shui, so the $500 you spent is not a waste at all. In this way, Boss Jin, just pay the money, and our master will show you and solve it for you now. This is efficient. Boss Jin originally wanted to find a topic to evade this embarrassing topic, but before he could open his mouth, Qiu Sheng actually started to ask for money directly, which made his face look like frost on eggplant, very ugly, and he was very unhappy. He felt more and more that Lin Jiu deliberately arranged his two apprentices to do this. Once a person has a preconceived idea in his mind, he will feel that everything is problematic, just like Boss Jin now. Looking at Lin Jiu's figure, he also feels that he is not as profound as before, and it is estimated that the reputation that has been spread is not up to the name. Boss Jin not only has businesses in Renjia town and several surrounding towns, but also has cloth and rice shops in the provincial capital. So basically, Boss Jin spends all his time managing various shops, and looking for sources of goods. In recent years, Boss Jin has not had a stable residence, but because Boss Jin's hometown is Renjia town, he also attaches great importance to the family business of Renjia town. After all, his old mother has always lived in Renjia town. When Boss Jin returned to Renjia town this time, he found that the business of this Western restaurant was not good. He also heard about Uncle Jiu's name, which was so amazing that it was said that the Ren family's shop was turned from loss to profit by Uncle Jiu's great ability. So in line with the principle of businessmen pursuing profits, Boss Jin felt that since Uncle Jiu had such an ability to look at feng shui to improve other people's fortunes, he must make good friends with him. In addition, the business of the Western restaurant he opened in Renjia town was not particularly ideal recently, so he simply made an appointment with Lin Jiu, who has a long-standing reputation in Renjia town, to help the Western restaurant in Renjia town turn around. This time, we asked Lin Jiu to look at the feng shui, and it was also a small test. If Lin Jiu was really capable, then Boss Jin would definitely establish a very good relationship with Lin Jiu at all costs. But now Boss Jin's opinion has changed. He feels that Lin Jiu doesn't seem to have any great ability, nor is he as kind-hearted and immortal as people say. Now he seems to be very greedy. Boss Jin shook his head in disappointment. He was originally thinking about how to make friends with Lin Jiu. Now it seems that there is no need. Compared with Lin Jiu, Shi Jian on the first floor looks like a Taoist master. He has never mentioned money, and his appearance is intimidating. After thinking that Lin Jiu was a man seeking fame and reputation, Boss Jin was no longer so respectful, so he stood up and said, "Uncle Jiu, I'm really sorry, I have something to do here and I can't accompany you. Then the food you ordered will be here soon. Please enjoy your meal and drink well, just consider it as my treat." Although Boss Jin was a little dissatisfied with Lin Jiu's performance full of the smell of money, his tone was not so stiff, and he still retained his courtesy as a successful businessman. However, although he was polite in his words, he did not mention a word about asking Lin Jiu to look at feng shui. Although Lin Jiu was not good at socializing, he was not a fool. When he saw Boss Jin say this, he knew that he was probably shocked by what Chu Xing and Wen Kai said, and the $500. Lin Jiu also wanted to explain to Boss Jin, but he didn't know how to start, so he could only stare at Chu Xing and Wen Kai with a dark face. Chu Xing and Wen Kai were a little confused. Why was their master staring at them? Besides, didn't Boss Jin want to ask Master Lin Jiu to look at feng shui? Then hurry up and show it to Jin? Why is there something going on again? Just as Boss Jin turned around and prepared to go downstairs, a man in an apricot yellow Taoist robe came up from the first floor. It was none other than Lin Jiu's senior brother Shi Jian. After Shi Jian brought Shi Shaojian to the second floor, he began to sneer at Lin Jiu. "Lin Jiu, I heard what your two disciples said just now. It should be you who ordered them to do it again, right? Tisk tisk tisk. I didn't expect that, Lin Jiu. Besides being despicable and shameless, you are also greedy. As a disciple of my Maoshan, have you forgotten? You should dedicate your life to slaying demons and upholding justice. And now you are ordering your two disciples to ask for money. The boss wants $500, you are simply embarrassing my Maoshan." Shi Jian walked back and forth in front of Lin Jiu with his hands behind his back, as if he was teaching his disciples a lesson, and he had no intention of stopping. Instead, he became more and more excited. After all, the last time when catching a ghost, Shi Jian was speechless by Lin Kaiyun's way of exaggerating and accusing others, so this time Shi Jian would also put the label of not caring about right and wrong on Lin Jiu. Shi Jian paced in front of Lin Jiu, saying with even more grief, "Lin Jiu, the reputation of our Maoshan in the world is accumulated by our ancestors, and now you are like a bandit, using the identity of a Maoshan disciple to blackmail Boss Jin. How can you face our Maoshan ancestors? If your selfish desires destroy the reputation of our Maoshan accumulated over thousands of years, what crime should you be punished for?" While Shi Jian was speaking, his face was full of indignation, as if he was very disgusted with what Lin Jiu did, and he was both regretful and angry. It must be said that Shi Jian was very distressed after being tricked by Lin Kaiyun last time. Just from the perspective of acting, his improvement is very obvious. The small expression on his face and the coordination of the entire weapon are no less than that of Lin Kaiyun. Lin Jiu looked at Shi Jian, who was saying one thing and thinking another, and his face was very ugly. He had known for a long time that Shi Jian was on the first floor, and before that, Lin Kaiyun. When others were hostile to Shi Jian, Lin Jiu was still trying to smooth things over. Unexpectedly, Shi Jian was really going against him in every way. He even walked up from downstairs and kept mocking him about the $500. This made Lin Jiu, who always cared about his reputation, feel very embarrassed, but he didn't know how to refute. He could only blame Chu Xing and Wen Kai, who were like idiots and managed money without any brains. The boss wanted $500, and anyone who heard about it would think that Lin Jiu was going too far. After seeing Lin Jiu's face turn pale and he said nothing, Shi Jian was naturally very happy in his heart, so he continued to look down and said to Lin Jiu very seriously, "Lin Jiu, it seems that you also know shame in your heart. Since you have nothing to say, then you must know your sins very well. Then I will now formally inform you as your senior brother to immediately explain to Boss Jin. No matter what method you use, you must restore the reputation of my Maoshan. Otherwise, I must report to the Council of Elders and deal with the four of you, the master and apprentice." Shi Jian's face was very serious at this time, and he informed Lin Jiu seriously. After seeing Shi Jian's appearance and these words, Lin Kaiyun only felt extremely familiar. This rhetoric and the way of exaggerating and putting a big head on him, weren't they exactly how he dealt with Shi Jian? At this moment, Lin Jiu frowned tightly. Lin Jiu knew that Shi Jian's words were obviously framing him, but he could not give an effective rebuttal. Now Shi Jian deliberately said these things in front of Boss Jin and some customers around him in this Western restaurant. This not only makes Lin Jiu lose face, but also makes other people have a prejudiced view of Maotian, which is something Lin Jiu really doesn't want to see. Shi Jian, do you know that what you said will make other people think that the people in Maotian are mixed? There is no morality. At the same time, there is no harmony between brothers. Shi Jian smiled evilly and said, Lin Jiu, are you kidding me? Now that you have lost face for Maotian, do you want me to protect you? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.